My name is Abel, and on this quiet starry night, I was training hard in the fields beside Bennet Castle. Safe and rich land at the southern edge of the Duchy of Carmel. Bennet Castle stood tall over the flat plains like a guardian. This land belonged to the Knight of Bennet, and the king himself had given it to him. It sat at the southernmost part of the duchy, near the border of the earth-dividing mountain range. It was far from war, and because of that, it was one of the duchy's most important grain lands. It was summer, and the crops were growing well. Whenever the cool night wind passed through, the whole field moved together like it was dancing, showing just how prosperous this land was. In the middle of the field, a boy who looked about 12 years old was swinging a sword almost as big as his own. He was also wearing steel armor that was far too large for him. At about 150 centimeters tall, the armor hung on him like a belt more than real protection. Even though he was so young, he trained with great seriousness. His face showed that training was sacred to him. Every time he swung his sword, he shouted with all the strength he could manage. He did it for two reasons. First, to take in as much air as possible. Second, to squeeze every bit of power from his muscles. The boy was fully focused. His black hair was soaked with sweat, and his purple eyes burned with youthful energy. Then he heard a horse coming his way. "Look what I brought you, Abel," a young man called out as he jumped down from his horse. He was 18 years old, with blonde hair, thick eyebrows, a sharp nose, and blue eyes like the sky. He wore leather armor all over his body, and the boots on his feet were made for riding. "Welcome back, big brother," Abel said. He did not even ask what the gift was. Unlike most children, he always put manners before curiosity. As Abel's older brother, Zach was already used to this. A year ago, Abel had fallen from his horse and been badly hurt. After that, he had become much more mature. At first, Zach had trouble getting used to the change, but a whole year was enough for everyone to adjust. Both boys were sons of the Knight of Bennet. Zach, the older one, was a rank 4 novice knight who had just returned from Fort Lee. Town nearby. Abel, the younger one, had only started his knight training 2 months ago. As the eldest son, Zach would inherit everything after becoming a knight. He would receive full ownership of Bennet Castle and the land around it. Abel, on the other hand, had no such future waiting for him. If he wanted to earn a living, he would have to depend on himself. Even so, Abel had a good relationship with Zach. Whenever Zach went to town, he always spent what little money he had to buy Abel a gift. He truly cared about making his little brother happy. Abel was also thoughtful enough not to ask his father for more training gear. Their estate covered about 50 kilometers, but it did not bring in much money. Most of the income went to food, taxes, and daily expenses. After all that, only 500 gold coins were left, just enough to keep Bennet Castle in good shape. And after paying for Zach's night training, the family had almost no savings at all. The package Zach brought was a long box wrapped in bright, colorful paper, showing how much care he had put into it. Abel opened it and lifted the weapon inside. "What a beautiful dagger this is." It was made from fine steel, much heavier and better than an ordinary steel dagger. A dagger like this would normally cost a lot more than a regular one. "Glad to see you like it," Zach said. Lucky for me, the seller did not know how valuable it was. He sold it to me for 30% off the normal price, so I bought it. Zach really meant what he said. It had been a long time since he had seen his little brother smile like a child, and nothing was more precious than that smile. "You can keep training if you want. I will head back home now," Zach said as he climbed back onto his horse. He did not want to interrupt Abel's practice, even if Abel was still using the family's only steel armor. That was how they had agreed to do things. Zach trained during the day. Abel trained at night. The novice knight's training was mostly about the basics. A person had to keep practicing sword techniques until he could gather and control the strength in his body. Over time, a special power called Kai would begin to form inside him. That Kai would slowly gather and turn into a meridian. The number of meridians a person had would show his rank. 1 meridian meant a rank 1 novice. After 5 meridians formed, they would condense again into a core. A knight with a core was no longer just a novice. He would become a real knight. With Combat Kai, he could fight better and use special fighting skills. In simple words, Combat Kai made a knight much stronger in battle. After thousands of years of research, people found that the best way to form meridians was to train while wearing heavy armor. Because of that, every knight family was required to keep at least 1 steel armor set in the house. To be called a knight, a person needed armor he could train in. In war, the armor also gave basic protection. The same armor could be shared by adjusting the number of plates. even if the users were at different ranks. Still, a person did not need to own armor to be recognized as a knight. If someone was seen riding a horse while wearing armor, people would immediately know he was a knight, no matter how weak his rank was. 97, 98, 99, 100. Abel finished his final swing and then fell onto the grass. His purple eyes looked up at the sky. Which of these stars was my original home? He asked himself. No one around him knew the truth. The real Abel had died about a year ago after falling from his horse. His body had been taken over by another soul from Earth. The original Abel was only about 10 years old, but the new soul inside him was really around 30 years old. Even though he tried to act carefully, people still noticed that his personality had changed. Luckily, everyone thought it was just because of the horse accident. This Abel had another name in his old life. On Earth, he was called Yabo. He had been an experienced bodybuilding trainer, always busy with work. One night, around 10 o'clock, he came home feeling uneasy. To take his mind off things, he opened his laptop and played Diablo 2, one of the few games he still kept around. He launched the game, played for a while, and noticed that he had no Tome of Town portal left. He had a bad habit of forgetting to buy Scrolls of Town portal, so he used hacking software to change his items. He made the game so that his Scroll of Town portal would refill every few minutes. He was enjoying himself when lightning struck his home. The lightning rod did nothing at all. The bolt did not even bend. It came straight down and hit him. That was the end of it. When he woke up again, Yabo found himself in the body of the second son of the Knight of Bennett. Strangely enough, his name was still Yabo or Abel. Trying to clear his mind, Abel stood up and walked back to Bennett Castle. That day, he felt pretty good. If everything went well, he might even become a rank 1 novice knight that same night. After returning home, he decided to do one more thing before dinner. There was still about half an hour left, so he wanted to take care of his steel armor first. Abel took armor care very seriously. He never missed a single spot when wiping away the sweat and polishing it with oil. Caring for armor was a knight's duty. Whether it was Abel, Zach, or even the Knight of Bennett himself, all of them had to keep their armor in a form they could pass down to the next generation. Once the armor was done, he cleaned his giant sword too. It was easy to wash because its design was so plain. Other than the blade and handle, there was no decoration at all. The maker of that sword had only two things in mind: simplicity and usefulness. After finishing his daily care, Abel took a shower and went to the dining room to eat with his family. When he entered, he saw that his father, mother, and older brother were already seated. The Knight of Bennett was wearing a plain white calico as he sat at the dinner table. As usual, he had a serious look on his face. Abel never saw him showing much emotion at all. Actually, never was an overstatement. The last time he saw any expression from the Knight of Bennett was about a year ago when he had just woken up from his coma. He could never forget the joy on his father's face as he was brought into this world. Abel's mother, Nora, was a kind woman. She was the one who fed Abel every time he was recovering from his injuries. If anything, she was the reason why Abel acknowledged to being a part of this family. Abel never got used to saying his grace before a meal. He had been an atheist for all 30 years of his previous life. It was only until recently that he had come to pray to the holy light, which almost everyone in this world would devote their worship to. Nobody talked during mealtime. The knights were the lowliest among royalty, but this family still adhered to their mannerisms even when alone. For the dinner tonight, it was a large piece of beef divided into 4. Father and Zach received a larger portion, whereas Mother and Abel was supposed to receive much less. Since food intake was needed to increase the supply of a night sky, there was simply no way to divide the food between everyone equally. But still, even as a bodybuilding trainer, Abel had never eaten so much beef during his time on Earth. There was about a pound of beef on his plate, and he was only 12 years old. There was also some porridge for him. It wasn't like he couldn't finish his food, though. He finished eating all of it in just a few minutes. "Here, have some more," a gentle voice said. It was Abel's mother, Nora. She just gave Abel more than half of her beef. The Knight of Bennett threw a quick look towards Abe, but he didn't say anything to him. Instead, he just kept on eating. His hands were somewhat stiff, however, while he was trying to slice the meat with his knife. There was a slight clattering noise when his knife made contact with the plate, something very unusual for the master of this house. Zach took notice of it, but was quickly hushed when the Knight of Bennett threw a glare at him. "Thank you, Mother." Abel thanked Nora as he accepted a fraction of his mother's meal. Since this was the way of Nora showing her love, the right thing to do here was to simply accept it. As a part of the family routine, the Knight of Bennett had Zach accompany him for some personal training after dinner. Abel, on the other hand, wasn't allowed to attend until he was a rank 1 novice knight, which he might just become before tomorrow arrives. Whilst wasting no time to become a rank 1 novice knight, Abel headed straight back to his room for a night's breathing session. He had a full meal just then, and the amount of Kai he accumulated throughout the day were very much sufficient for his training to make progress. A knight's breathing techniques was the most crucial part of his skill sets, whether it was passed down from the family or learned at a knight's academia. Every knight had their own special breathing techniques. If a knight was to make a lot of contributions on the battlefield, he could transfer his war efforts in exchange for improvements in his breathing techniques. After sitting himself on a rugged floor, Abel calmed his mind to commence his breathing session. The pace at which he inhaled the air went from slow to fast, and his stomach gradually became filled like a drum. He exhaled a streak of white, misty essence, which vanished into the air like an arrow that's just been fired. The food in his stomach was quickly being digested as he was doing this. After breathing for about 20 times in a row, the Kai Abel acquired during the day was now passing through the food he ingested, and it slowly started to form into a single meridian channel. This meridian channel was quite unstable at first, but just when Abel thought that he had failed himself again, a power suddenly emerged from his meridian all the way across his body. He wasn't sure quite what it was, but both his body and his mind were like he had just gotten out of bed this morning. He had finally become a rank 1 novice knight. A year ago, after seeing his father slicing a large trunk of a tree, he had come to realize the existence of supernatural forces in this new world. Unlike his home back on planet Earth, strength was very much crucial for survival here. When Abel asked his father to train him to become a knight, he was given a detailed explanation of the family's circumstances in response. From what the Knight of Bennett told him, a second son should only train himself without interfering with the progress of the eldest son. Zach was the priority of the family, basically. All the resources should be given to him first, and Abel would only have what was spared. That being said, though, he would still have access to learning the Bennett family's ways of being a knight. Despite his unfortunate circumstances, Abel still learned quite a lot under his father. For the several months that he had recovered from his injuries, he was taught the ways of tending to horses, giving maintenance to his weapons, as well as the handling of a bow and arrow. He was also taught the proper etiquette of a knight, and he was taught many other things he had to prepare for before commencing his official knight training, which only happened at about 2 months ago. While still cheering for the progress he made just then, Abel noticed that the meridian in his right arm was quickly losing its presence. Good thing that it stopped after a few seconds, though. If this kept on going, Abel would lose all his progress without being able to do anything about it. The breathing session tonight didn't result in complete failure. Abel lost some Kai at the end, but he could easily regain them after a day or two of training. He was not going to lose his rank as an amateur knight. But still, having Kai drained out of him was a somewhat bizarre phenomenon. To satisfy his curiosity, Abel pulled back his right sleeve and found a light shadow on his arm. It was kind of difficult to notice it at first sight. Abel took a long, close look at this mysterious shadow. He wasn't sure why, but it sure did look kind of familiar to him. It's a horadric cube. Abel jumped out of the ground after he figured it out. This thing was a horadric cube, there was no doubt about it. As an avid player of Diablo 2 for so many years, he would have never mistaken an important item like this one. It followed me to this world. Abel walked around his room in excitement. There was not a thing that he was familiar with in this world. And seeing a horadric cube here was like finding a water bottle in the middle of a desert. From what it looked like, the horadric cube had probably always been there. The reason it hadn't appeared before was because there wasn't any energy to activate it. Since Abel became a rank 1 novice knight tonight, some of the Kai he lost just then probably went inside the cube. The horadric cube was just floating on his right arm. Abel touched it with his finger, and his vision was suddenly filled with a window showing his inventory slot. There were 12 slots in total, and 2 of them were occupied by a single blue book. It was the Tome of Town Portal. Abel recognized it on the spot. It was the same copy as the one he modified before being struck by lightning. From what he could see inside his head, The quantity of this tome of town portal would regenerate itself once every few minutes. I'll take this tome out of the cube, Abel thought, and the tome of town portal quickly appeared inside his hand. It was quite a big book, almost as big as a magazine you would find on Earth. Its opaque blue cover was decorated with dark golden fringes, which would give off an occasional spark to signify how valuable this item was. Can I go home if I use this tome of town portal? Abel's heart started beating very fast. He wanted to see his real parents. He wanted to get a taste of his mother's cooking, and he wanted to get a smell of his hometown. For the entire year that he was in this world, Abel had never been so homesick until just now. After slowly opening up the tome of town portal, 20 different scrolls of town portal appeared. These scrolls were written on white wool sheets and were strapped in blue ribbons. All Abel needed to do to open up a portal was to pull the ribbons away. Abel tried placing his hand on one of the scrolls, but for some reason, his finger bounced off whilst he was trying to make contact with it. After trying again with a bit more force, he was able to successfully take the ribbon out of the scroll. His dismay, no portal appeared in front of him. It was a fireball that had emerged instead. Abel instantly threw it out of his hand the moment he saw it, which made a burn hole on the rug that he was standing on. It was irritating, of course, but at least it didn't burn the entire house down. Why didn't it work? Why did fireballs come out? Abel tried a few times more, but the results were always the same. Every time he tried opening up the scroll of town portal, flames would come out and incinerate its content into a pile of ashes. Abel cried after that. He cried for a while, then went to sleep as he got tired of crying. Whilst Abel was asleep, a shed of moonlight shined through the window and lit upon his face. The tears on his cheeks were gradually blown away by the night breeze coming in, which made him feel kind of cold even in his bedsheets. "Baba, Mama," a young, vulnerable voice called out in the night. It was the desperate call of a son to his parents. No one would understand it, though, as it was spoken in a language that belonged not to this world. It was Mandarin. The language was Mandarin, the common tongue that used back at home. It was the language that a son would speak in when he was far away from home. Under the bright dawn light that shone across the plain, the Bennett Castle once again revealed its grandiosity for the whole world to see. Compared to other castles owned by knights of the same rank, the Bennett Castle was actually a much more extravagant piece of architecture. It was, in a way, what you'd call a work of an era. It took about 10 years for the first Bennett lord to finish constructing it. And if it wasn't for the diligent maintenance of those who came after him, there wouldn't be such a magnificent landmark standing here to this day. Due to the incompetence of its successors over the last few generations, the Bennett family was demoted from one of the most prestige lords in the kingdom to just a family of knights. This was why the Bennets were always so ashamed when they talked about their past. As the current ruler of the house, the Knight of Bennett was very regretful to have accomplished so little during the war. He fought bravely and persistently against the orcs, but the achievements he made were not sufficient to change his family's status. This was why he was so keen on educating his children, Zack especially. If Zack could become a knight before the age of 30, the Bennett bloodline would have no concerns with being cut off. After that, it was up to Zack's ability to decide his own future. Abel, though, was not placed with such responsibility. If he never volunteered to become a knight, the Knight of Bennett was going to have someone teach him mathematics. Abel was supposed to find an office job in town when he got older. The Knight of Bennett was very worried about his younger son's future. Abel was not going to have his own castle. He was not going to have his own warhorse. He wasn't even going to have his own armor. Once Abel became older, he would become a wandering knight. Wandering knights were not recognized by the nobles in this country. He would have to spend a great deal of his life just to be able to afford the basic gear. If he could find a stable living before the age of 40, that would be considered more than lucky. "You ranked up?" the Knight of Bennett asked Abel. Abel took about 2 months to become a rank 1 novice knight. The same process took his father 4 months and his brother 4.5 months. Abel wasn't given the same amount of resources. The attention he received was nowhere near the same as other men, but raw talent alone gave him an advantage at the very start. "Yes, father. I became a rank 1 novice knight last night," Abel replied, and Zack quickly ran over to give him a hug. "You're a genius, brother, my most dear brother." Zack span his little brother around. He would have liked to compliment him a bit more, but Abel didn't seem to like being waved around like a rag doll. "You're a genius," Zack said once more as he put Abel back to the ground. "Shame, shame." The Knight of Bennett watched with a complex look on his face. He was happy, but kind of sad at the same time. If Abel was his oldest son, he would probably make more income than Zack would as a knight. That being said, Zack's training was already in progress. The Bennett family did not have any money to spare. Abel got his horadric cube yesterday. He couldn't use the scroll of town portal in it, but it was always nice to possess an item this valuable. In fact, after he woke up this morning, all he was thinking about was the formula he used to craft the cube. Even though there weren't a lot of formulas that he could use now, he might find something useful in town. "Father, I want to go to Fort Lee today," Abel requested. As usual, he was very direct to make this request. He wasn't used to talking this way before, but knights were supposed to be assertive in their speech. The Knight of Bennett nodded. "Sure, you just became a knight last night. It's better if you take a day off from your training today." "I'll help you get a horse," Zack said, then ran off to the stable. He got an inferior horse for Abel. After helping Abel to get on it, he even snuck a gold coin inside his pocket. The Knight of Bennett saw it, of course, but he didn't point it out. He was very happy to see it, though. After all, a brotherly bond was a rare thing to find from those of noble birth. Every horse that was not a war horse was considered to be what was called an inferior horse. A war horse would be fed wheat and beans, quality feeds, which would have cost at least 10 gold coins every month. Without receiving this kind of treatment, a war horse would quickly lose its speed and become a regular inferior horse. The horse Abel was riding was an inferior horse. It was a 2-year-old pony, but it was born from a war horse that belonged to the Bennett family. If the Bennett family could afford to give it the proper nutrition, there wouldn't be a problem to raise it as a war horse. While Abel was riding on his inferior pony, he had his bodyguard, Norman, following him at his back. Norman was wearing a full set of leather armor. He was carrying a long sword on his back, but he didn't have a horse with him. Since the horse his master was riding was a pony, he had no problem following it with just his 2 legs. Norman was a retired soldier who became back from war with the Knight of Bennett. As an underling to the Knight of Bennett, he lived with the rest of the family in the Bennett castle. In a way, it was the way of a servant showing his gratitude and loyalty to his lord. Norman was a very skilled swordsman. He became a rank 6 warrior after being trained directly under the Knight of Bennett. He didn't possess any kind of special techniques, but his swordsmanship alone was enough to make him a trustworthy bodyguard of Abel. "Hold on for a second, young master." Norman drew a sword from his back and scanned the trees on the side of the road. It would take about half an hour to go from here to Bennett Castle. It was also half an hour away from Fort Lee. If something was to happen to Abel, it was virtually impossible to call for backups. "What did you find?" Abel pulled the rein on his pony, then drew his new dagger from his waist pocket. While Abel was a lot taller than Norman on a horse, he couldn't see anything that was in the trees. What he could hear, though, was a loud growling from over the distance. That's when the shadow appeared. Abel could see it now. It was a shadow panther, and it was leaping straight for the pony's neck. The pony wasn't afraid in the least, however. As the offspring of a mare that survived the war, it was more than ready to take on a defensive stance. Snap! Within less than a second, it quickly jumped back and dodged the deadly bite of the shadow panther. The panther missed and was immediately punished by Norman and his long sword. Usually a shadow panther wouldn't appear during the daytime. It liked being in the dark, and it liked ambushing its prey while hiding at the side of the road. An encounter like this was rather unusual, in a way. This panther must have been starving to go so far away out of the forest. Norman already had his sword ready. The shadow panther, though, was by no means an ordinary feline. As ineffective as its bites were against Norman's blade, it still managed to dodge every single one of his attacks. Abel jumped down from his horse to join the fight. The shadow panther didn't attend to him. Judging from past experience, the larger human was the only thing that was stopping it from getting a full meal. The shadow panther was right. Well, partly at least. Abel didn't make a direct approach. Instead, he just circled around in the distance for an opportunity to strike. He didn't want to be a nuisance to Norman. It wasn't like he could do much harm if he just charged forward either. It took a while for Norman to make his first contact. He was aiming for the shadow panther's neck, but it was fast enough to make the blade hit its back. Instead, worse yet, the sly beast exploited this chance for a counterattack. While Norman was off guard, it used its tail for a surprise whip attack at one of his legs. Norman was suddenly at a disadvantage. Pain started showing on his face, and his feet were moving slower as he tried to readjust his position. While watching from the side, Abel knew he couldn't wait any longer. Abel quickly drew a long, deep breath. He wanted to concentrate all his Kai into one powerful attack. If he could release it towards the Shadow Panther, this should be over in an instant. He had to be very careful, though. The technique he was using was meant for novice knights to train themselves to exhaustion. If he was to miss and make another attempt, he would probably end up destroying his meridian to the point of no recovery. In a blink of an eye, the Shadow Panther leaped towards Norman for a finishing strike. Since there was a momentary pause as it stayed in mid-air, Abel took the chance and took his bet. He ran towards the panther from its back, his dagger pointing forward in his hands. A painful growl from the Shadow Panther. It was aware of Abel's presence the entire time, but the injury Norman inflicted still had an effect in delaying its movements. It was a close call, essentially. If Abel didn't step in, the outcome would be very different now. Having dug his dagger inside the Shadow Panther, Abel quickly let go of his grip and took a few steps back. The panther, on the other hand, started violently jerking its body as it laid on the ground. It didn't have the energy to keep up the fight, but the bloodlust would just never leave its conscience. It took a while for the Shadow Panther to die. The more that it growled at Abel and Norman, the weaker its voice slowly started to become. Once it stopped making any noise, that's also when it stopped moving at all. Abel wanted to make sure that the panther was dead, but Norman pulled him back when he took a step forward. "Be careful," he said, as he threw the sheath of his sword towards the Shadow Panther. Just when Abel thought that the Shadow Panther was dead, it suddenly clashed away the sheath with its claws. Even on the brink of death, its reflexes were still much faster than the vast majority of humans. Now that the Shadow Panther was certainly dead, Norman still wouldn't let Abel go check on it. Instead, he went ahead to pick up the sheath that he threw. "Young master," he pointed towards the claw marking on his sheath as he picked it up. As you can see, most beasts prefer killing their prey instantly. Norman picked up the Shadow Panther's corpse on the ground. Then, with a smile on his face, he removed the dagger from its backside and returned it back to Abel. "How would you like to deal with this?" Sir Norman inquired. "This is your prize. After all, let's carry it and sell it in town," Abel ordered as he looked towards the injury on Norman's leg. "Take the horse from here on. Take the panther with you as well." Despite his role as a humble servant, Norman didn't hesitate to take his young master's horse. He would give his life away if it was for the Bennett family, but none of that was contradictory to what he was doing here. Right now, he was an injured man. The most he could do for Abel was to not be a liability. Since there was only one horse available, the fastest way to travel was to have him stop walking on his two legs. Fort Lee. It was supposed to be just the name of an old fort. But people started building a town around it and made it into a densely populated town. Right now, the old Fort Lee was used as a residence for Lord Rex, who was the current mayor of this town. It was about noon when Abel and Norman arrived at Fort Lee. After a brief discussion between themselves, the two decided to go to the church for some treatment first. For the priest to perform a healing for light injury on Norman's leg, they spent a total of 10 silver coins. Something stood out to Abel while they were walking out of the sanctuary building. As it turned out, holding a church was actually a very profitable business. 10 silver coins were enough to feed a family for a month, but a priest could ask for the same amount for performing one divine act. Actually, just look at how tall the church was built. Under Norman's guide, Abel came to a leather store on the eastern side of town. It was, frankly, the right place to sell the Shadow Panther they killed. The store manager was shocked when the two brought the animal in. It was hard to bring down a dangerous predator without doing too much damage to its body. That was exactly what Abel and Norman did, though. Apart from the long streak of the wound on its backside, every other part of the panther was left untouched. That being said, the shopkeeper was more than happy to buy it for 10 gold coins. While Norman seemed pretty content with this deal, Abel just nodded with him. He didn't know how the leather market was like, but the 10 gold coins sounded like quite a good sum. 10 gold coins. Along with the 1 coin he got from Zach and the other 5 he had in saving, Abel had a total of 16 gold coins. Just like in the previous world, having gold meant great purchasing power. This meant that Abel wasn't exactly penniless now. Just to be clear, he didn't come to Fort Lee for a day off. He came here to do some shopping, some of which he had sent Norman to retrieve, and some of which he must buy without letting others know. Which was why he decided to head to the center of Fort Lee. After sending Norman away, Abel came to the Fort Lee shopping center, which was a large shopping place marked with a logo of the old fort. It was about noontime here, so there wasn't a lot of people. Abel wasn't sure what he could buy here, so he went to ask at the counter. From what he could see, this was kind of a more high-class version of a general store. There were daily commodities, jewelry, clothes, etc. He wasn't sure if he could find the stuff he was looking for here. "You must be Sir Abel." A fat, middle-aged man walked out from the counter. While wearing a big grin on his face, he greeted Abel with a bow. It was a weird bow, and the timing was pretty weird as well. Despite the unconventional and somewhat inappropriate display of etiquette shown towards him, Abel returned the favor with a formal greeting of his own. He knew how hard it was for commoners to learn the proper etiquette, so he wasn't going to ask too much here. Do you know me?" "Forgive me for calling out your name, sir. My name is Tim. I'm the owner of this establishment." Tim bowed again, but still in a very bizarre manner. "I've noticed the thorn shield on your attire. Your brother Zach had the same mark on him, and I happen to know him some time ago." The thorn shield was the coat of arms that represented the Bennett family. To be a competent royal, one must learn to memorize as many coats of arms as possible. It was a mandatory part of Abel's knight training, along with literature, music, and other talents. "Do you have any single pieces of gemstone here, Mr. Tim?" Abel inquired. Now, Abel didn't have to, but referring to Tim as Mr. was quite a respectful thing to do. Judging from Tim's reaction, he must have been extraordinarily pleased by this act of acknowledgement. "You've come to the right place, sir," Tim responded with a wider grin than when they had just met. "Yes, we provide a variety of gemstones here in Fort Lee. What were you after, sir?" On his command, Tim ordered his men to unlock a big box stored in the counter. There were several rows of gemstones inside this box, all of which were very small pieces. Most people in Fort Lee couldn't afford jewelry. Plus, the bigger gemstones were to be moved to somewhere else. They had other uses than being sold off as luxury accessory items. "How much do I need to pay for these, Mr. Tim?" Abel asked as he picked up 6 evenly sized rubies from the box. "Just 6 gold coins, Sir Abel." It was a reasonable price. After all, no esteemed merchants would swindle a customer from the same region. Also, Abel might be young, but he was still the son of a knight. It was a fair deal made with 6 gold coins. Plain and simple. Having received the cash from Abel, Tim went to put 6 ruby pieces inside a woolen bag. He led Abel out of the store after that, in the most respectful way he knew, of course. Having left the shopping center, Abel ran off to an isolated alleyway. There, he took out 3 ruby pieces from the bag and placed them in his horadric cube. If he remembered his formulas correctly, 3 of the same gemstones could merge into one bigger, finer gemstone of the same kind. Having withstood his feeling of excitement, Abel tapped the crafting slots with his finger. He inserted the 3 rubies in, which quickly vanished in a flash of light. He then saw a big ruby in the uppermost slot of the horadric cube. What a thing of beauty this was. After putting it out in the daylight, every side of this piece was glistening with a clear red flash. Whether it was the size or the quality of this piece, it was definitely a rank higher than the 3 other rubies combined. Abel couldn't tell for sure, but he knew this was worth more than 3 gold coins. Having crafted his second larger gemstone, Abel was starting to think of a good place to sell them. He knew he couldn't go back to Fort Lee Shopping Center. For this, if he came back to sell them to the place he had just bought jewelry from, it wouldn't take a genius to figure out that something was wrong here. Abel walked around the town for a bit more. After walking down the main street, he could see that there was a boutique shop in front of him. It was Edmund's boutique shop, the biggest business of its kind in the entire duchy. From what Abel could remember, every town in the Duchy of Carmel had Edmund's boutique shop somewhere. It was a very renowned brand, with a history of 500 years since it was first founded. Every year, the Edmund business would host a big auction event that would attract aristocrats from all the duchy. Even those from the neighboring duchies would come to bid on the exquisite items on sale. "Welcome to Edmund's boutique shop. How can I help you?" was a young woman who greeted Abel as he made his entrance. She had blonde hair, a standard oval-shaped face, large eyes, and her skin was fair and spotless. The fine dress she was wearing was made of oriental silk, a material that originated from the Far East. She spoke in a soft, gentle voice as she gave Abel a noontime bow. "Good noon, young and beautiful madam," Abel greeted. "I'm looking for someone to verify a gemstone for me." Like that fat man earlier, this lady knew exactly the right way to demonstrate her etiquette. She spoke politely, but not in an unnecessarily wordy kind of way. Her bow was proper and well-timed. As mentioned before, it wasn't easy for most people to learn the proper etiquette. The Edmund business must have done quite an investment in training its employees. "Please call me Yvette, my young and handsome sir. You can talk to me if it's about verifying your gemstones. I'm the manager of this shop. Please come with me for a chat upstairs." Just from a first glance, Yvette could tell that Abel was someone of noble birth. This was precisely why she would have a talk with him herself. The two went upstairs to have a seat in the guest room. The moment Abel sat down, he was immediately served with a cup of fresh coffee. Abel didn't want to appear rude, but walking for several hours in town made him very thirsty. He went to have a sip before they even started talking. It was good coffee. Abel wasn't exactly an expert, but his tongue wasn't completely numb either. Wherever the beans were from, it wasn't something that the Bennett family could easily make a purchase of. Abel was a very young boy. So young, Yvette could just refer to him as boy. Age, however, was by no means what signified the reputation of a nobleman. This notion was commonly acknowledged among aristocrats, and it was also something that their servants followed by when they served. "How much is this gemstone worth, Madame Yvette?" Abel took out his bigger ruby and passed it to Yvette. Having taken over the gemstone, Yvette started examining its interior through a small lamp. Then, after a few minutes had passed, she raised her head with a somewhat delighted look on her face. "This is a perfect piece, the carvings, the structure of it, transparency. Honestly, I can't find any flaws in it. How about I buy it from you for 300 gold coins?" Abel knew how perfect his ruby was. His horadric cube was literally incapable of crafting something flawed. It didn't matter if the gemstone was only worth 3 gold coins before. The price was now increased to 100 times worth of that. If someone else knew about horadric cube, it would surely bring a lot of trouble to Abel. Edmund's boutique shop was a pretty trustworthy business brand. Plus, the price Yvette just offered was very pleasing from Abel's perspective, so he decided to take out the second gemstone from his bag. Abel passed over the ruby as he folded his bag in half, indicating that he only had 2 in total. "I have another one. Please, I will sell it at any price you offer." Red and passionate, Yvette exclaimed in a tone that could be heard from a noble. "Now there's 2 of them, and they are just as perfect as each other. I need some supplement for my knight's training. Is there anything you recommend?" Zach used supplements for his training every month. He liked to drink a special potion that would increase the flow of his Kai before exercise. If Abel remembered correctly, the name of the potion was called a Kai condensing potion. He wasn't sure about it, though. No one bothered explaining it to a child like him. The Edmund's boutique shop can provide you with the lesser Kai condensing potion. It is priced at 10 gold coins per bottle. Yvette smiled, then paused for a sip of her coffee, telling you this may be bad for business, but there are a lot of unclean residues in the lesser potions and the side effects. Usually, if you take the potion for a month, you'd have to spend another month before your body can recover. "How effective is the lesser potion?" Abel asked. From his perspective, what mattered was that the potion could do what it was made to do. While Abel was a complete amateur in the use of potions, Yvette knew every detail there was to it. The best way to take the lesser potion is to have 5 bottles every month with training. Of course, the 5 bottles can essentially double your performance results, which means that a month's training will be the same as that of 2 after that. You will have to take a month off before you can repeat the whole process all over again if there is a lesser version of this potion. There must also be a greater version, of course. If you take the greater potion, you'll only need to take 2 weeks off after every 5 bottles. 5 bottles of the greater potion are worth about 4 months of training. If you want something better, there is also what we call the greatest potion, and the monthly dosage can produce the same results as that of 5 months worth of training. You can take it without any break because of how pure it is, but they only come at 3 bottles per month for one person. Abel had his eyes wide open this entire time he was listening to the explanation. Yvette didn't want to appear rude, but the boy sitting across her was simply being way too cute. Sorry for the inconvenience, Yvette chuckled. But if you're looking for the Kai condensing pill, the best ones we have in this store are just the greater potions. We sell them at 50 gold coins per bottle. If you're looking for the greatest potion, you'll have to visit our main headquarters. Abel wasn't going to pay for a potion that was 50 gold coins per bottle. He wasn't even going to ask how much the greatest potions were. To his knowledge, there weren't a lot of rich people in Fort Lee. Most would have had to sell their homes to afford a bottle of the greater potion. Out of a mysterious affection for the boy in front of her, Yvette leaned in to share some secrets with Abel. A lot of people don't know about this, Yvette softly whispered near Abel's ear. According to the potion master in our main headquarters, if a novice knight decides to take the Kai condensing potion, it will actually be harder for him to advance his ways to become an official knight. It doesn't matter if the potion is lesser, greater, or greatest. The more you take these supplements, the more residues you will have inside your body. And that's going to counteract with your breakthrough process when you try to become an official knight. Abel didn't know why Yvette would be so kind to him, but he did realize how lucky he was to have her teach him so much about training with potions. All in their first meeting, too, so not only was he feeling very grateful, but he also began to develop more respect towards this very good-hearted girl. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Yvette. Abel spoke in an even more formal tone. What you just told me will be very crucial to me. If you don't mind answering to this, is there any potion that doesn't produce a side effect? Why, there is, of course. Yvette nodded her head. Sometimes when they are in the mood for it, the potion masters would make something called the Master's Kai condensing potion. There's no guarantee on the number of these Master's potions, but one potion master is said to be able to produce 10 bottles of it every single year. Once the potions are ready, they are either given off as gifts for friends and families, or they are bought off by the rich and powerful. Yvette continued in an admiring and proud tone. In our annual auction event, our own potion master would put up 5 bottles of the Master's Kai condensing potion for sale. They are priced at more than 1,000 gold coins per bottle, and 1 bottle is enough for a novice knight to skip an entire year of training. If he didn't have his own horadric cube, Abel would have never considered taking potions for his training. Based on his previous performances, his talent looked more promising than both his father and brother. He was a genius, and it didn't matter if he was only 12 years old. With enough time and effort, he could easily become an official knight. Still, the idea of using a Master's Kai condensing potion sounded very attractive to Abel. A year worth of training without any side effects, and all it would take was some money. It was the perfect job, his horadric cube. Having come to a decision, Abel raised his head to make his purchase. I'll take 54 bottles of the lesser Kai condensing potion. Actually, with the money that's left, can I also get a small crossbow? Maybe something I can hold with just one hand. Abel knew how dangerous this world was. He could be ambushed by a starving beast just by walking on an open path. It was true that he was smart enough to kill that shadow panther back then, but it was best not to rely on luck in every single fight. That being said, it was always good to carry some gears with him while going to places. Abel wanted a sword and some armors too, but his budget was way too low for that. Actually, even if he had more money with him, he probably still wouldn't use it here. He was nowhere good enough to hide his own secrets, his cube, yet. If he was going to spend money on equipment, he'd like it to be something that people couldn't see. By this logic, a small crossbow seemed like a decent option. Just like that dagger Zack gave him, Abel could easily hide a weapon like this somewhere on him. Come to think of it, would be nice to be able to perform sneak attacks both within close range and long range. How about this small crossbow? It was crafted by the dwarves. Yvette went and placed a gray crossbow on the table, along with the potions Abel had ordered. Abel tried lifting the crossbow with just one arm. It was a very delicate piece of work, with a little less than a kilogram in weight. He didn't quite like its appearance though, since every part of it was just painted in plain gray. Besides, there were some very ugly holes that were punched through the handle. This is a second-hand item, Yvette explained in a bemused way, as Abel had a very questionable look on his face. I know what you are thinking, but the dwarves did a pretty good job when they first crafted this. Usually, a brand new crossbow with this kind of craftsmanship would have cost more than 500 gold coins. There were supposed to be some gems on the handle, but someone else decided to chip them off to make extra profit. Besides, no one liked this color. No wonder it would be in the store for this long. "I'll take it," Abel stated. He knew Yvette was being good to him. He wasn't sure why she was willing to go so far to help him, but he knew she wasn't the type to lie. "Be careful when you take these lesser potions. You have a long road ahead of you," Yvette said as she placed the Kai condensing potion in a box. She also grabbed some ammunition for Abel's crossbow. "Thank you, Miss Yvette. I'll make sure that I take these potions with caution," Abel responded with sincerity. He wanted to appear reliable in front of Yvette. Once Abel had gotten out of the store, he had 54 bottles of the lesser Kai condensing pill, 1 small crossbow, and 5 crossbow arrows. Yvette, on the other hand, was sitting next to the window on the boutique shop's 2nd floor. While watching as Abel slowly made his way back, she couldn't help but think about her little brother who had left the family for 2 years by now. If she could see him now, he would probably be just as big as Abel. It was quite late when Abel caught up with Norman. The sun was slightly leaned towards the west by the time they saw each other. If they didn't go back to the Bennett castle right away, they would have had to travel during the night, which was not safe at all. Norman saw the box Abel was holding, but he didn't say anything about it. As far as he was concerned, what mattered wasn't how much money his young master had spent or what he had bought. He was a bodyguard, and the only thing he cared about was his master's safety. That being the case, Abel still didn't want to let anyone see his box. He was going to put it in his horadric cube before, but there were far too few slots for him to put in his Kai condensing pill. It was 1 bottle per slot, so the most he could store was 10. He needed 2 more for his Tome of Town portal, meaning that the only way to go was to carry most of the stuff with his own hands. Fortunately, the two got back without facing any danger on the way, and Abel picked the right time to arrive at home. Zach was just practicing horse riding with the Knight of Bennett. No one, not his father, his mother, or his brother, no one was going to ask him what he had bought in town. This was a family of royals. They respected each other as royals. Every member, regardless of age, had rights to his or her own privacy. Abel was loved by his parents, but the love he felt was very different from the one he experienced on Earth. During his life back on Earth, parents showed love by interfering with every aspect of their child's life. They had to have a say in the child's education, social life, romantic life, marriage, and anything else. Any secret that a child had was considered a violation of the trust between them. The rules were very different here. Every time there was an important choice to make, Abel's parents would always listen to what Abel wanted, no matter how drastic the consequences were. As the second son of the family, the path ahead of Abel would be nothing but harsh for him. Now the Knight of Bennett knew this. He knew this all too well, but he decided to agree with his love for his son. It was a different kind of love, different from the kind that Abel experienced from his previous parents. They were equal in their weight, however. Abel knew that, and he was grateful to be so blessed in his 2 very long lifetimes. After coming back to his room, Abel quickly opened his box and took out a bottle of the Kai condensing potion. Whilst facing the sunset, he could see that the bottle was surrounded by arcs of white light which, in ways that were inapplicable to normal physics, kept on flashing and sparking as they swirled around. It was only a lesser potion, yes, but by appearance alone, it would be worth so much if it was found on Earth. Speaking of Earth, Abel missed his home now. He never had a nostalgia for the whole year that he came here, but something kicked in when he saw that tome of portal yesterday. Whatever, just don't think about it, he forced himself. Right now, the important thing was his experiment. If Abel's hypothesis was confirmed, his training speed would be much faster than where it was currently. Abel inserted 3 lesser potions into the horadric cube, then lightly pressed onto the transmute button. After a white light flashed by, the 3 bottles of the Kai condensing potion emerged into just one. It was not surrounded by white arcs of light, however, but a beautiful ray of blue. It worked. Abel had never seen a greater Kai condensing potion before, but this should be it. There was no doubt about it. The horadric cube never got its formulas wrong. It wasn't like he cared too much about it, but a smirk suddenly emerged on Abel's face. If 3 bottles of the lesser potion cost 30 gold coins in total, and a bottle of the greater potion costs 50 gold coins, he just made 20 coins worth of profit. It was a weird thought to have in a serious time like this, but it was kind of funny in a way. Abel inserted 3 more lesser potions into his cube. For reasons he himself wasn't sure of, he was already feeling like a potion master, or an alchemist figuring out the right proportions for his concoction. As excited as he was, Abel's hands never stopped. He just kept on transmuting the lesser potions into greater potions, and lined up the finished products on his table. Pretty soon, 54 bottles of the lesser Kai condensing potions were turned into 18 bottles of the greater Kai condensing potion. Abel was about to scream at this point. Even if he couldn't turn the greater potions into the greatest potion, he was pretty much guaranteed a way to afford his living now. If he wanted to, he could head into the potion brewing business at any time he wanted. He could become a renowned potion master by selling large quantities of the greater Kai condensing potion. Becoming a knight was his topmost preference, of course, but it was always good to have some sort of backup plan. Abel calmed himself once more. Then, he inserted 3 bottles of the greater potion into his horadric cube. Without any failure this time, the 3 greater potions were mixed into one. It was a bottle surrounded with golden arcs of light. Inside was a potion that could only be produced by an expert. It was the greatest potion which, although makeable given the right amount of experience, was not something that could be sold as a regular item. The greatest potion was inferior to a master's potion, but the creation of both required the brewer to be in the right zone. There was something special about this potion. Abel didn't know how much it was worth exactly, but his guess was just as good as anybody else's. Well, there wasn't a lot of potion masters in the duchy, he knew at least that much. Soon, 18 greater potions were turned into 6 bottles of greatest potions. Abel was right. It was the right choice for him to spend all his money on potions. He put the 3 bottles of the greatest potion into the cube, and just like all the times before, everything in the slots vanished when a white light flashed out. What came out was a bottle of a master's Kai condensing potion. Was surrounded by arcs of dark golden light, and there was a thick texture to the liquid that was inside. The liquid itself was amber in color. Strangely, though, it was not translucent like all the other potions. With a gentle shake of its container, Abel would see that it was a little bit sticky. One more time. At the end of the day, Abel produced 2 bottles of the master's Kai condensing potion. He produced 2 bottles of the ultimate potion, which would bear no effects whatsoever to its user. Now, what should he do about these potions? He could consume it right here, but that would expose the existence of the horadric cube. He couldn't allow that to happen if he was to survive in this world. The better option was to store it somewhere safe. Whatever Abel was planning to do next, safety always came first. The more Abel knew about this world, the less safe he began to feel. While everything could be explained by science on Earth, the logic seemed to work very differently here. The injury on Norman's leg should take a few months to recover, but a lesser divine act was enough to treat it on the spot. Knowing something like this was actually more worrisome than relieving the more you think about it. With that in mind, if Fort Lee was just a small town, what kind of unexplainable, unthinkable things could Abel see if he went to a bigger town? A bigger city, maybe. The Bennett Castle always held its dinner on time. Since there were knights in the house, the time to eat was set at 8 o'clock at night. The meal, as always, was limited to 3 things: beef, porridge, and mashed potatoes. Due to financial issues, the beef was not flavored with anything at all. Spices were restricted to only the very rich nobles. They had to be harvested all the way from the Double Moon Forest, which was a faraway territory ruled by the elves. The further a product was from its place of origin, the pricier it was. This was especially true when there were so many merchants involved in the transportation process. Like always, it was a quiet, yet heart-warming dinner with the family. After a whole day of workout, combat, and adventure, Abel wanted to go back to his room for a shower. He didn't like the sewage system here, though, so he decided to make one himself. The Bennett Castle relied on one underground stream for its water supply. Like most castles built in this world, no resource could be sent in the fort if it was surrounded by invaders, so the water was crucial for self-subsistence. If it was a castle built for a higher lord, the sewage system would probably be big enough for a few thousand people. The Bennett Castle could provide enough water for a few 100 people, which was quite a lot in itself. There were less than 100 residents living here, guards and servants included, so the water was not an issue at all. To build his own irrigation system, Abel decided to find the carpenter of the Bennett Castle. He ordered the carpenter to build a water wheel. It was meant to be powered by the underground stream, and there would be some pipes connected to it to let the water flow inside a big wooden box, which would be stored on the top floor of the castle. Then, using some bamboo hardened with fire, pipes were built to let the water into the bathroom. Abel had bronze in mind at the start, but metal was far too expensive. There was no mine inside the castle, no blacksmith for hire either. The Bennett family couldn't even use iron to make the pipes. After a long, hard thought to himself, Abel came to the conclusion that bamboo was the best option available. Once heated up with fire, it could be bent, hardened, and used for a variety of construction work. Most importantly, it was extremely cheap. After the pipes were ready, Abel had the carpenter make him a full-size wooden bathtub, a wooden washing basin, and even a flush toilet with seat. For once, things were starting to look a bit modern. Lumber was worth almost nothing in this world. Apart from some very rare species, anyone with an axe could get some wood from the forest. Speaking of which, the Bennett family owned all the trees within a 100-mile radius from the castle. Lumberjacks and carpenters were hired, of course, but their main job was with planting crops in the field. You wouldn't get paid much for chopping down trees. Thanks to Abel's innovative suggestions, every room of the castle was renovated with the same design plan. The carpenter, after being paid a generous sum for his work, was ordered to sign a contract with the Knight of Bennett. Without his master's permission, he was restricted from making the same system again for anyone else. Hence, the blueprint of the wooden irrigation system was locked inside the Bennett family vault. As a nobleman who grew up knowing a fair share of things, the Knight of Bennett knew how life-threatening this device could be. If some high lord happened to know about it, he would most likely keep it all in his own family collection, meanwhile killing anyone who happened to know something about it. The Knight of Bennett was all too familiar with this sort of thing, which was why Abel didn't invent anything afterward. Without the right status and strength, any creative ideas could bring catastrophe to him and his family. For the thousands of years of this world's history, there had been no change to the way society was structured. It was a very different story to that of Earth, which was very easily influenced by instability and interferences. Rules could vanish and remerge within a span of a few centuries, and nothing could ever be referred to as constant. Abel, come stay with Zach, the Knight of Bennett commanded as Abel was about to head back to his room. You are rank 1 novice knight now. You are now worthy of my tutoring. After coming to the training room, Abel could see that the servants had already prepared the wooden dummies for him. There were some wooden swords hanging on the wall, and the Knight of Bennett grabbed one to give it to him. I have heard about what you did. The Knight of Bennett stared at Abel. You killed a shadow panther with the strength of a beginner knight. You surprised me, son. Even if you did it with Norman's help, I am still very surprised about it. For my whole life, I have seen countless knights who are more talented than I could ever be. They were stronger than me, faster than me, but none of them lived to be as old as I am now. Do you know why? To Abel's surprise, the Knight of Bennett was suddenly giving him a lecture. For all the time he had been in this world, he had never heard so much word coming out his father's mouth before. How did I survive to be standing here today? It's because a knight's strongest shield is his sword. The fastest sword is also the sturdiest shield there is. If the knight is fast, he can charge when he's on a horse. When he gets down the horse, he can pull on a heavy bow with a blink of an eye. Now, there are a lot of geniuses in this world. Some of them decided to become the fastest men they could be. Some of them decided to become the strongest men they could be. Now, I am not the strongest man there is. I'm also not the fastest man there is. However, I happen to be the heir of our family, and what our ancestors have left for us is a full training routine dedicated to knights. Because of my heritage, I became the strongest man among the fastest men. And I became the fastest man among the strongest men. The Knight of Bennett widened his eyes, called out in a rather emotional tone, what our ancestors gave us is the most complete system there is. Generation after generation, they passed it on to me without making any sort of adjustment. In the near future, I will fulfill my role and pass this treasure on to you both. Remember this, no gold, no renowned weapon or armor, none of these will be ever as precious as heritage. Heritage, my sons. Heritage is the most precious treasure there is. Zach, show your brother how to form an attack. The Knight of Bennett threw a wooden word towards Zach, to which Zach responded with a glare of a beast. He pointed towards the dummy with his sword, drew a light breath from his mouth, and instantly changed into his charging position. Abel could just barely see it. The dummy was sent flying in an instant, and while it was still in mid-air, Zack quickly went to stab it at 3 different spots. It was the thigh, the waist, and the throat, all executed in one sequence of movement. It was like something coming straight out of a textbook. "You are faster than this," the Knight of Bennett said. The father was always strict in his demands. Zack understood that, so he quickly responded with a nod. "Can you see this clearly, Abel? This is a classic knight's attack. You break through your enemy's defense with a charge and finish the fight with a quick slash to their vital spot. Every part of this sequence takes thousands of years to refine. Your role is to execute these movements as perfectly as you can. There is no need to make any kind of adjustment. Countless blood has been spilled to come up with what you are looking at right now." The Knight of Bennett continued with a slightly ridiculing tone. "There are always some so-called geniuses who try to be creative with this. None of them are alive now. Listen here, son. What you should be doing is to remember these movements. Turn them into your instincts. Use them before you have any second thoughts." Abel felt so proud to have killed that shadow panther back then, but looking at Zack was a real wake-up call for him. He could be as smart as he wanted to be with his tricks, but they would always be futile against a properly trained knight. Even Zack could dominate him without any resistance. For the remaining days, Abel continued on his training routine. He practiced combat techniques during the daytime and improved his muscle strength with the metal armor at night. Before he went to bed, he would always practice his night breathing techniques. There was a lot more beef on the dinner table that night. From that point onward, Abel was starting to receive the same meal size as Zack. While the Knight of Bennett hadn't said anything about it, he felt like his father had come to some sort of decision. Being a gym trainer probably had something to do with this. For reasons he wasn't sure of, Abel learned how to fight as knight fairly quickly. He had good reflexes and forms. What he lacked in experience and strength, he would certainly make up for as he got older. The Bennett family system taught the use of multiple types of weapons. There was archery, lancing, sword and shield play, heavy shield, etc. After about half a year of non-stop training, Abel learned all there was to learn. It was kind of unfair for Zack, in a way, so much so that he had often made complaints to the spirits. "But that took me more a year," he would often cry out, and the Knight of Bennett would always wear an ominous look on his face. Abel wasn't sure what his father was thinking of, but he knew something was about to happen soon. Over these past few months, Abel did not take a single drop of his master's potion. After learning about the importance of heritage from his father, he decided that it was only right to take supplements after he knew all the right techniques. Still, in a very short period of time, he managed to become a rank 2 novice knight with just his raw talent. On one particular night, Abel knew something was wrong when he sat down for dinner. He noticed how red and swollen Nora's eyes were. He also saw a very resolute expression on his father's face. "Abel, my son," the Knight of Bennett stood up as Abel had just picked up his fork. "You are the most talented child I have seen in all of my life. The Holy Light has granted you wisdom and courage, but the Bennett family does not have the resources to raise you to your full potential. This is a great loss to the family name and a disgrace to one who guides us all." The Knight of Bennett threw a glance at his wife, then back to his 2 sons. He continued on in a coarser voice. "I have made an agreement with a fellow knight of mine. His name is Marshall. For the next few years, Abel will train to be a knight under his teaching. If Abel manages to meet his expectations, he will be inheriting the unicorn symbol, which is the coat of arms of the Harry family." Abel knew who the Knight of Marshall was. The Knight of Marshall was his father's best friend. They fought alongside each other during the war against the orcs. During the most desperate times, they saved each other's life and came back home together. Unlike the Knight of Bennett, the Knight of Marshall never had a child. His only wife died in an incident, and he was never married after that. For all the years that the Marshall family had been without an heir, he just kept on staying in the castle where his wife was buried. It was no easy choice for the Knight of Bennett to send Abel away. Abel wasn't just going to have his surname changed. As a matter of fact, he was going to cut his ties with his real family. He would be wearing a different coat of arms on his clothes, his armor, and his flag. That's probably how it was going to be for the rest of his life. Having a talented child was a very troubling thing for the Knight of Bennett. He had thought all kinds of different options before, including sending him to his wife's father, Keith. Still, it had been a long time since he last contacted Keith. Besides, Keith was a merchant. He had money, yes, but simply having money was not enough to raise someone to be a knight. Also, Keith lived all the way up at Cora Duchy, which made it very hard to keep in touch with Abel if he was sent over there. Seth Bennett, that was the real name of the Knight of Bennett. He was commonly referred with the Bennett title because, well, he was the only one of his kind living on this plane. 2 centuries ago, his ancestors became royals because of their contributions to the war. They were also rewarded with a piece of land. Its name was originally the Bennett Honorary Lord's Domain, but now it was just the Bennett Knight's Domain. The direct descendants of the Bennett family lived in Bakong City, which was a major city located inside Carmel Duchy. If Abel was sent there, it was very likely for him to become a regular knight. There was a trade-off for doing so, however. It would mean that Abel would become a bodyguard for a direct descendant of the Bennett family. He would have to sacrifice his own personal freedom, and if the circumstances called for it, his own life. There was no way the Knight of Bennett would let that happen to his second son. There was another reason. The Knight of Bennett wouldn't want Abel to lose the status of a royalty. It was something that he had already decided, long before Abel was even born. As the proud Knight of Bennett, he would only make a request from his kinsmen if the Bennett Knight's domain were to regain its old title as the territory of an honorary lord. It was a crucial way of him maintaining his pride, so to speak. Marshal Harry was a different man to the Knight of Bennett. First of all, his family had a very prestigious name in Bakong City. With the help of his family, Marshal Harry was also rewarded with a knight's domain after war. It was land just 300 miles away from the Bennett Knight's domain, mainly because of his ties with the Knight of Bennett. Everything there was newly built, apparently. Even the castle was made of new bricks and stones. The Harry family had a long and fine history to it. A few elite knights came to be because of them. And while their philosophy was different from that of the Bennett family, the two had great respect for each other's achievements in the past. Marshal Harry had always wanted to adopt a son. He had said it on many occasions, but it was hard to find someone with the right conditions. He wasn't just looking for a child that he could look after. He was looking for an heir that he could pass his family name onto. That being said, the child he would adopt must have royal blood inside of him. Ironically, though, most royal children already had their futures planned ahead of them. Suppose a man had 3 sons. Even if the eldest was to become the heir, it was very easy for him to disqualify after, say, a lost duel or common disease. Whatever might take away his life, the next child would always be a backup solution. And there really wasn't a royal family with just one child. Everyone wanted more kids. The only problem, really, was with how much wealth was distributed to educate them. Abel was a genius. The Knight of Bennett was very certain of that. He knew how talented Abel was, and there was no way he would let that talent go to waste. Yes, even if such a decision comes with a cost. Sending Abel away was a great loss to the Bennett family. All because there wasn't enough money in the family. No wonder everyone was so grim during dinner. Zach kept having his beef sliding out of his fork, which was an act that would usually receive the immediate condemnation from the Knight of Bennett. Strangely, however, the Knight of Bennett just kept on eating his food in silence. Nora was the only one who didn't hide away her emotions. She barely ate anything during dinner time, and instead spent her time sobbing and wiping away her tears. After dinner was over, the Knight of Bennett had Abel come to his study for a chat. As the place for storing some of the family's most important documents, the study was usually locked up for anyone except the Knight of Bennett himself. That being said, it was the first time that Abel had laid his eyes on it. Just by a first glance, Abel could tell that it was a very big room. On one side of the white wall, there were portraits of previous owners of the Bennett castle. The other side was stuffed with tall bookshelves, which contained various sizes of red or black books. In the middle of the study was a big wooden desk. From what Abel could see, it had a very smooth surface to it, which was most likely due to the years of paperwork that were signed on top of it. This was, in other words, the core of Bennett's Knight domain. All commands, big or small, were officialized at this very spot right here. The Knight of Bennett walked over towards the desk. He dragged out a big box made of oak wood. It was a fancy box, laced with deer hides and had a red bronze handle on top of it. As the Knight of Bennett opened it, Abel could see a tidy set of armor inside. A half-body cure buili. Both the front and back were decorated with small, shiny square pieces of metal. From the shoulder to the wrist were multiple layers of galvanized iron. This was quite an unusual set of armor, which was a mix between a leather set and a metal set. Not only was it cheaper than a full steel gear or chainmail, but it was also more resistant than something purely made of animal skins. I got this cure buili during my battle against the orcs. After I killed an inferno bovine, I carried its corpse to an armorsmith and had him craft an armor set from it, said the Knight of Bennett as he took out the lower half of the armor from the box. It was a pair of leather jeans with galvanized iron as the knee guard. Here is a light longsword, a pair of leather boots and a pair of gloves. I don't have a lot of previous things to give you, my child. Abel's eyes were starting to swell it. He noticed this armor set now. It was his father's backup set. As it was impossible for a knight to have possessed only one set of armor, he had to have a backup to wear when the original was sent for maintenance. If the original set was elsewhere, the Knight of Bennett would have to fight without protection. But there was no hesitation. No refusal either. As Abel took over the box, he was starting to feel the weight of a father's love. There was no other gift that could be as precious as this. After Abel came back to his room, he saw that his mother had already been waiting for him. Unlike the Knight of Bennett, her parting gifts were much simpler. There were jackets, shirts, a training suit, formal suits, and several pieces of handkerchiefs. It was clothing, more clothing, and nothing else. Nora didn't cry this time. She just held onto Abel's hand and talked to him. She spoke slowly and patiently. It was mostly about how Abel should get along with others. Once he was in the outside world. The night was quiet, but the Bennett castle remained alight. Nobody had slept. It was until dawn when Nora had left Abel's room. After his mother was gone, Abel sat quietly on a chair and contemplated his life over the last 2 years. Despite his appearance, Abel was a 40-year-old man on the inside. It wasn't like he didn't know what the Knight of Bennett was thinking. He agreed very much with the decision that was made for him. If he wasn't so gifted at such an early age, everything could have been normal for him. Instead of leaving to an unknown place at an age as early as 12, he could have left the family when he reached adulthood. Abel saw what was coming for him, and he was ready to take it. He took out his horadric cube, revealed a bottle of the golden Kai condensing pill, and opened its cap. He wanted to save it for later, but the challenge ahead would not let him delay. Not long ago, the Bennett castle was a safeguard that protected Abel's safety. Without it, he had learned to protect himself with whatever he could lay his hands on. As the amber-colored liquid slid inside his throat, Abel could feel his inside filled with a vigorous essence. The Kai kept on channeling through his muscles, but unlike most regular potions, it did not take away any of the food that he had eaten before. It quickly materialized and was turned into his third meridian. It was doing this at a very steady pace, too. Unlike most times, when he had tried to do it on his own, Abel didn't have to worry if the process was going to fail. Abel practiced his breathing techniques every night, but he was never so successful as he was now. On a regular night, he could do 20 sets at most. He would have to take breaks between each one of them. Things were very different tonight. He was going very strong. Even the curtains were moving at the rhythm of his breathing. It took about half an hour for the potion to wear off. By this time, there were 3 stabilized meridians inside Abel's body, and some excess Kai which could have filled. In half more, Abel was surprised about this, of course. As it turned, the master's potion was much more powerful than what Yvette had told him. Were the rumors wrong then? Well, not exactly. Technically speaking, a master's potion was still far from being a perfect potion. As skilled as a potion master might be, human craftsmanship still had its limitations. The horadric cube was free from such a flaw, though, since Abel was crafting his Kai condensing potion. Mechanically, every little detail, proportions, and such were all taken into consideration, and was in respect to the power of the rule. This was, to put it simply, was a force that belonged to the gods. As a divine item, the horadric could utilize a fraction of this power to transform whatever item that it contained. This was the reason why the master's potion Abel created was much more potent than a regular one. It was like asking a god to help with a novice knight's training, and what kind of god would be so bored to do that? It was hard to resist the temptation once it started to kick in. After leveling himself up in just half an hour, Abel decided to take in another bottle of his master's potion. And there it was again. In virtually no time whatsoever, Kai quickly emerged and became Abel's 4th meridian. The effect of the potion quickly vanished after it had done its job. Abel quickly stood up from the ground. He noticed that his entire body was covered in dark, stinky stains. After enhancing his bodily function in such a short period of time, all the dirty substances inside of him were quickly excreted out. Abel quickly ran to the bathroom to clean himself up. Having used 3 bucketfuls of water, he tried as hard as he could to scrub away the stench off him. After he was done, he opened up his room's window and tried to let the wind take the smell away. Abel was half naked while he was doing this. He had grown 10 centimeters over the past 6 months, putting him at 160 cm in height. He was just a kid, but the muscles on him were already pronounced. As buff as he was, Abel was still very humble. He had great respect for the fighters in this world. Whether it was a mercenary or a knight, anyone with a weapon could pull off a very impressive fight. That being said, though, most of them wouldn't know how to fight properly with their own bodies. If 2 men were to fight against each other with nothing but their bare fists, they would simply throw straight punches at each other and watch who went down first. As a former gym trainer, Abel was acquainted with the use of several types of martial arts. He knew boxing, MMA, Muay Thai, and Tai Chi. He wasn't an expert, so to speak, but the knowledge he possessed has made him a very formidable opponent in any type of hand-to-hand combat. If it was hand-to-hand combat, Abel could easily defeat Zack, who was obviously much taller and stronger than him. Strength wasn't everything, so they said. With the power of sports science on his side, everyone in this world seemed clumsy to Abel when they fought with nothing but their bare fists. And very rightly so. In this world, there was hardly any need to develop any hand-to-hand combat system. The humans' biggest foes were the orcs. Brawling with those monsters head-on was just suicide. What about against other humans then? Well, royals solved their disagreements with sword duels. Fighting with no weapon was considered foul and in some way very disrespectful to one's opponent. As Abel practiced a few reps of his standard punches, he could felt a significant increase in his power and speed. It was good and all, but such an improvement was kind of hard to get used to. Just when he was grabbing his wooden cup for a sip of water, his fingers snapped it into shreds. Too much progress could have their downturns, so it seemed, but that was fine. Abel was 12 years old now, with only 1 month left before his 13th birthday. By that time, he would have already made the same achievement as Zack did when he was 18. Abel readied himself for his Tai Chi practice. While he was repeating the moves that were taught to him, he tried to remember what his instructors used to say. From what he could remember, the instructor said that Tai Chi was the best martial art for holding back one's brute force. Tai Chi was about reserving one's power, moving in an unending sequence of movements, being able to both escalate and de-escalate at the same time, and having a natural rhythm while fulfilling all these conditions. It was about harmonizing one's entire being into a collected whole, which was much easier said than done. Abel had to calm himself down after taking that second potion. After stabilizing himself from a state of excitement, he began to act out all 74 postures of his Tai Chi sequence. It was the beginning posture, the Vajra pounds mortar, grasp and tuck clothes, all the way until the 74th posture. The sun was very much up high after he was finally done. As it turned out, Tai Chi didn't make you have a weaker punch. It just made you appear weaker than you were. With his Tai Chi techniques activated, Abel noticed that he was much weaker than he truly was when he was looking at himself in the mirror. If he was to tone down his Tai Chi, he was a rank 4 novice knight. But if he was to activate it, he could appear in whatever rank which he so desired. He could not pretend to be at a level that was higher than what he was actually at. This was very convenient. It was hard to make up a reason to explain why he had ranked up for 2 in just a single night, but having a camouflage meant that there was no need in doing so. Abel could just keep putting himself at rank 2 while he was packing up his luggage. It was a cold morning at the start of December. As things were starting to get busy for the Bennett castle, the servants had to start cleaning the stables right after they woke up. The stablemen fed beans to the 2 chariot horses. The cleaners brushed all the swords, armors, and boots inside the house. There was even a new rein for the knight of Bennett's steed. While Abel and his servants came out with the luggage, 6 lancers were waiting for him in front of the castle gate. While not necessarily grand in any way, they were standing very neatly around a line of chariots. It was a small farewell parade designated for the young. Master's leave. These men were all wearing blue leather armor. They had boots as high as their knees and wore blue woolen hats on top of their heads. Apart from their 3-meter-long lances, everything they had on them was sewn inside the Bennett castle. While the wool might not be protective against arrows, they did make it easier to pull one out of a soldier's wound. There weren't many decorations in the parade. Apart from the 2 soldiers hanging up the thorn shield flag on the tip of their lances, there wasn't anything that stood out in particular. Since blue was the base color of the Bennett family's coat of arms, every fabric in this parade, costumes and curtains and so on, all had to have the same uniform tone. Just while Abel was carrying the box onto his chariots, the Knight of Bennett rode his battle stead outside of the castle gate. Behind him was Abel's mother, Nora, who had eyes full of tears as Zack held her. The Knight of Bennett was looking especially solemn. Under the bright shine of the sun, every plate of his silver-white armor was glowing in shivering light. He wasn't wearing his helmet for some reason. His helmet and weapons were all hanging on one side of his saddle. His long hair was tied up in a simple tail, which kept moving around as the cold wind went by. Nora didn't say anything to Abel. She just kept looking at Abel, almost as if she had already told him everything last night. It was like she was looking at the most precious treasure in the world. One way or another, Zack always knew that Abel was going to leave the castle. It was a tradition that no one could go against, which was why he was always so loving towards his only brother. He didn't expect Abel to leave so early, though. "This is your home, Abel. Come back when you have the time to." Zack came to hug his little brother. Technically speaking, Abel was just as strong as him, but the grasp was so tight that it felt more overwhelming than intended. Abel was quite calm this whole day, but he felt like he was going to lose it at this moment. The morning sun didn't feel quite warm during winter, and, because of how loud the wind was howling, every flag in the parade was waving around like they were out of control. Abel didn't sit inside the chariot cabin. Instead, he was riding on top of a 3-year-old mare right in the middle of the parade. Because of how oversized his father's cure builli was, he was now wearing a leather armor covered in wool. He was carrying a light sword on his back, so light, in fact, that it felt almost useless for a rank 4 novice knight. Abel turned around for a final look at his mother and brother. He couldn't do it for too long, however. The moment he turned his head around, he felt like tears were immediately welling up his eyes. Since the headquarters couldn't be unguarded, not a lot of people joined the farewell parade. Apart from Abel and the Knight of Bennett, there were about 9 people in total who left the Bennett castle. As the second best fighter in the Bennett Knight's domain, Norman was left with the task of being the Bennett castle's temporary headmaster. Knights were the lowest amongst royalty. That being said, not just anyone could be qualified to serve them. Loyalty, reliability, competence in combat, and being of noble birth were all crucial features to being qualified as a knight's underlings. Take Norman, for example. He had been a brother of the Knight of Bennett ever since the war. He was only granted the status of a knight after he had his loyalty confirmed and was taught the Bennett family's secret techniques at a much later time. It was a rewarding journey for him, to say least the least. For the years of his devotion, he was promoted from a regular guard to being the honored underling of a noble knight. Many wandering knights were desperate for a master with his own territory. Once accepted, the head knight would be responsible for all their day-to-day expenses. This included weapons, armors, and even the housing of the underlings. With this much at stake, one had to be extra careful in choosing his most trusted underlings. The parade went on for a total of 6 hours. Apart from the half-hour break during lunchtime, the men didn't stop their feet at one single time. Thankfully, no one was bold enough to be a disturbance. Even the beasts could tell how dangerous the Knight of Bennett was. This was the furthest Abel had been from home. He could vaguely recall the 11 years of the real Abel's childhood, and it was truly his very first time to be this far away from home. Sadly, though, there wasn't much scenery to lay his eyes on. Apart from some evergreen plants lying on the side of the road, everything just looked kind of gloomy and dull around here. Thank the spirit that it wasn't snowing. As dusty as the soil road might be, it was a much more preferable choice than trekking on wet, mushy ground. From what Abel had heard from others, roads in the big cities were all paved in large, smooth stones. For some reason, it kept reminding him of the concrete roads he had remembered from planet Earth. How nice would it be if there were concrete roads in this world? Abel was about to extend on his imagination, but he also remembered his oath to not make any inventions. Like the irrigation system he had built for the Bennett Castle, creativity without protection would only bring disaster to him and those around him. As a grown man who had received modern education behind everybody's back, Abel could think faster than the real Abel could. He was also smarter than the version of himself on Earth. Whether it was fighting, etiquette, or anything culturally related, he could pretty much understand in a snap of a finger. It was almost as if he had received a buff when he arrived in this world. After a while, the roads were going from soil to Portuguese pavements. The Knight of Bennett wasn't surprised at it. If anything, he knew exactly why this was the case. "This is what makes the martial knight special," the Knight of Bennett said to Abel as he pointed to the ground below. "He's all about not losing face in front of others. If there was a mountain to mine around here, he would have used giant boulders to pave the roads here." While staring at his father's shiny armor, the newly sewn decorations on his horses, and the brand new gears of the 6 accompanying lancers, Abel really felt like saying, "Father, if you are just a little bit richer, I'm sure that martial knight would have nothing on you if it's about losing faces." The Harry Knight's domain was 300 miles west of the Bennett Knight's domain. Between them was another domain of an honorary lord. If there wasn't a need to go around this region, there was no way that Abel's trip would have taken as long as 6 hours. Despite being a royal who was granted his own land, the Knight of Bennett was in the middle-high class, which was still a bit far from being an aristocrat. Besides, he wasn't quite good at socializing with the other nobles. He tried his best to keep a polite distance from the other upperclassmen. This made it quite difficult for him to request his own army to make a direct pass into another domain. The parade made its way to the Harry Knight's domain at around 3 in the afternoon. From over a distance, Abel could see a very big castle in front. On either side of this castle, red banners were depicting a rearing unicorn. Needless to say, they were the family symbol of the Knight of Marshall. From what Abel could see, his father clearly wasn't pleased to see this. The Bennett Castle had its own banner, but that was only 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. It was something that the Knight of Bennett had inherited from his own father. While it was unfinished back then, he had to spend quite a bit of money to add the final touches to it. "It's a treasure for the next generation," he would always say. "He's doing this on purpose." The Knight of Bennett ground his teeth. "I've told him about the banners." Abel saw this, of course, and decided to slow down his horse for a bit. As upset as his father was, he didn't want to bring himself too close to any sort of trouble. At the front gate of the Harry Castle, a middle-aged man was wearing a full set of golden armor. He was accompanied by 2 of his bodyguards who, for the sake of rubbing it in just a bit more, were also fully equipped with some very fine leather gears. The Knight of Marshall had a carving of the god of sun on his left chest and the crest of the white unicorn on his right. For someone of his age, he was much sturdier than most would expect. He was very tall, too. There were quite some wrinkles on his face, but instead of making him look old, it somehow gave off this mature and refreshing aura about him. "Marshall." With a growl of a bloodthirsty tiger, the Knight of Bennett jumped down his horse and quickly walked towards the Knight of Marshall. The ground below him trembled every time he had taken another step. "Seth," the Knight of Marshall responded with a roar that was just as loud and angry. With his golden hair flying in the air, he approached the Knight of Bennett with the menace of a fully maned lion. No one knew how to react to this. The two were meant to be best friends, but they looked like they were about to beat each other up. The two just kept on walking towards each other. They were so close to each other that their fists were perfectly in range for a knockdown punch. They didn't stop at that point either. Instead, when their chests were an inch apart, the two jumped at the same time and collided themselves right into each other. No fist, no kicks either, just 2 men pushing against each other with their armored chest. If Abel were to describe it, the noise that followed was almost to that of a car crash at full speed. What a strange but impressive exchange of raw strength. Both the Knight of Bennett and the Knight of Marshall had to take several steps back. The Knight of Bennett cursed as he steadied his 2 legs. "You became an intermediate knight. Why the hell did you mention that in the letter?" "Well, the same could be said for you," the Knight of Marshall replied as he caressed the bruise on his golden armor. "You didn't say you've become an intermediate knight." The Knight of Bennett, too, felt the urge to look at the dent on his own breastplate. After figuring out the cost that was needed for repair, he gave another shout towards the Knight of Marshall. You play dirty, don't you? Yeah, I did become one. If I didn't, I would be on the ground right now. Dirty, look who's talking. The Knight of Marshall threw a dirty look and at the Knight of Bennett. The Knight of the Bennett did the same. And the two just kept on staring at each other in silence. Just when everyone thought that there was going to be a fight, the two suddenly slapped each other's armor with their fist. And they started laughing and hugging each other. Apparently, none of that etiquette nonsense was important at this moment. The two brothers were glad to see each other, and that was all that mattered. As someone who held a secret so great he couldn't tell anyone about it, Abel could only hope to have a friendship this close. The adoption ceremony was very formal. They even invited a priest from the temple of the goddess of harvest. As the ceremony was being held, Abel received a suit directly from the Knight of Marshall. The suit was marked with the symbol of the unicorn coat of arms, which signified that Abel had been officially accepted into the family. The welcome banquet commenced after the adoption ceremony ended. If a lord had no heir under his name, his property would be claimed by the duchy once he had passed away. Such a change would be devastating for everyone who depended on their livelihood under the family's name. That being said, while it was rather tragic for Abel to leave his original home, it was also something truly worthy of celebration for the ones who took him in. The Knight of Bennett didn't participate in the welcome banquet. He wasn't interested in celebrating his son leaving. After the adoption ceremony was over, he hastily went home with his men. Out of understanding for what the Knight of Bennett was feeling, the Knight of Marshall spent no effort in trying to make him stay. After the day was over, the Knight of Marshall took Abel to a 2-story tall building on the left side of the hairy castle. This will be your room from now on. The Knight of Marshall opened the door and welcomed Abel in. I hope you feel at home here. There was a lot of space on the first floor. The floor was made of some very hard rocks. At the edge were a table and some chairs for the guests, but that was about the only regular furniture here. The wall was stacked with a rack full of weapons. There were heavy swords, shields, bows, and lances. There was even a heavy axe that was only supposed to be wielded by the orcs. To be honest, this place felt more like a mini training room than a living room. As the base for a novice knight like Abel, pretty much all his daily needs could be fulfilled here. Credits could be given to the Knight of Marshall. He had put in his thoughts when he decorated this whole building. The bedroom was up on the second floor. There was a very big, feathery bed that was almost too clean. Whether it was the oak wood wall or the wool carpet on the floor, everything had a glorious tone of white to it. As if this wasn't grandiose enough, the window was stretched from floor to ceiling. If you look outside, the view was much prettier than what you'd expect from regular homes. The Knight of Marshall liked the color white. It must have something to do with the unicorn on his family's coat of arms. Even the big closet in Abel's room was made of white oak timber. Don't you worry about what to wear here. The Knight of Marshall opened up the closet, which had all kinds of new clothes inside. These are all yours. It's going to be a while before your welcome party. Get some shower now. After you've got yourself some good rest, a maid will come to help you change into your formal attire. The Knight of Marshall was a kind man. When he smiled at Abel, there was a certain warmth that felt both genuine and comforting. Is there anything else that you want? He asked once more before he went downstairs. Don't hold back. This is your home from now on. No, sir. This is already more than what I could ask, Abel said in a slightly anxious tone. As much as he appreciated the generosity of everyone in this castle, it was hard to get used to being this cared for by so many people at once. While alone in his new bedroom, Abel took a look outside the floor-to-ceiling window for some nighttime scenery. There were multiple dots of light flashing over the distance, most of which belonged to the guests who came over to the welcome banquet. All in all, the hairy castle was very close to Harvest City, which had a scale far greater than a small town like Fort Lee. This was Abel's new home from now on. He had just begun to acknowledge his new family, but fate decided to bring him out of his home, and here he was. A new family, a new life. Abel couldn't help but shake his head and let out a deep sigh. Once he became old and strong enough, he swore that he would do anything he could to help out his parents and brother. There were sounds of footsteps coming by the stairs. It was a maid, and she had just opened the bedroom door and came in. She was about 20 years old, and her face was round like a bun. Your bathwater is ready now, she said humbly as if she didn't want to bother Abel too much. Do you want to wash now? With the maid leading his way, Abel came to a bathroom that was only meant for the hairy castle's masters. Strangely, everything was made of timber here, and that gave off this unique fragrance like what you would find in a sauna. The bathing tub was made of marbles, and there were dry flower petals sprinkled on top of the steaming hot water. Just when the maid was about to go in with Abel, she was ordered to stay where she was at. Abel might not look like it, but he was raised to follow the customs of the modern age. Having a female wash his body was not something he would feel comfortable with. Once he had washed, Abel had the maid help him get into his formal attire. While standing in front of the castle gate, the servants were busy welcoming the guests who had been invited by the Knight of Marshall. From lords of neighboring lands and royals living inside Harvest City, everyone who paid their visit tonight had some type of reputation to their name. This just showed how resourceful the Knight of Marshall really was. The banquet was to be held in the castle's main hall. There were hundreds of giant smokeless candles being lit across the building. For the supper tonight, there were some fine wine transported from Bakong City and some freshly cooked beasts that were just hunted from the forest. As the night approached, almost all the guests had made their way into the ballroom. No one would be late for an event like this, of course. While nighttime entertainment was plentiful on planet Earth, things get pretty dull in this world at night. The poor couldn't afford lanterns, so they would just sleep when the moon had made its appearance. The rich, on the other hand, had nothing else to do but to read books in their basements. The theater was an option if you lived in the city, but the shows were not displayed at every single night. It was very expensive to hold a banquet as big as this one. Most noblemen could only afford one or two in a year. Their wallets would be empty if they decided to go any further. Come to think of it, there was no banquet back at the Bennett Knight's domain. Abel didn't know how the Knight of Marshall managed his finances, but there was probably a lot the Knight of Bennett could learn from him. Since Abel was the star tonight, he and the Knight of Marshall had to wait on the second floor before making their entrance. They would only come out after the butler Lindsay had introduced them to the guests. "Thank you all for coming here," Lindsay called out in his fancy black suit. "Please let's welcome the honorable owner of this estate, the Knight of Marshall, and let's welcome Abel, who is our new master of the Marshall family." The guests all started clapping as the Knight of Marshall and Abel came down the stairs. While Abel just kept on nodding his head to greet them. The Knight of Marshall seemed much more composed in this kind of situation. He held his head high, had a confident, wide grin on his face, and rose his cup for a celebratory toast with everyone. The Knight of Marshall was the only one that Abel recognized. Besides, as a young boy of 13, it wasn't like he was going to be invited to dance with any girls. The guests would say hello to him, but that was about it. The most he could do was to greet back at them and carry on. "Look at that lucky kid with his dark hair. Yeah, he's really lucky, isn't he? Hey, why is it him and not me? You, come on, it should have been me. I look better than you on any given day." As Abel turned to the source of the noise, he could see a bunch of young men joking amongst themselves. They didn't seem to notice him, though. Until he came a bit closer, things started getting awkward real quick at that point. A young man in white suit bowed and apologized. "Sorry, we didn't notice that you're here." "No need for apologies," Abel greeted back with a bow of his own. "I was the one who interrupted your conversation." Abel was technically a middle-aged man. Upon his arrival at the Harry Castle, he had already prepared himself for any gossip that could go behind his back. Besides, these boys were just having a chat. There was no big deal about that. From what it looked like, these few youngsters took a liking in Abel's cool demeanor. They started dragging him into their little group and started talking about gossip together. At one point, they discussed how a lord found himself a new lover. Another time, it was about someone who caught some kind of prey. The man in the white suit was Isaac, the oldest son of Baron Victor. He was the one who brought up Abel back then. Being adopted by an heirless knight was considered as extremely lucky, and Abel happened to be one who has won the jackpot. Baron Victor, who was one of the many barons living inside Harvest City. Overall, barons lived a comfortable life wherever they were. But most of them still had to work for their lavish expenses. To be a nobleman, one had to spend quite some gold for all sorts of things. This was why noblemen tended to engage in the trading business. While such practices were considered lowly to the eyes of the aristocrats, they had no other choices but to learn to live with it. They had no lands of their own. Even someone like the Knight of Bennett was considered better than them because, well, at least he owned his piece of land. No land and no castle. This was why the barons could only live in the city. Life was convenient here, but nothing could be freer than living in your own castle. Besides, owning a piece of land was the same as having a secured source of income. It would mean securing the funding of your own troops and being able to grow your own crops. No wonder Isaac sounded so sour back then. As long as there was no ill intention behind it, Abel didn't mind being the target of jealousy. While sipping his wine, Abel listened to the conversation between these young men. He would occasionally say something as to not appear unsocial to them, but he also tried not to be too intrusive while doing so. Everything was seemingly well until he felt a menacing stare. Abel wasn't sure what was going on, so he just pretended to not notice it. His eyes were scanning across the crowd, though, and his hands still waggling onto that wineglass he was holding. It was a young man. He had an upright stature, a handsome-looking face, and blonde hair that was combed as neatly as it could get. His eyes were rather slanted, however, and that somehow made him look more feminine than he should be. Abel lightly tapped Isaac on his arm. "Who is that?" "Him." Daniel threw a quick glance at the boy but quickly turned his head back in disgust. "Oh, his name is Daniel. If you ask me, he's as slimy as it gets." "Why would you say that?" Abel asked in curiosity. "Well, his father was a merchant, but his older sister got married to Lord Walker and makes him half a nobleman. You'd think he'd be satisfied with that, but oh no. After hearing about how the Knight of Marshall didn't have an heir, he started begging his sister to help him get adopted. His sister couldn't do anything about it, of course, so she asked Lord Walker to talk directly with the Knight of Marshall. He did, and the Knight of Marshall turned him down right away." Isaac seemed keen to talk about this kind of stuff. "You know what the other nobles say about this? It's been a real hot topic amongst themselves lately." Isaac paused for a bit more of his wine. He wanted to see some sort of reaction from Abel, but was slightly let down by how calm this young boy was being. "They've been saying that good boy, Daniel, doesn't know his place. Can you believe that? Not just him, everyone's been making fun of Lord Walker. He kind of deserved it too, to be honest. What kind of knight would take in the son of a merchant? Even if the Knight of Marshall said yes, his whole family wouldn't agree to that." Thanks to how gossipy Isaac was getting, he pretty much told Abel everything he knew about Daniel. Because of him, Abel was starting to understand why Daniel had such a dislike for him from the very start. But still, Abel didn't like talking behind other people's backs. He thought it was boring, and to be fair, most of the information that was thrown around was nothing but rumors. After spending a few more minutes with these youngsters, he said goodbye to them and went to the toilet. Oddly enough, Daniel saw this and went to the toilet as well. Abel didn't go in the toilet. Instead, he went to a nearby window for some fresh air. His 12-year-old body was not quite used to having liquor yet. While the chilling night wind was blowing on his face, he reminded himself that he wasn't going to have any alcohol from here on. For crying out loud, he was a former bodybuilding trainer. He knew better than to engage in underage drinking. As the host of today's event, it would be rude to be absent for too long. But just as Abel was about to walk back to the hall, someone suddenly started charging towards him. Abel was fast enough to react to this, so he started activating his level 4 novice knight power. Whoever this fool was, he didn't make Abel flinch. If anything, after running into him, he was bounced back 3 meters from where he came from. His body flew in the air for a while, and his body started sliding for an extra 2 meters before he finally stopped. Realizing that there was a situation going, people started coming over for a look. "It's Daniel." A knight came and turned over the body of the attacker. A young woman in fluffy skirts starting running over. "Oh my, dear Daniel, what happened to you?" "Abel, what just happened?" The Knight of Marshall came and demanded an explanation. "I'm not sure either." Abel opened his arms to feign ignorance. "He started charging at me. Next thing I know, his whole body started flying away." The Knight of Marshall didn't see it himself, but it wasn't hard for him to figure out what actually happened. Abel was a newcomer to this castle. He barely knew anyone, which meant that he had no motive to hurt anyone, and even if he was trying to show Daniel who's boss, it was unlikely for him to do it on the day of his welcome banquet. As for Daniel, the Knight of Marshall knew who he was. After rejecting this young man's imprudent request, he remembered being mocked by his friends for turning him down so quickly. If it wasn't because of Lord Walker, he would very much like to teach this young man a lesson in proper etiquette. Here they were. The Knight of Marshall didn't want to cause anything big, but what Daniel had done was unforgivable. At a banquet held by the Knight of Marshall, he decided to assault the future heir of the Marshall family. Abel was already a noble now, which made the crime twice as severe than it already was. While paying no attention to the crying young woman nearby, the Knight of Marshall called out to Lord Walker, who was still standing back in the crowd. "Sir Walker, so what is the purpose of you bringing Daniel to my castle? Is this an attempt to ridicule the Harry family? Or are you trying to set up a duel with me on behalf of your family name?" Lord Walker had quite a displeased look on his face when he saw Daniel on the ground. Honestly, he would have never brought Daniel here if he knew how feral the boy would be. Daniel was begging him to let him have a look at the next heir of the Harry family. That was the only reason he was allowed to tag along. Lord Walker gave a deep bow to the Knight of Marshall. "I'm sorry for this, sir. Someone like him should have never been allowed to attend an event like this. Please settle this in whatever ways that you see fit." Whilst acknowledging the apology with a nod, the Knight of Marshall pointed his finger towards Daniel. "Guard, send him to prison. I want him to be trialed in Bakong City by tomorrow." "No, you can't do this." The woman cried even louder, but she was quickly dragged away by Lord Walker. The two left the castle before the banquet had even ended. While watching from the side, the butler Lindsay rubbed his chin with his hand. He witnessed the confrontation from start to finish. There was a good chance that he had discovered something. The banquet went back to normal quite quickly after that. No one was going to pay too much attention to the sad bastard who offended a knight, especially when that bastard wasn't even a nobleman. Once the banquet was over, all the guests were led to the guest room. The butler Lindsay then came to the Knight of Marshall, who was busy cleaning his armor. "What?" The Knight of Marshall dropped his cherished armor on the ground. "Abel is a rank 4 novice knight. Are you sure about this?" "Yes, sir," the butler Lindsay asserted, "while I am only a rank 5 warrior." The energy Sir Abel released back then was, without a doubt, something that would only belong to a rank 4 novice knight. "Ha ha ha." The Knight of Marshall laughed frantically as he started slapping the table with his hand. "Seth is going to be so pissed about this. If only he knew that his son was a genius." "Oh, but he doesn't know, does he? Why else would he give Abel to me?" "From what I've heard," Lindsay lowered his voice for a reminder, "the eldest son of the Bennett family is still a rank 4 novice knight, and he is 18 right now." Yes, despite being wrong about Abel's intentions, the Knight of Marshall felt moved by Abel's decision to hide away his real power. Abel is a good child. He didn't want to discourage his older brother. So he's been hiding his real potential this entire time. Send a letter to the old men at Bakong City. I want them to know about this. The Knight of Marshall commanded, then took a look at the armor he had just dropped. Another thing. I want a full set of the Blazing Sun armor. When I left the place years ago, what they gave me was fake. Now I've brought a super genius into the family. They ought to do more to reward me this time, no? Yes, master, the butler Lindsay replied. He didn't mind if his master sounded a little brash there. For the Knight of Marshall, his passion for the Blazing Sun armor was just as strong as his love for his deceased wife. The Blazing Sun armor was the standard military equipment of the Blazing Sun Empire, an ancient empire known for its spectacular army. Whenever the sun shone on a piece of the Blazing Sun armor, its surface would glow with a red identical to blood. Not only was it gorgeous to look at, but its defensive power was also, in every practical sense, something that every knight would want to lay their hands on. After the Blazing Sun Empire had lost its former glory, most of the armor was lost. The few that remained were collected by noblemen as antiques, and they were rarely found as items to be sold. It was now the second morning upon Abel's arrival. Having brushed himself off with the help of a maid, Abel came to the dining room for some breakfast. After seeing that the Knight of Marshall was already waiting for him, he quickly came to apologize. "Sorry for making you wait, sir." "That's okay. How's your sleep last night?" the Knight of Marshall asked casually. "Very good. The bed was very comfortable when I slept on it." "It's good to hear that." The Knight of Marshall gestured Abel to come. "Here, come have a seat." The servants started handing out the dishes after they've said their grace. Surprisingly enough, there were a lot of different things in Abel's plate: eggs, sausages, bacon, and green vegetables. Actually, there shouldn't be green vegetables this season. How did they get them here? Realizing the surprise on Abel's face, the Knight of Marshall explained, "It's the work of the druids. They use their special powers to grow these vegetables. The prices they sold these for are, well, very befitting of their status. Abel's heart started churning after hearing this. What other casters are there apart from the druids? Seeing how interested Abel was about this topic, the Knight of Martial put down his knife. You're talking about the wizards, aren't you? Wizards? So maybe that's why Abel couldn't use the scroll of town portal. Maybe magic scrolls were limited for the wizards. If Abel wanted to go home, he must find a chance to learn about the wizards. Once breakfast was over, the Knight of Martial told Abel to come to his study. He poured a cup of coffee for Abel and only spoke once Abel sipped it. Abel, you are already a member of the Harry family. The Knight of Martial paused for a bit to find the right words. I think I should be honest with you. The power you released yesterday belongs to a rank 4 novice knight. Abel raised his head in shock. He didn't expect to be exposed to this quickly. In his defense, he only used his real power for only a few seconds. It's okay, the Knight of Martial held onto Abel's shoulder. I know that you were watching out for your older brother. You didn't want to make him feel bad about himself, right? As far as that guess was from the actual truth, Abel didn't bother to give his explanation. If anything, that was a more reasonable explanation than talking about the horadric cube and all that other nonsense. I'm going to be straight with you. I don't know how you're doing it, but it's not a good idea to suppress your powers. Knights are supposed to be fiery and explosive. Once you decide to hold it back, you start to lose your primitive drive. Do you know what I'm saying? From what the Knight of Martial was saying, power seemed to be defined differently in this world. Back on planet Earth, one would be considered powerful if he could control his strength, but here, only untamable powers were considered the strongest. What Abel learned on Earth was about relaxation conserving one's life forces. It was about surviving and living as long and healthy as possible. Since guns weren't invented yet in this world, nobody was looking to live as long as possible. The only thing they were thinking about was to outlive their enemies, which meant being better at killing than anyone else. How should I control my powers then? Abel asked. I was in the same shoes as you many years ago. Luckily, I've found a solution already. The Knight of Martial placed a long sword on the table. Look at this blade right here. As you know, swords are the most important weapons for a knight. How much do you know about this blade right here? Abel replied, after handling the sword for a bit. This sword is 1 meter and 5. Its weight is around 20 pounds. The Knight of Martial swung the sword for a bit. This long sword is designed for a knight. It has been forged for 100 times before it is in the shape that it's in now. The length of this piece is precisely 1.58 meters, and its weight is 21.2 pounds. Do you know why I know so much about it? Because it's yours, Abel said softly, to which the Knight of Martial could hear very clearly. Seeing how unconvinced Abel was getting, he couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. The Knight of Martial grinned. How about that light sword you have on you? Do you know how long and heavy it is? For a moment, Abel didn't know what to say. He just rubbed his nose for a bit. Estimate by sight. If you work for an armorsmith for about a year, you can do just as well as I can. You will have a better grip on your weapon than most trainers. At the same time, you will be able to release all that power and frenzy within you, meanwhile still maintaining the same amount of control that you would normally. All right, you've convinced me, so where should I learn to make swords? The Knight of Martial raised his cheek. You ever wondered how I got so rich? From what Abel could see, the Harry Knight's domain was no bigger than the Bennett Knight's domain. Frankly enough, though, the standard of living between the two was miles apart from each other. That being said, Abel wanted to ask about it since day one. You see, there is an iron mine on my property, the Knight of Martial said proudly. I happened to found it right after I was given this piece of land. If it wasn't for that, I would have never built this castle the way Emma wanted me to. The Knight of Martial seemed rather sad when he talked about his wife, when Emma was still with me. She drew the construction plan of this castle, but our savings alone were not enough for the job. We had a lot of faith, though, so we started building it anyways. And just when we were short on money, we happened to found that mine, and thank the heaven, we managed to fulfill our dreams together. The blacksmith was not located inside the castle. It was right next to the iron mine, which took Abel and the Knight of Martial 20 minutes to arrive by chariots. Even from over a distance, Abel could hear the sound of iron ore being smashed by iron hammers. There was a pile of stone houses, all of which were made by some neatly chiseled boulders. There were chimneys on top of each of them. Right now, 4 out of 6 had dark smoke puffing out. Just by looking at these stone houses, Abel could tell that the Knight of Marshall paid a lot of attention to his blacksmith business. The boulders they used were the same as the ones they used. For castles, forget about their actual cost. It would have already cost so much just to carry them all the way from the mountains. The Knight of Marshall instructed Abel carefully, "We're going to pay a visit to Master Bentham today. Remember to be respectful when you see him. I've invited him over because he's the best man I could find in Harvest City. If he wasn't trying to let his son take over his shop business, we wouldn't have a chance to see him today." "Pleased to see you here, Marshall." Master Bentham greeted the Knight of Marshall with a simple nod. He was a very big man, standing at 2 meters tall. He had a very solid build. Even at 50-something of age, the big beard on his face gave a no-nonsense aura around the man. "Hey there," the Knight of Marshall smiled without getting too much into formality. "I've brought a young man to you today. Apparently, he's interested in becoming your disciple." Master Bentham looked quite perplexed when he laid his eyes on Abel. "Are you talking about this child, Marshall, please? I know the difference between a young man and a child. This boy is not even 14 yet. And you want him to be one of my disciples suddenly." A lot of people started coming over to see what was going on. "Master Bentham, this is Abel, my new adopted son. He is currently a novice knight, and he wants you to teach him how to control his powers." "Nice thinking. Sorry though, I'm not taking him in," Master Bentham said grimly. "My training is not something a young nobleman can bear. Besides, I don't think a boy as young as he has the stamina to swing a hammer." Abel reached out his arm and flexed for a bit. "Don't you worry about that, Master Bentham. I can work very hard if I want to, and you aren't the only muscular one here." Huh? Abel was about 1.6 meters. He did have some muscle, yes, but that was nothing compared to Mazer Bentham, who stood at a bear-like height 2 meters. The stark contrast alone was enough to make everybody around laugh. "2 more years, Abel. Once you are a bit taller and stronger, I promise that I will teach you how to forge," Master Bentham said patiently out of respect for the Knight of Marshall. "How strong do I need to be to train under you?" Abel pressed on stubbornly. Master Bentham turned back towards the backyard. "Come with me," he said, to which Abel did with the company of the Knight of Marshall. The other bystanders, too, came in to see if Abel was ready for the challenge ahead. "How many do you think he can lift?" "I'd be impressed with 1. "Nah, 2, he's a novice knight. I'll go with 2. "I bet 1. "I bet 2. As rowdy as the crowd was getting, both the Knight of Marshall and Abel paid no attention to it. When they arrived at the backyard, they saw a bunch of iron pieces being lined up on the ground. There was an iron bar in the middle, and varying sizes of iron pieces on each side going from small to large. They were essentially barbells. It was not very refined compared to the ones that Abel was familiar with, but the design was nevertheless the same. As it turned out, the cultural background had nothing to do with understanding how the human body functioned. "I use these locks to train my disciples' strength. You see, they come in different sizes. The smallest ones are 50 pounds, the biggest ones 500. Whenever you go one size bigger, you increase the load by 50 pounds. "Get over here, Jedon." Master Bentham pointed towards a man in the crowd. While he was pretty strong himself, this particular fellow was not much different in terms of stature. "Master," Jedon explained anxiously, a sweat streamed down his dark face. I wasn't being lazy. I was throwing out the metal waste." Everybody started laughing. Jedon was a familiar face here at the blacksmith shop. He was recruited after Master Bentham came to the Harry Castle. Whilst originally an apprentice, he quickly became a disciple because of how hardworking he was. There were a lot of differences between an apprentice and a disciple. Apprentices had it much worse because most of their work was centered around intense physical labor. Usually, it involved cutting and burning timber for the entire day. Even worse, there was no pay. Disciples, on the other hand, had the privilege to learn from their master directly. At the end of the month, they would also receive a wage that was equivalent to the quality of their work. Jedon was a very likable student to Master Bentham. He was honest, hardworking, and willing to learn. Once Master Bentham retired, he would be the go-to person to continue serving the Knight of Marshall. "No, Jedon, I'm telling you to come here so you can show Abel how to use the locks. Go ahead and teach him what it takes to be my disciple." Yes, sir, Jedon smiled modestly as he rubbed his hands together. He then walked to the third lock and turned his head towards Abel. Watch me closely, Abel. With his hands grasping both ends of the iron bar, Jedon let out a big shout and raised the 150-pound thing from the ground. Because of how easily it went over his head, it almost felt like he was picking up a straw or something. Nice one, lad. With everyone cheering out for him, Jedon dropped the iron lock onto the ground. As Jedon turned to his master for some feedbacks, Master Bentham nodded his head in approval. Keep going, Jedon. Yes, sir. Jedon proceeded to the fourth lock, which was roughly 200 pounds in total weight. It wasn't that hard for him to lift it, though. He readied himself, grabbed onto the thing and picked it up. No drama, it wasn't so easy when he tried out the fifth one. Still, he managed to raise it over his head after a bit of hesitation. Things got tense when he walked over to the sixth lock. It was a 300-pound lock. Most people couldn't even hold one end for more than 3 seconds, let alone pick it up from the ground. Jedon didn't start right away this time. For a few seconds there, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing for a bit. Once he was ready, he let out a roar and veins started bursting out of his neck. His face was red like a tomato, except it looked like it was about to explode from the inside. Nevertheless, the lock went over his head. Everybody was yelling in celebration for him. Very well, Jedon. Master Bentham gave a proud look. Even with the strength you have now, you are still making progress every single day. It wouldn't be long before you can surpass even my limits. Really? Jedon scratched his head as he shied away from the compliment. Oh, you're being too kind, sir. There's still a lot I need to do before I can get to where you're at. Your turn now, Abel. Master Bentham turned his head towards the boy who dared to challenge him. Contrary to what he had expected, Abel didn't back down after laying his eyes on Jedon's performance. Abel was already walking towards the third lock. To be clear, Abel did approve Jedon of his strength. That being said, there were absolutely no skills in the way he lifted those weights. For the millionth time, Abel was a former bodybuilding trainer. The barbell was one of his favorite pieces of equipment back on Earth. It was his job to be good at using it. If Jedon's maximum was around 300 pounds, he could probably lift to 350 pounds if he knew the right techniques. There were a lot of things that were wrong about his form. If he wasn't so strong already, he would be severely injured right now. Even if he wasn't injured, there was bound to be a lot of damage in the long term. He's going for the 150. Good grace, he's not going to do it. Is he mad? The crowd started being noisy again when it was Abel's turn. Abel frowned a little because of that. He didn't like being watched like he was some clown in a circus. Out, thank you. Master Bentham shooed the crowd away. He could tell that Abel didn't like being watched. As for the reason for this, well, he just thought that Abel didn't want to be a laughingstock. Realizing that they've angered Master Bentham, the crowd started rushing out of the backyard. Try your best, but don't push yourself too much, Master Bentham said. Since there was no drying powder here, Abel rubbed his hands with some mud he found on the ground. His mind might have been old, but his body still belonged to that of a child. With that being the case, it was very important for him to take care of himself in whatever small ways he could. While standing in front of the 150-pound lock, Abel had his legs parallel to the middle of the bar. When he tightened his grip, his thumbs were separate from his other fingers. When he picked the lock above his head, he did it in one motion and had his arms completely straight while doing so. It was a beautiful lift, smooth and well coordinated. The lock was only 150 pounds, yes, but in Master Bentham's eyes, Abel clearly did it better than Jedon. Not only was he faster, but he also seemed more effortless when he was doing it. The Knight of Martial, on the other hand, was more focused on the way Abel used his muscles. He began by setting his feet up as a base, channeled his power through his thighs, waist, and upper back, and executed the movement with his whole body moving in one with his arms. Abel might not know yet, but what he did was the same as strength conservation, which was an advanced technique of the knights. For a child to have such a good understanding of muscle movement, Abel was truly blessed with talent. After dropping the 150 pounds, Abel walked towards the 200 pounds and easily raised it. His form was the same as last time, and his speed was just as fast. 250. Easy. And just like that, as Master Bentham and Jedon watched in total shock, Abel was already standing in front of the 300 pounds. This time, Abel had his hands closer to the middle of the bar. After doing a few prep hinges without any weight, he raised the lock and had it locked near his shoulder, meanwhile standing up with his legs slightly bent. His forearms were bent whilst pointing forward, and his chin was parallel to the bar. Then slowly and steadily, he straightened his arms and raised the lock on top of his head. As though woken up from a dream, Master Bentham turned to the Knight of Martial. "Where did you find this monster, Martial?" The Knight of Martial wasn't too pleased with what Master Bentham was saying. "Hey, who are you calling a monster here? He's a rank 4 novice knight, goddammit. If he can't even lift 300 pounds off the ground, what kind of rank 4 novice knight is he?" "Oh, my spirits!" Master Bentham exclaimed as he looked towards Abel. "A rank 4 novice knight? How old are you, child?" "Turning 13 soon, sir," Abel replied. "You're 12? You're a 12-year-old rank 4 novice knight." Master Bentham threw a dirty look at the Knight of Martial. "Martial, what kind of madman would send a genius like him to be your son?" "Why are you looking at me like that?" The Knight of Martial cried out loud. "Hey you, I'm an intermediate knight myself." "Yeah, but didn't you just become one? Martial, isn't it better to send him to a commander? Actually, for someone as talented as him, you reckon we can send him to the head commander? Just, ugh. Don't you worry about it. Just let him stay with you and teach him how to forge, okay, friend?" The Knight of Martial was a good friend with Master Bentham. If it wasn't for that, he would have never had him come over to the Hairy Knight's domain. That being said, however, Master Bentham was quite a loudmouth. His straightforwardness has caused a lot of headaches in the past. "So be it then," Master Bentham agreed, but decided to keep on talking. "I'll let Abel stay, but are you sure you're the right man to teach Abel how to be a knight, Martial?" "I'm just saying. The kid's got a bright future ahead of him." "All right, Abel, be a good boy for me. Stay here and learn from Master Bentham during the day. At night, you'll learn the techniques of a knight inside the castle." Having said that, the Knight of Martial rushed out of the blacksmith shop. For a second there, he looked like he was trying to escape the scene here. Master Bentham, too, started walking back to his workshop. "You should have taught him the basics first, Jedon," he said before he left. Jedon said to Abel as it was just the two of them now, "Wow, Abel. You're pretty strong, aren't you?" "You are pretty strong yourself, Jedon," Abel replied. Even without being trained as a knight, Jedon was already strong enough as a normal human being. Jedon rejected the praise. "But I'm so much older than you. I'm already 19 and you're just 12, and look at how easy it was for you to lift the 300-pound lock. You seemed so confident when you were doing it. I'm sure you can lift more if you wanted to." "You know, you can lift more if you know how to use all of your strength. If you want to, I can teach you how to lift those locks as I do." "Wow. Are you sure?" Jedon almost jumped from where he was standing. "You think I can learn those techniques? Hey, how about we share what we know with each other? You teach me how to lift, and I'll teach you everything I know about forging. Not just forging. Feel free to ask me about anything that I might know." It was about 1 month since Abel's arrival at Harry Castle. There were about 3 days before New Year's Eve. For all the time he's been here, Abel pretty much spent all his time learning at the blacksmith shop. Thanks to Jedon, it wasn't hard for Abel to learn about the fundamentals of forging. He was actually in the middle of crafting a heavy sword. For Zach, his beloved older brother, it was meant to be a New Year gift for him. Whilst holding onto a red-hot base with a pair of tongs, Abel smashed it into shape with a 10-pound hammer in his other hand. Since the base would start to cool down after a few minutes, Abel had to heat it in the stove every once in a while. Since this world was not yet industrialized, blacksmiths had to rely on very primitive techniques to forge their metals. To put it simply, their job was nothing more than heating metals, smashing them with a hammer, letting it cool down and repeating the whole process. As dull as that sounded, however, it was, by no means, something that anyone could do. The long-sword Knight of Martial was treated 100 times before the final product was finished. At best, an average blacksmith could only treat a base for about 30 to 40 times. Jedon was the disciple of Master Bentham, so he could do about 60. Only a master could make a base that's been treated for 100 times. Having read a few scientific catalogs himself, it wasn't hard for Abel to understand the theory behind such forging methods. By repeatedly hammering the base, it essentially eliminated the amount of carbon inside. This meant that the more it was treated, the purer the resulting metal would be. Having used a hammer for about a month, Abel was already pretty skilled with the art of forging. For a child as bright as him, he could now pinpoint the exact spot he needed to hit. Speaking of which, the base he was working on had already been treated for 50 times. At that stage, it became very difficult to shape the base into its desired shape. Not only would the base be extremely dense to mold, but the blacksmith would also be too tired to swing his hammers. Not Abel, though. Even after treating the base for a total of 50 times, he was still swinging his arms at a very steady pace. Master Bentham knew about this, of course. Even without having taught Abel anything directly, he's been keeping a close watch this whole time. Master Bentham didn't teach Abel himself because there wasn't a need to. Abel was bound to be a knight, so the most he ought to learn about forging were pretty much just the basics. Besides, Jedon had been learning from Master Bentham for about 5 years already. In that sense, he was qualified to be supervising a young apprentice like Abel. Whenever Master Bentham saw Abel forging a base, there was always a bizarre sense of harmony lingering in the air. Abel wasn't fast. It would take about 1 second for him to swing once with his hammer. Technically, this wasn't too hard to do. Anyone could swing a 10-pound hammer for a few hundred times, but to treat a base 50 times, that would take about tens of thousands of continuous swinging from morning to noon. You'd have to keep doing this without any time for rest. Truth be told, Abel came up with this way of hammering the base. He got his idea from boxing. To throw a heavy punch, one could not just rely solely on the power of his arms. It was about using every part of your point and concentrating all that power into one point. This was exactly what Abel was doing. For every swing of his hammer, he was channeling his strength from his feet to his arms, and when the hammer hit the base, he would use the reaction force to his advantage and raise to hammer back to its original height. As energy efficient as this technique was, it was difficult to perform it. Abel, however, had more than enough time on his hands. With the right amount of practice and knowledge, he soon found himself the ideal ways to forge a metal base. Why does this child have to be a novice knight? Master Bentham would often ask himself. Someone as talented as Abel should have never been learning how to fight on a battle's front line. With Abel's ability to learn and the level he was currently, he would be a master blacksmith if he was to spend a few more years in the workshop. It was sad, yes, but that was just how things were. Having forgotten to eat his lunch, Abel was finally able to treat the base for a total of 80 times before 2 in the afternoon. He decided to stop after that. After a base was treated for 80 times, he could no longer hammer it with even all of his strength. Master Bentham grabbed a 30-pound hammer from the table. Whilst throwing a base into the stove, he looked into the flames and said to Abel, "Abel, you are the most talented child that I've ever seen. What I'm about to show you, I will only do it once. You see how much you can learn from it." After saying that, Master Bentham took out the base and placed it on an anvil. He held his hammer up high, and for a few seconds there, he took a careful look at the base before he dropped his hammer on it. The way he swung the hammer was very slow, but the power he put in was, nevertheless, more intense than most men could produce. It was so intense that the whole workshop was shaking for a bit. Once you treat a base for about 80 times, it becomes so hard that you wouldn't be able to shape it with a hammer. Even if you can, though, all you're going to do is to destroy its interior structure. So, with that in mind, we're going to use a big hammer from now on. Be careful, though. You need to be very precise in the spots that you're hitting, but you must always maintain a high level of force that you put in. Master Bentham instructed Abel as he demonstrated, "You're a strong boy, Abel. If you put in the effort, I'm sure that you'll learn to do this correctly." Abel was paying very close attention to the base. Whenever Master Bentham dropped the hammer, it was always towards the spots with this soft, almost invisible lining. He could just barely see them because the base was glowing in dark red. Somehow, however, Master Bentham was able to strike the linings without failing a single time. Even more impressive, every one of his strikes had changed the shape of the base, and every time this happened, he would have to relocate the linings. After treating the base for the 81st time, Master Bentham threw it back to the stove and said to Abel, "Try it," he ordered as he passed over the hammer. Abel took out the base and started looking for the linings on it. It was hard to find it at first, so he stared more intensively at the base's surface. The more he stared at it, the less he became aware of his surroundings. It was a weird sensation to have. Everything else just vanished from his line of vision, and all that remained was the base itself, which became larger and larger in Abel's eyes. Even the most minute details were ingrained into his photographic brain cells. Aha, there you are. Abel celebrated in his mind and immediately proceeded to drop the 30-pound hammer. The banging noise was extremely loud, but that didn't affect him for a bit. As soon as he found the next spot of the linings, he raised his hammer and continued his forging. It was like playing with a new toy. Whenever the base turned into a new shape, the linings would reappear at completely different spots. Abel was getting better at this the more he tried. Eventually, he was smashing the thing at the same pace as Master Bentham. Master Bentham was petrified by this. Whilst unintentional, Abel made him feel jealous. Yes, Master just got jealous of a child who spent no longer than a month learning how to forge. It's the power of the will, Master Bentham called out repeatedly in his mind. He knew exactly what drove Abel to be so successful in his forge. His own teacher, Robin, was a forging master who was blessed with the same kind of ability. Unlike Master Bentham, who only got his title because of his reputation within Harvest City, Master Robin was a genuine master who was acknowledged by the entire continent. Because of his lack of the power of the will, Master Bentham had to go home after learning from Master Robin for 10 years. As unfortunate as that was, he did improve his skills with hard work and experience. This was why he could continue to treat a base when it had already been treated for more than 80 times. When Master Bentham started his quest to be the best blacksmith he could ever be, he saw how Master Robin used his power of the will to locate the linings on a base. It was the same method as the one that Abel used. He knew it all too well. Master Bentham didn't stop Abel after that. As he slowly left the workshop, he decided in his mind he would let Abel help him fulfill a dream that he couldn't accomplish himself. Abel was in too much focus to notice any of that. He just kept on putting the base in the stove, taking it out of the stove, and repeating the whole process for another couple of hours. 82, 83, 84, 98, 99, 100. Abel came back to his senses after treating the base for the 100th time. All of a sudden, he felt sick and tired at every spot of his body. His mind, too, felt extremely drained out. It was like having your brain plucked out of you, which was not a good feeling to have at all. As the urge to vomit came to him, the hammer slid out of his hand and dropped on the workshop table. After that, his right hand was spasming like a duckling on a winter night. He tried to remember what it was like to be in that zone back then. On the one hand, it felt like he had no control of his own body. On the other hand, he felt like he was acting purely out of his instincts. Whatever the case was, it was a condition that was too much for him to handle. Abel turned on his senses for a while. To his surprise, there was a massive amount of chi circulating near his meridian. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. Without paying attention to how dirty the floor was, Abel quickly sat down for a night's breathing session. He was on his way to forming the 5th meridian. "What are you doing, Abel?" Jedon came in and asked. Just when he was about to lift Abel, Master Bentham stood in the way threw a stare at him. "Don't move him." Master Bentham scoffed at Jedon. "Why are you so clumsy with everything that you do?" When the other apprentices were about to come in, Master Bentham quickly shooed them away with his hands. "Tell the Knight of Martial to come here." Master Bentham turned towards Jedon. "Yes, sir." Jedon complied and ran out of the blacksmith shop. Fucking Martial and his bullshit luck. Master Bentham cursed to himself as it was just him and Abel now. Would you look at that? His adopted son just had another rank up. In Master Bentham's defense, he had every reason to be annoyed by the progress Abel was making. It was a very rare thing to become a rank 5 novice knight in just half an hour. That being said, even Abel didn't know why he was so successful this time. He didn't take any potion this time, and it was only a month since his last rank up. With so many questions in his mind, Abel stood up from the ground and found that everyone was standing very far from him. Well, except for Master Bentham. At least he had the decency to not make a child feel isolated. As unbothered as Abel was, he did appreciate that. Bang! A large shadow came in as the front door was kicked open. "What happened to Abel?" it asked with a loud roar. It was the Knight of Martial. After running for a few minutes, his long golden hair was half drenched in his own sweat. After seeing how well Abel was, he gave a loud, angry yell towards everyone in his sight. "Jedon! How dare that lad trick me? Come out now, I'll teach you a lesson right here. Master Bentham ground his teeth at the lucky bastard who took Abel in, who's trying to mess with my disciple. Uncle Marshall, Abel said timidly, I just had another rank up. What rank up? Just you wait for me, boy. Let me have a word with Bentham first. Wait, you had another rank up. The Knight of Marshall was about to have a chat with Master Bentham, but what Abel was saying had him frozen on the spot. He scanned his eyes across Abel from top to bottom. Then, as he pushed Abel with one of his hands, Abel responded by releasing his newly found power. What? The Knight of Marshall cried out loud, that doesn't even make sense. You can't just rank up like that. What were you doing back there? Abel replied after thinking to himself for a while, nothing much. I was busy treating my base in the workshop. You ate anything today? Abel replied compliantly since he was just as puzzled. I ate my breakfast with you, Uncle Marshall. I skipped lunch because I was busy forging my base. How's that even possible? You ranked up by hitting some metal with a hammer. What? How about I come here to hit some metal tomorrow? The Knight of Marshall pointed a finger at Master Bentham. That's ridiculous. If forging is all you need to rank up, this fellow would have been a master warrior years ago. Master Bentham said sarcastically, yeah, sure, just come here and do some forging for me tomorrow. Of course, you can rank up by hitting some metal. You just need to be in the right condition when you're doing it. Oh really? The Knight of Marshall widened his eyes. Hey Abel, why don't you forge another base right now? Go be in that condition, or whatever you call it. And you'll be the youngest knight in the duchy. Both Master Bentham and Abel had to cover their faces after hearing that remark. Although Abel graduated to a level 5 novice knight, he still felt very low in energy. Seeing Abel looking like this, Master Bentham immediately told him to get some rest. With the help of Knight of Marshall, Abel left the blacksmith shop. As soon as they left the blacksmith shop, Abel noticed Knight of Marshall's private carriage rushing towards them from a distance. At that moment, Abel immediately looked down at the Knight of Marshall's boots. It was full of dirt. Normally, it would have taken the carriage around 20 minutes to get here from the castle. Therefore, Knight of Marshall must have run here by himself. As soon as he heard the news, Knight of Marshall was a royal and the owner of a fiefdom. Therefore, if anyone found out that he was madly running around like this, it wouldn't do any good to his dignity. However, because of Abel, the Knight of Marshall was willing to take this risk. After seeing the Knight of Marshall with a face full of joy, Abel also began to feel warm inside. He could not believe a famous knight such as Knight of Marshall was not only happy for his level up, but also willing to go through all of this. At that moment, Abel couldn't help but said softly, Uncle Marshall, thank you for everything you have done for me. Don't think too much, kid, said Knight Marshall as he patted Abel on the head. After they settled on the carriage immediately began to set off towards the sunset. Ding, ding, ding. The early next morning, Abel had already arrived at the blacksmith shop. He asked Master Bentham if he could have a training room all by himself. Master Bentham knew that today Abel would try to forge a big sword for the first time and wanted to remain in focus, so he had agreed. However, Abel's intention was not only to remain focused, but he also didn't want anyone to find out how he forged the sword. This is because he would be using some techniques that no one had ever seen in this world before. It was the carburizing and quenching techniques he learned on a science TV programs from Earth. To achieve this, during the forging process, the back of the blade needed to be continuously refined to reduce its carbon content. The lesser the carbon content, the higher the quality the back of the blade could become. However, once the blade had formed its shape, if you used the carburizing technique to add some carbon back into the edge blade, it would greatly enhance its toughness. Afterward, Abel placed the already formed big sword into a specially made crucible and buried it with some charcoal, soybean paste, and soil he had prepared a few days ago. It fit perfectly. Then, he sealed up the crucible and put it in the furnace for heating. Charcoal and soybean paste were naturally used for carburizing, while the soil acted as a dispersing agent. The advantage of carburizing technology was that the carbon would be distributed very evenly throughout the sword. On top of that, the carbon potential would also be high. Therefore, this technique was not only effective, but also very efficient. This technique was still being used on modern Earth today. It was called the steel method. When it comes to quenching, this world also had a similar method, which was throwing the sword into cold water for cooling. However, due to the rapid thermal expansion, it could also increase the number of waste products, which could throw the concentration of the metal. Therefore, it could sometimes cause a crack on the sword after being quenched. However, the quenching method used by Abel was a bit more unique. According to the science program, it was an ancient sword forging technique. After the sword had cooled down, Abel took it out of the quenching bucket. He flicked the face of the sword with his finger. It made a crisp sound. Although it was still hard to tell if the sword was high quality, it was complete nevertheless. Abel then immediately called the servant to clean up the mess in the operation room. He did not want to leave any trace for people to discover what had done. In this world, inventions or creations like this could cause a disaster. Jedon, can you find someone to make a sword handle for me? Abel asked embarrassingly to Jedon, who was busy doing his work. Sword handles were made out of all kinds of material: iron, wood, and horns. Abel had never learned the art of sword handle engraving, so he could only ask Jedon for help. Is this the first big sword you made? Asked. Jedon took the big sword from Abel's hand and looked at it carefully. Suddenly he said in an excited, hoarse voice, "Is this a sword of 100 skills? Oh my God, this is the sword of 100 skills." Jedon had followed Master Bentham for 5 years, but could only forge a sword of 60 skills. Forging a sword of 100 skills had always been his dream. Young Master Abel, you are a genius. Jedon sincerely praised Abel with all his heart. He then gently stroked the back of the blade with his hand as though he had found something. He then put his ear against the back of the sword and flicked it with a finger to listen to the echo. No way, this is impossible. Although the performance of this sword seemed like the sword of 100 skills, it was a lot tougher than those that he had seen. Master Bentham would normally forge a sword of 100 skills every month, and they were the main sources of income in Harry's castle. Jedon not only closely watched the master make these swords, but he was also responsible for maintaining the condition of these swords. Therefore, he was a lot more familiar with swords on 100 skills than most people. However, the surface of the big sword Abel made was strange. It was very different from the ones Master usually forged. Jedon couldn't specifically pinpoint what exactly was the difference, but from his experience, he knew this sword was much higher quality than the ordinary sword of 100 skills. To verify this, Jedon used the big sword to cut a piece of wood that was ready to be used as fuel. It was almost effortless. The big sword slid over the wood like a hot knife on cream. Silently divided the wood piece into two. How did you make this big sword? Jedon was anxious to know more about the sword. I just forged it according to your guidance, and Master Bentham helped me when I encountered difficulties, Abel explained. Jedon had been lied to. He thought the reason why the sword was so great was all because Master Bentham had helped Abel complete it. Therefore, he could not help but make up his mind and double down his training, hoping one day he could also forge a weapon like this. I have collected some very good horns. Perfect to use it as the handle for this big sword. I will help you install it tonight along with a scabbard. Can you leave this sword with me? However, Jedon had another intention. The way this sword was forged was way too strange. He wanted to spend the night closely inspecting it, hoping he could also improve his skills. That night Jedon did not sleep at all. He installed a sword handle made with the best horns and found a crocodile skin scabbard. Afterward, he inspected the strange sword in great detail under the oil lamp. By the morning, Jedon came back to the blacksmith shop holding the big sword. He was astonished by his nice inspection. If it wasn't for fear of breaking Abel's sword, he would have liked to strike this sword with another sword of 100 skills in the master's warehouse to see which one is tougher. Jedon, what's wrong with you? Asked Master Bentham suspiciously after seeing the redness of Jedon's eyes. How could an honest man like Jedon not sleep for a night? Master, I've been thinking about the sword you made for Abel, and I could not understand, said Jedon, scratching his head while looking at Master Bentham in embarrassment. He wondered if he was just too stupid. Master Bentham took the big sword from Jedon and pulled it out. He said, "This is the big sword that Abel had forged yesterday. I only guided him on how to refine the thickness of the sword the day before yesterday. When you reached a bottleneck at 80 skills, I will teach you as well." So this is the big sword, the one that Abel forged. Master Bentham was also a little bit surprised. Master Bentham's experience was of course much higher than Jedon's. He guessed the technique applied in this sword could very well be a secret technique passed down by a family to enhance the weapon's hardness and sharpness. Although the master was very tempted, he also knew that trying to spy on a family's secret technique was making that family your biggest enemy. It didn't matter if the technique was from the Harry family or the Bennett family. Well, that explained it. No wonder why Abel asked for a separate operation room yesterday. It turned out that Abel was using a family secret technique to refine the big sword. Therefore Master Bentham warned Jedon to stop asking Abel about the sword and pretend that nothing had ever happened. At Bennett Castle, today was the last day of the year, and tomorrow would be the new year. During dinner, the Knight of Bennett took out a rectangle parcel, and handed them over to Zach. This is a New Year's gift from Abel. Look how good he is to you. Even Mother and I did not get any. It must have seemed like Knight of Bennett was being salty. Nora rolled her eyes and said, "Our son had only been gone for a month, and he has not stopped writing letters to us. Do you really want a present that badly?" Zach took the letter and parcels, but as he was opening it, he realized that within the parcel was a large sword. Well, this is a master-level sword of 100 skills. Zach immediately recognized the sword as he took it out of the cover. A sword of 100 skills had always been a demanding piece in the market. Although it has a crazy price of 1,000 gold coins, there were still countless wealthy people rushing to buy it. Big swords were a knight's most significant possession. Despite just being made fun of by his wife, seeing the sword of 100 skills when he only had a sword of 80 skills, Knight of Bennett couldn't help but exclaim, "I really do want a present. Let me have a look." As a knight, the Knight of Bennett could not resist the temptation for good weaponry. He took the sword from Zach's hand and began waving it in the middle of the dining room. This kid Abel, he hasn't even fully settled down at Harry's castle, and he's already begun to take random things from it, making it gifts. Next time, I will write him a letter giving him a good lecture about this. That's not the case, said Zach as he opened up Abel's letter. In the letter, Abel said that this is the first weapon he ever forged and decided to give me a New Year's gift. The Knight of Bennett suddenly stopped waving the sword in mid-air. He stared at Zach's letter and asked, "Did you say Abel had forged this sword himself?" "Yes, father, Abel said it very clearly in the letter," Zach answered with certainty. "Impossible. Marshall has also learned how to forge in the past, but the most he could make after a whole year of training was a table knife. You're telling me that Abel could forge a sword of 100 skill after 1 month?" The Knight of Bennett felt like he made a big mistake for giving Abel away. At first, he thought he would only regret this decision after a few years, but now he was completely lost for words. It had been a very unusual new year within the Bennett castle, with Zach's surprise, Bennett's regret, and Nora's sentiment. Yet Abel was unaware of this in Harry's castle. At Harry's castle, the Knight of Marshall and Abel was sitting in a carriage on the way to Harvest City to attend the New Year cocktail party hosted by Viscount Dickens. The party was supposed to start at night, but the Marshall Knight and Abel had already set off early in the morning. The road from Knight of Marshall's castle to Harvest City was constructed very well. The entire road was made out of small, flat stones with a slight curve bulging out of the middle. Therefore, you could barely feel any vibration on the carriage. In only an hour, they had already traveled for more than 100 kilometers. From afar, Harvest City looked just a crouching tiger. However, one could only feel its majestic grandeur from up close. It was the largest city in Duchy of Carmel. Its surrounding walls were up to 20 meters high, with dozens of cannons penetrating from the sides. All of this just showed how well guarded the city was. "Uncle Marshall, why is Harvest City so strictly guarded?" Abel asked as he stared at the 20-meter-high wall and the countless numbers of defensive weapons. Abel elaborated his question. Harvest City was located in the southernmost part of the Holy Land, which was once a territory that belonged to the humans. It was also said to be separated from the Orc Empire by one of the safest duchies. So why does the city look like it's about to be in a war? Abel, there is at least one official knight in every block of Duchy of Carmel, and Harvest City is no exception. Its city owner, the Honorable Viscount Dickens, was also the leader of the city's knights. The eyes of the Knight of Marshall had become somewhat dreary. He seemed engrossed in his memories. "It's all because of the Orc Empire," he sighed. "The Orc Empire is located in the far north. It was guarded by one of mankind's greatest alliance, who were the Miracle City's defense guards. Abel knew about the Miracle City defense guards. If it wasn't for their efforts to fight off the orcs, humans would have lost a great amount of land to live on. The orcs were the most bloodthirsty beings in this world. Due to their insanely high birth rate, they were always in a constant food crisis. As a means to avoid starvation, they would wage war against other races for food at the same time. This would also effectively reduce the number of mouths they had to feed. There were always humans who had lived near the orc empire. As they were an easy target to be pillaged, they gathered themselves up and built a military fortress alongside the passage of the Budapest Mountains, separating the human civilization and the orc empire. That construction was known as Miracle City. As long as the Miracle City is there, we don't need to worry about an orc invasion, the Knight of Marshall said. In the past few decades, the orc empire has developed a new way of attack. They used flying beasts to carry them over the Budapest Mountains and destroyed our back force. He said in a somewhat skeptical tone. It's destruction indeed, but I believe it's more like a trial attack. As they were speaking, the carriage reached the gate of Harvest City. There was a long queue in front of a 10-meter-high gate. Next to the gate, there were a bunch of soldiers checking and charging the visitors one by one. They seemed to operate at a very slow speed, and from the length of the queue, Abel thought it might be another hour before they could get in. But the carriage did not stop. Instead, they entered the city directly from the other side, passing by the people standing in the queue, looking jealously at them. Whether he was in the Bennett Castle or the Harry Castle, Abel had always felt that he was just a bit wealthier compared to the people around him. Yet this was the first time he had truly experienced the privilege of being a royal. Abel was still getting used to how things work in this new world. In his old world, if a person tried to jump in the queue, others would look at you with contempt. But in here, Abel did not even get called off the carriage and went straight into the city. The carriage arrived at a courtyard. It was Knight of Marshall's temporary residence in Harvest City. The moment they reached the gate, the housekeeper, Robin, immediately came out and greeted them. Robin, Abel will be staying here for the next 2 days. Clean up that independent house and make a place for Abel to stay, said Knight Marshall to the housekeeper as he got off the carriage. Yes, master. Housekeeper Robin knew that the Knight of Marshall had an adopted son, and soon he would become the inheritor of the castle. However, it was only after hearing these commands by Knight of Marshall that Robin could fully understand the importance of the young master. Besides the master's private house, the best place to live was that independent house. Yet Knight of Marshall had offered it to Abel without hesitation. Abel, do you want to come with me to visit my friends or go to play in Harvest City? Seeing Abel's look of hesitation, the Knight of Marshall couldn't help but smile. Of course, I will arrange Robin as your company to explore Harvest City. The Knight of Marshall did care about Abel. Not only did he understand Abel's choice by just looking at his expression, but he would also always respect his decision and never force him into doing anything he would be uncomfortable with. Abel rejected the company of housekeeper Robin. He just went off with his horse and began exploring the different shops in the street. Even though the streets of Harvest City were very wide, because of the new year, there were people everywhere. Suddenly, Abel came across a noisy group of people arguing. The voice seemed very familiar, so Abel decided to lead the horse forward. It was Zach. He was arguing with 3 young men wearing leather armor. There was also a young girl with blonde hair, probably the age of 17 or 18, standing on the side watching the argument intensely. She seemed like a witty and playful type. When she laughed, there was a touch of cunningness in her eyes. "Big brother," yelled Abel excitedly. It was such a surprise to see his family here. Abel jumped off his horse and ran towards Zach. "Abel," Zach replied as he gave Abel a tight hug. Afterward, Zach turned toward the 3 men and introduced them to each other. "This is my brother Abel. And Abel, this is Martin, Joshua, and Bob." The young girl gave a slight bow to Abel and introduced herself with a chuckle. "Hello, my name is Emily," as she curiously scanned Abel. Abel returned to the bow and saw the big brother Zach. Sneakily glanced at Emily's expression. It wasn't hard to figure out what was going on here. Zach was a young adult, after all. Abel laughed on the outside, but he wondered if he should write a letter to Mum about this. Martin had never have guessed that Abel would be so young. He was lost for words for a moment there. "Are you the one who forged the sword of 100 skills for Zach?" Abel smiled and nodded, "Yes." "Wow, really? Martin immediately gave a passionate bow and said, "It was such a pleasure to meet you. I didn't expect you to be so young." Martin seemed to be a talkative and straightforward person. Must be a nice guy to hang around, Abel thought. A tall, thin man named Joshua grinned. "Martin, I think we've been fooled. There is no way this guy could have made that sword of 100 skills." The sword of 100 skills. Abel turned to look at Zach, who had been showing off his present ever since he's got it. Zach was kind of embarrassed. He started rubbing his palms together, made quick eye contact with Emily and said, "The topic just came out of nowhere during my conversation with Emily. These three guys won't believe that my brother had forged a sword of 100 skills for me, so we started arguing." Abel's father always told him how grounded and mature his older brother is. But as he looked at his older brother, deeply trapped in the romantic spell of Emily and losing all his dignity, Abel was speechless. "That sword was just my practice piece," Abel explained faintly. Things got kind of tense after Abel said that. The three other guys didn't know how to respond, but the looks on their faces were very worried. This was a sword of 100 skills. Who the hell would ever call it a practice piece? "Which forging masters did you learn it from?" Emily looked at Abel with her big, sparkling eyes. "Oh, I learned it from Master Bentham," Abel replied, meanwhile trying to be polite to the person who could very well be his future sister-in-law. Martin interrupted, "Master Bentham is very well known in the duchy. How long have you been following him?" "1 month." Martin, Bob, and Emily were in shock. "My God, that's incredible," they all said simultaneously. "Okay. Even if his teacher is Master Bentham," Joshua said with a sneer, "do you believe that this kid can make a sword like this? Hey. Don't be rude," Emily called Joshua out. Both Joshua and Zach were trying to please her, and she knew that much at least. That being said, it's not right to have a go at someone else's little brother. Also, she thought that Zach was an honest man, which meant that this accusation was all the more offensive in her eyes. Joshua glanced at Abel and snorted. He said in a threatening voice, "Abel, you shouldn't claim the work of your teacher." Zach was starting to get irritated as well. "Joshua, you better stop that nonsense talk right now. You wouldn't want to make me your enemy." Martin stood up and separated the two. "Hey, if you really want to know who made this piece, there's a giant hammer weapon store nearby. It's easy. We can just go there and have someone examine it for us." "Of course," said Zach as he turned to look his little brother, to which Abel responded with a cool nod. "That's a lot of faith coming from you, Zach. If you're so confident in your little brother, why don't we make a bet on it?" Joshua laughed out loudly. After saying that, Joshua took out the big sword on his back. "I don't know about that one right there, but the one I have here, this is a real piece made by Master Bentham. If your brother's sword is not the work of Master Bentham, I'll give my sword to you. If it is, though, you give that sword to me instead." "Are you on, Zach?" Martin intervened. "Let's not escalate the situation. Guys, we're just going to have an authenticity test. We don't have to make any bets." Even Bob, who had remained silent during all this time, came forward and tried to calm down the tension. "We are all friends, aren't we? If we're going to bet on something, how about the loser pays for the dinner tonight?" Joshua said, "You chickening out, Zach." Emily, unlike the others, was not aware of how serious the situation was getting. She was getting too thrilled by the upcoming match. "I'll be the judge," she volunteered, "whoever the loser is. He has to give up on what he has betted on, okay. If not, I'll let him have a taste of my punishment." Looking at the overly excited Emily, Martin and Bob could not help but sigh. Women made men do stupid things, don't they? Abel was starting to frown a little. Ever since they met for the first time, Joshua had been contradicting everything that he said. If no one told him, Abel would have just guessed that Joshua was an enemy of Zach. "Sure, I'll bet," Zach said angrily. He had enough of Joshua making fun of his little brother. In front of Emily, too. What a dirty way to gain an advantage over him. The Giant Hammer Weapon Shop was a shop specialized in selling weapons and armor. When customers come in, the first thing they would see would be the huge counter made entirely out of ironwood. Because of how big and heavy everything was in this world, only ironwood could suffice to hold the weight of the items for sale. "Welcome, lady and gentlemen, to the Giant Hammer Weapons Shop. I am the store manager, Ted. Is there anything you are after?" asked a thin, middle-aged man. "Ah, yes, Mr. Ted, we are here a heavy sword examined. Please, have your best appraiser come here and help us take a look at it." said Joshua in an unbearable hurry. Wait for a second, I am the referee here, Emily protested with an I'm taking this very seriously look on her face. Give me the 2 swords, you two. I will be in charge of this. Without saying anything, Zach took out his sword and passed it over to Emily. Joshua was kind of reluctant at first, but after seeing Zach giving his sword to Emily, he was left with no choice but to hand it over as well. You are naggier than a woman, Emily said as she saw how hesitant Joshua was being. It was weird for a woman like her to say something like this, but anyway, she snatched the sword away from Joshua. Meanwhile, Ted just called out a long-bearded old man. This is the chief appraiser of the giant hammer weapon shop. All you need to do is to hand the swords over to him. For each piece that you are examining, we will charge you at a price of 2 gold coins. Emily took out 2 gold coins and put Zach's big sword on the counter. Okay, can you identify this weapon here, please? We want to see if it is the work of Master Bentham. The old appraiser got excited about that. He didn't expect to have the chance to examine a piece that could be made by a master forger. He took the big sword and inspected it carefully. Slowly but surely, the old appraiser's expression became more and more feverish. He started stroking the blade with his fingers, as though he was about to make fire with it. Whoever's made this masterpiece, it is a work of perfection, murmured the old appraiser. What witchcraft would you need to make this sword of 100 skills? Just look at how sharp the edges are. It's unbelievable. The old appraiser was completely lost in his own world. For a while there, he had probably forgotten that he was here to do his job. HMMPH, Emily coughed twice to get the old appraiser the attention again. Is this the work of Master Bentham, mister? Oh no, of course not. The older appraiser said affirmatively. I don't know who's made it, but it is definitely not the work of Master Bentham. What? How is this possible? Joshua threw a blank stare towards the ceiling. He figured that something was wrong when he saw the expression on the old appraiser's face, but the way that the old man denied the piece being a work of Master Bentham. It was almost like the piece was too splendid to made by someone even of that level. Joshua was getting more anxious by the seconds. Are you looking this properly, sir? He said to the old appraiser. You know, things won't go easy for you if you don't tell us the truth right now. The old appraiser threw a cold look at Joshua. If you are not satisfied with what I'm saying, go to the mayor and sue me. Remember this, though. The giant hammer weapon shop is the property of the city owner. If you want to cause any trouble for him, make sure you are ready for the consequences. Emily threw a disgusted glance towards Joshua, who was trying very hard to not lash out at the old appraiser. She picked up the 2 swords, gave them to Zach, and walked away like she had never known Joshua in the first place. Before Emily left, the old appraiser suddenly spoke. Is this a big sword for sale? He said in a sympathetic voice. I will offer 1,200 gold coins. It was a very confusing offer. Emily couldn't believe what she was hearing, so she asked, from what I've heard, a sword of 100 skills would cost about 1,000 gold coins. Why are you making the deal at 1,200 gold coins? The others were also very curious. Even Abel, too. Despite having lived 2 lives, this was the very first sword that he has made. Just how the heck was it so valuable? 1,000 gold coins are for ordinary swords of 100 skills. The value of the finest ones can be far greater than the ordinary ones. This piece right here, you can say that it is the finest of the finest. With a few strikes, I'm sure that it can easily destroy an ordinary sword of hundreds of skills. Equipping something like this is like having a double-up of one's sword-wielding ability. Joshua had lost the bet, and after the group left Giant Hammer's weapons store, he walked off by himself. He was too embarrassed to stay with the group. Hey Zach, why don't you shout us the dinner tonight? Martin and Bob said as they fixed their eyes on Zach's new sword. Emily, on the other hand, spent a great deal of her time throwing this curious look at Abel. Fortunately, though, she didn't ask him any specific questions. Whatever Abel's secret was, she was polite enough to not ask too much about it. Emily asked Abel, can you forge a sword for me? I will pay you money. I only forge weapons for my family. Abel quickly refused. For goodness sake, if he said yes on the spot, Martin and Bob would have been his next customers. Hey, Emily cried out as she switched her eyes between Abel and Zach. You follow him. Tell me where he is going. If he leaves the village, immediately report to me, Joshua said in a gloomy voice to his servant who was following by his side. The servant quietly agreed and began to follow Abel from a distance. "I will make you regret what happened today." Joshua knew that Zach was a rank 4 novice knight. It wouldn't be easy to find a person to rob him. Plus, he was the heir of the Knight of Bennett. The consequences of harassing him could be very severe. Not his little brother, though. Abel was a blacksmith. It didn't matter how gifted you were or if you were the follower of Master Bentham. At the end of the day, you were still a blacksmith. And no one would be bothered if you died. Little did Joshua know, he was only stepping further onto a road of no return. After Zach had won his bet, a few men were getting ready for a celebration at a luxurious restaurant. But Abel did not go with Zach. When they arrived at Harvest City, he departed from the group since he wanted to buy something. Abel counted the coins in his pockets. Other than the 20 gold coins he originally had, there was also the 50 gold coins that the Knight of Marshall gave him for entertainment at Harvest City. There were 70 gold coins in total. He decided to spend it all on 138 little gems. However, to avoid attracting attention, he went to 4 separate jewelry stores to buy those gems. His wallet looked deflated, only 2 coins left. Still, Abel no longer had the nerve to use his horadric cube out in the open streets. So, he found a hotel, booked a single room, and used the horadric cube to slowly combine the gems. It was like a walk in the park. In a short amount of time, Abel had combined the gems into 20 red gems and 26 blue gems. Abel was trying to remember the combination formula of the horadric cube as he stared at the gems. He wondered which category of darkness 2 gems were the ones he had just combined. As he kept on staring, he suddenly had an idea. Why don't I combine 2 this time? He took out 3 blue gems and put them in the horadric cube to combine again. By the time he took it out, it had become a large, round, transparent blue gem with countless cuts on the side. Let's try to level up again, thought Abel. He turned the remaining 6 blue gems into 2 more large, round blue gems, then put the 3 large, round blue gems in the horadric cube and pressed combine. This time it had turned into a droplet-shaped gem. Abel was certain that this was it. This was the perfect blue gem. The ultimate blue gem in Diablo 2 looked exactly like this. The horadric cube had forcefully turned the blue gems into the ones in the video game settings. The droplet-shaped gem shined in a shade of blue that reflected a hint of melancholy. As Abel stared at it in his hand, he wasn't planning to sell such perfection. The horadric cube possessed the great power to combine such perfect gems, which was big enough reason for Abel to be extra careful during the process of selling those normal blue gems. Luckily, Harvest City was a very developed region. Gems with such quality were not that hard to come by. 11,000 gold coins. While it was the amount that Abel sold his gems for, there was no way he was going to carry so much cash on him. So, he went to the shrine of the goddess of wealth and exchanged parts of it into 100-unit coins. He threw it all into the horadric cube. Luckily, it only showed a single digit, so it didn't take up any lattice. But when he decided to take it out, it turned into 100 gain. How convenient. 100-unit coins were most commonly used within large banks. They were a bit larger than normal gold coins and filled with the engraving of every goddess of protection. These goddess engraving needs to pass through the shrine to get made, so these 100-unit coins are very secure. With a cheerful look on his face, Abel began to plan on how he could spend all this money. Little did he know that someone had been stalking him this entire time. Funnily enough, it wasn't a good day for Joshua's servant, who spent his whole day following a young man who would just never stop walking. He had been to almost every jewelry shop in Harvest City riding his horse, and by that point, the servant was almost too tired to continue. He only wished that Abel would soon find a place for rest. Above his head was a signboard reading Edmund's Boutique Shop. This familiar signboard Abel couldn't help but remember the Kai condensing potion he had bought at Edmund's Boutique Shop. He already used up all the Kai condensing potion he had. Soon he would be attacking the knight's level. If he slowly trained by himself, it would have taken him years of effort until he could have gained enough Kai to condense his core. After using the master's Kai condensing potion, he had leveled up by 2 levels. Abel had always worried if any problems were progressing through the levels with such speed, because immediately he had leveled up by 2, which was not what he had expected. As it turned out, drugs were not the only way to level up in short periods. There were other options. There was quite some evidence that this was true, as both Master Bentham and the Knight of Martial were not shocked to see how fast he had attained another epiphany. If anything, they didn't seem surprised in any way, which could potentially mean that there was an alternative supplement for his training. According to Abel's knowledge, if there wasn't any problem leveling up with other methods, taking the no-side effect Kai condensing potion definitely shouldn't be too harmful to him. That being said, now was probably a good time to get himself some supplies. The moment Abel stepped into Edmund's boutique shop, a familiar voice came out to greet him. "Welcome to Edmund's boutique shop. How can I help you today?" The voice stuttered as its owner did not expect Abel's visit. "Oh, welcome. Didn't expect to see you here, young and handsome gentleman. Miss Yvette. What are you doing here?" Yvette gave out a small laugh and proudly said, "I got promoted from Fort Lee to the vice manager of Harvest City." "Congratulations, Miss Yvette," Abel cheered. Yvette must have been very capable to become the vice manager of a large city sector such as Harvest City. Abel had great respect for outstanding people like her. From the look on her face, it was clear that Yvette liked being congratulated by someone she knew, since there was a lot of stress after she got promoted to this position. Unlike a small city such as Fort Lee, even the position as a vice manager has 3 slots in here. "What would you like to buy today?" said Yvette softly. Abel pondered for a while and gave out a number. "I want 162 bottles of lesser Kai condensing potion." Yvette was excited by this, a large transaction of lesser Kai condensing potion. This deal would make her look really good in front of her boss. "It's 1,620 coins in total. Let's settle the deal for 1,600 coins, Yvette said after she applied the discount. Abel saluted to Yvette. "Please wait." Abel took out 1,600 coins from the horadric cube and inserted it in his wallet. Then he pulled out his wallet and gave the coins to Yvette. After a short period, the shop assistant brought out a medium-sized box. Inside was tightly packed with 162 lesser Kai condensing potion. After Abel rode his horse back to his place, he immediately went to his room and combined 162 lesser Kai condensing potion into 6 masters Kai condensing potion. Watching as those Kai condensing potion shone in its amber glow, Abel knew he was getting a massive power-up soon. As Abel was putting the 6 masters Kai condensing potion in the horadric cube, he remembered his transaction with Yvette today. Miss Yvette never asked him for his name, and the past 2 transactions had been quite smooth. Also with the name Edmund's boutique shop, plus Yvette's cautiousness, Abel decided if he had anything inconvenient to sell in the future, he will leave it for Yvette to handle. Meanwhile, out on the courtyard, the weather was still freezing even though it was already a new year. That servant curled up in a dark corner, his eyes rigidly starred at the front gate. This place was the Knight of Martial's temporary house, and not many people knew about that. If the servant realized this was the resistance of a royal family, who knew if he would still have the nerve to continue spying. Ignorance sometimes was the only thing that was necessary for a disaster to happen. After dark, the gate of Harvest City had been shut, so the servant decided to continue spying. However, little did he know that the Knight of Martial and Abel had already got on a carriage to join the New Year cocktail party in the city palace. The city palace was a lot more luxurious than Abel had initially imagined. In the center of the garden, there was an enormous fountain. Its spring water danced as mysterious beams of orange light sparkled upon its surface. Every servant in the city palace who guided the visitors were dressed in all black uniforms with impeccable manners. The surrounding guards were all dressed in half-body armor, holding a long sword in each of their hands. They all gave out the imposing manner of a professional with level 4 or above training in combat Kai. The place was manifesting the extraordinaire of the royal viscounts. There were 3 main occupations in the city palace: warriors, knights, and assassins. Regardless of class, their training was centered around practicing their combat Kai, which had the potential to bring out some very extraordinary abilities. Warriors were among one of the most common occupations, mostly because they took a large proportion of combat Kai practitioners. They were well trained to use almost any weapons, including swords, hammer, and long spears. Knights harnessed the greatest fighting ability out of the 3 occupations. Their resourcefulness enabled them to receive well-rounded training at a young age, allowing them to receive the best equipment there was. Unlike the other classes, they would ride on war horses and wear helmets on top of their heads. The least common occupation was the assassin because, on top of the practice of combat kai, they also needed to practice large amounts of hiding techniques. Assassins have the most intense combat kai explosion. However, it would often take a toll on their stamina. It was hard to earn a title in the Duchy of Carmel. Every generation of kings continued to suppress the number of nobles through a series of regulations, such as the prohibition for females to inherit powerful statuses. Another big one would be the rank lowering of lords who did not possess their own lands. For every time that title was inherited, a landless lord every title inherited would be lowered by 1 rank. Worst of all, however, was the claiming of territories of heirless lords who have passed away. Due to all sorts of interferences by the nobles, many lord families have ceased to remain to this day. There was only one condition to attain a title, and that was to do a great service for the duchy. It was especially hard in peaceful times like these, so that's why countless nobles would be willing to be on the front lines whenever it was called for. In recent years, tensions were strained between the king and the nobles. Major noble families continued to increase their power, while the king looked for every chance he could to execute anyone who dared, showing his desire to seize power from him. If you want to know how low the status of nobles was in Duchy of Carmel, just compare it to the city owner of Harvest City. Such an enormous city could be owned by a viscount, while other similar-sized cities, such as the neighboring Duchy of Thunder, were at least owned by someone with the title of a duke. Of course, these things were still way too far-fetched for Abel, and Knight of Marshall had already gained his fiefdom through his outstanding military service, so he did not care about things such as a title. When they were on the horse carriage, he only casually mentioned it to Abel out of interest while they were on the topic of the city owners. After Abel had seen the guards in the city palace, he couldn't help but remember how the Knight of Marshall had told him that the major nobles were becoming more powerful to resist the king. Every single one of the hundreds of warriors here was a professional. Even the ones with the lowest ranking, 100 of them could easily be just as capable as an army of 1,000. The crowd had gathered in the hall. However, Abel was disappointed with the food offered by the city palace. Because it was winter, the buffet table was only filled with cakes and roasted meats, but the wine was only supplied adequately. Before the cocktail party officially began, Viscount Dickens stepped out and commenced his speech. Even though the hall was crowded with people, Viscount Dickens was able to deliver the sound of his speech to everyone's ears through the power of his combat kai. According to the Knight of Marshall, this annual event was a way for the Viscounts to showcase their wealth and military power, and that they were well capable of managing this enormous land. It was the most boring cocktail party Abel had ever been to. He did not know a single person here. After the Knight of Marshall had introduced Abel to a few of his friends, Abel soon returned to the corner of the hall, quietly looking over this top of the world gathering. No wonder there was not much food prepared. Most people only stood around chatting with a wine glass in their hands. Rarely did anyone show interest in the food. Abel had dashed around the streets all day, and all the dreary chatters in the hall just sounded like a lullaby. By this point, Abel's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and slowly he drifted asleep. It was only after the party had ended that Abel was woken up by the shake of the Knight of Marshall. Knight of Marshall continued to make fun of Abel as they were going back to their temporary house. Level 5 novice knight had dashed around the streets all day and fell asleep during a cocktail party. How could any knight believe this? Early next morning, Knight of Marshall took Abel on the carriage to return to Harry Castle. As the housekeeper Robin was sending the carriage out the front gate, Abel stuck his head out and waved goodbye. It was at that moment the spying servant who had been frozen in the courtyard for the entire night realized Abel was about to leave. So immediately, he rushed back to his owner to report. "What? They are heading towards South Gate, are you sure?" said Joshua after he heard the servant's report. "If it's true, immediately gather the men." Joshua's father was a lord because he was good at managing businesses. He owned more than 10 stores on the main road of Harvest City and held more than 50% of the shares from the Harvest City clothing market. He was a true royal businessman. Because of this large amount of wealth, his only son, Joshua, had been able to receive the highest quality of education. At age 19, he was already a level 4 novice. Knight and father had always dreamed that he could one day win a battle and gain a fiefdom. Because of this, Joshua's father was never hesitated to invest in Joshua's development. For example, just look at the sword of 100 skills his father bought him for his education. And upon losing the gambling bet, Joshua had no intention to tell his father. The first thing that came to his mind was to seek revenge, and then find a chance to tell his father in the future. He gathered 12 of the most powerful servants in the family, each equipped with their own warhorse and long sword. Joshua was on a blazing red warhorse, and they set off to strike in a team of 13. The Knight of Marshall sat in the carriage, enjoying the wine his friend gave him during his time in Harvest City. Despite the vigorous movement of the carriage, the Knight of Marshall was able to move leisurely, so the wine glass did not budge a single bit. Abel, on the other hand, was trying his best to copy this knight's riding position. However, the carriage these days was just too shaky. There was virtually no means for any sort of shock absorption. When the seats began to vibrate, Abel had no ways to stop the wine from falling out of his cup. Still, the boy was not going to be demotivated by a small drawback such as this. Instead, he observed the Knight of Marshall as closely as he could, meanwhile preparing to imitate the same kind of skills that were displayed right in front of him. The carriage horse was old and slow. Its speed often did not coordinate with the speed of the carriage. Therefore, the 13 men had caught up to the carriage in no time. A malevolent smile began to emerge from Joshua's emotionless face. "Interesting, our carriage is being followed," said the Knight of Marshall. He lowered his wine glass with a cold smile on his face. Abel had also felt something odd from the vibration of the ground. He looked at the Knight of Marshall. Since he did not bring his long sword to the cocktail party, he could only put arrows on his bracelet and use it as a bow. "Go ahead, stop the carriage. I'll take care of the people inside," Joshua ordered the 12 servants. If Joshua saw the carriage from the front, he would have noticed the royal engraving and would not have proceeded with his plan. The 12 servants raised their long sword and charged towards the carriage. The carriage driver knew that Knight of Marshall was inside, so he was no worried. He only shouted, "This carriage was owned by the Harry family. Attackers will not be punished lightly." However, the 12 servants did not know that Knight of Marshall's surname was Harry. Therefore, they continued to charge and stop the carriage. After Joshua had caught up with them, he saw an eye-catching white unicorn engraving in the front of the carriage. It sent shivers from the back of his spine to the top of his head. He realized he had attacked a noble's carriage, and from the calm expression of the driver, he knew the other party must have held great power. By this point, Joshua was on the road of no return. Nothing could change the fact that he had attacked a noble's carriage. The desire to kill continued to rage in his heart. If he just killed this driver and that little blacksmith inside, who would have guessed he was a murderer? "Kill them all," Joshua spat out the words viciously. The 12 servants hesitated. They never killed someone, and they didn't have the will to. The most they've done were things like abusing their master's adversaries, maybe chopping off their limbs if things went bad. However, since it was a direct order from their master, these pitiful souls had no choice but to charge on with their long sword in hand. In a blink of an eye, a dark figure holding a long sword suddenly burst out through the waving curtain of the carriage. It was the Knight of Marshall. The second before the servants' swords made contact with the carriage driver, a powerful flash of combat kai shot out from his sword, cutting the servants and their horses into two. Fresh blood exploded from their bodies meters above the ground. The place was raining in blood, and the few servants up the back were drenched. The servants were terrified, yet the Knight of Marshall did not show mercy. He hopped from the carriage and slashed a servant head off with his long sword in mid-air. Before the servant even had time to react, his brain had already flown out his skull and landed in front of Joshua's horse. Joshua was stunned by this horrific scene. His body started to feel weak, and he fell from his horse on the spot. In a split second, the Knight of Marshall had already annihilated 10 servants. The other 5 were no longer on their horse holding their long swords, but shivering on the ground. Their opponent was an official knight that understood how to use combat kai. After witnessing the fighting power of a knight, these everyday servants would remember this traumatic experience throughout the rest of their lives. Abel was also stunned by the Knight of Marshall's viciousness and directness. Normally, the Knight of Marshall always wore a smile on his face, but what had just happened gave Abel a completely new impression of him. "Sir, you are a great knight. I am the eldest son of Lord Joel. I demand to be granted the title of noble prisoner of war, stuttered Joshua to the Knight of Martial. The title Noble Prisoner of War, as a way to treat nobles who had committed war crimes during that period. According to the knight's system of rule, winning or losing a battle was not the most important factor. What mattered was that they gave their best performance and faced their opponent with glory. Therefore, being a prisoner of war for a knight was not such a shameful thing. On top of that, most knights held great economic and political power. After they became a prisoner of war, all they need to do was to pay a ransom to be released. For example, if a higher-ranking knight high-level lord had been captured, the lower-level knights were obligated to turn themselves into hostages in exchange for ransoms. Lastly, these battles were common back in the days, so being captured as a prisoner happened often. Therefore, prisoners of war were often treated kindly and released only on the condition of a ransom. Knight of Martial sneered at the hopeless novice knight who was shivering on the floor in front of him before even giving a fight. The Knight of Martial wondered if he should deal with this situation according to the noble treatment of granting him the title of Noble Prisoner of War. "Joshua," said Abel as he hopped off the carriage. Looking at Joshua on the floor, Abel never could have guessed this noble brother had gotten people to attack him because of such a small conflict. "You know him?" Knight Martial asked. He had vaguely sensed the reason for this attack, but even if there were conflicts in the city, a knight would rarely gather a bunch of people and planned an unexpected attack. After thinking to himself for a while, the Knight of Martial decided to let Abel have the say on what happens to Joshua. It would also be a good chance to train his decision-making skills, or so it was intended. "Abel, how do you want to deal with him?" asked the Knight of Martial. Abel didn't care if Joshua was dead or alive. Whatever the decision was, there wouldn't be a benefit in harming this pitiful prick. That being said, Joshua wasn't completely useless. Abel decided to take advantage of this, and by take advantage, he was hoping that the Knight of Martial wouldn't mind him making some extra money. "Let's bring you back to the castle, Joshua. I'll let you enjoy the title of Noble Prisoner of War." After the Knight of Martial had heard Abel's word, he gave out a faint smile of satisfaction. Abel did not act according to his anger, but decided to take advantage of Joshua's wealth to contribute to the development of the castle. Abel's train of thought was pretty simple. Joshua's fighting abilities were miles behind him. If Joshua was a real knight and was able to pose a threat to him, he would have chosen otherwise, because an enemy is always better when dead. Abel then took the 5 surviving servants' belts off their waist and tied it around their hands. Other than that unlucky horse who had been chopped into 2 pieces by the Knight of Martial, Abel and the carriage driver threw Joshua and the captivated servants on the 11 surviving horses. After the horses had lined up, they began to move while Abel sat on Joshua's blazing red color horse following from behind. Joshua was tied to the first horse in the line. Although his belt had also been taken off much like the other servants, Abel internationally did not use it to tie up his hands. This is because if he tries to escape, his pants would fall off. But Joshua was not stupid. He would not dare to escape in front of an official knight. It was only until now Joshua had realized he had attacked the owner of Harry's castle, and that person whom he called Little Blacksmith would inherit all of Harry's castle. At that moment, Joshua knew the first thing he would do after he returns to his castle was to kill the servant responsible for spying Abel. After they returned to Harry's castle, Abel gave the captives to Linz the housekeeper. Housekeepers were responsible for settling the ransoms. Other than that, they would not question a single thing since it was the noble's problem. All they need to do is to identify the captive's status and negotiate the amount of money they need to pay with the other party's housekeeper. Soon, Abel had resumed his daily schedule. Every morning after breakfast, he would exercise and forge metal at the blacksmith shop. At night, he would return to the castle to practice the knight's breathing techniques and follow with a good night of sleep. Just like this, another month had gone by. Abel had forged over 5 long swords of 100 skills, only using the technique of this world. He did not use any special carburization or dipping fire techniques. This is because the only rule of forging in here was to make Master Bentham happy. No matter how good your secret techniques are, the fundamentals were the most important. Thus, through Abel's respect for fundamentals techniques these past months, he had been greatly praised by Master Bentham. One morning when Abel was at the blacksmith shop, he was called by Master Bentham to go to the master's private office. Abel followed Master Bentham into the room within the office, and from the top corner of the room, Master Bentham took out a thick, heavy book from a metal box. My teacher was the dwarf forging master, Master Robin. During the time dwarfs and human allied to combat the orc, thus every day I was sent off to practice forging with the dwarfs, said Master Bentham. Master Bentham's eyes began to sparkle as he recalled the good old days. It seemed as though as he was mumbling to himself as he told Abel the stories about his past. Those were the best days of my life. Every day I could learn something new. The dwarfs were some of the most gifted beings when it comes to forging. And through thousands of years of perfecting their forging techniques, was truly unlike others. Legend has it, the most powerful dwarfs were used to responsible for making artifacts for the gods. Other than making normal weapons, Master Robin could also make magical weapons. I remembered when I saw magical weapons for the first time. I knew I would dedicate my life to be a blacksmith. I remember telling myself that one day I would also want to make weapons like this. I tried very hard to master all the things Master Robin taught me, and only on the day I mastered all of it, I asked Master Robin if he could teach me how to make magical weapons. He rejected me without a second thought, said I didn't have the talent for it. Master Bentham got a bit emotional from his speech. However, Master Robin did give me one last hope when I finished all my studies, and that is this magical weapon forging guide. After I searched around in the guide, I realized that the reason why I could not make magical weapons is because of spiritual power. A person's spiritual power is the main thing when it comes to unleashing the magical force within a weapon. Yet most people who possess spiritual power would become a wizard. No one would want to be a blacksmith until I met you. Abel had suddenly been moved by these words from Master Bentham. All this time, he had been seeking information about wizards, and it is the first time he had heard a person directly talk about magic to him. Abel, I am already old. I know I could never be able to forge a magical weapon in this life, but you are my student. I hope you can one day be able to forge a magical weapon, said Master Bentham with eyes full of hope. Master, I will try my best, Abel nodded earnestly. Master Bentham picked up that enormous magical weapon forging guide in an almost ritualistic manner and passed it on to Abel's hand. The book felt heavy on Abel's hand. Just like the legend has it, even though dwarfs were short, they always believed they were the descendants of the giants. Therefore they tried to make everything as big as possible, and this book is a beautiful manifestation of that. When Abel opened the book, he realized the information was very straightforward. First page, fire magical weapons. In the middle of the page, drawings were depicting both sides of a sword. On the top there were strange markings, while on the handle of the blade there was a concave area with markings saying, "Put fire magic gem here." At the bottom of the page, there was information about the function of fire-type magical weapons, fire potions formula, and the fighting power of the weapon. The second page, ice-type magical weapons. The layout was the same as the first page, drawing of depicting both sides of a sword in the middle, and explanation and formulas about ice magical weapons at the bottom. The third page was about lighting magical weapons, and the fourth page was about toxic magical weapons. There were only 4 pages in this book. Abel thought to himself, the dwarfs are ridiculous. They must be stupid to make such an enormous book with only 4 pages of information. But looking back at Master Bentham's sincere expression, Abel did not say it out loud. I have all the materials you need. Although I had been collecting them for many years, it is only recently that I've found the perfect fire magical gems and ice magical gems, Master Bentham said. Meanwhile, he opened a box that contained all the things that he had just mentioned. Is this it? Within those materials, some somethings looked very familiar to Abel. It was 3 red gems and 3 blue gems. He took the 6 gems out of the box and inspected them carefully. They were the ones he sold at Harvest City earlier. These are the fire magical gems and ice magical gems I was talking about. It was so hard to find such perfect ones like these, but luckily I had found these in Harvest City. Looking at how excited Master Bentham was, Abel wondered if the price of these gems were much higher than the price he had sold them for. If he mistakenly sold magical gems as normal gems, what would be the actual value of magical gems? But Abel decided not to ask. He did want to regret his decision even further. Your task in the future will be sketching out those runes, make sure the angle, force, and the thickness of the strokes are the same. Master Bentham repeatedly emphasized as he took out a brush from a box. Is this an ink brush? Abel was shocked once again. Ink brushes were one of those things that Abel was all too familiar with. From the tip of the brush to the body of the brush, this brush that Master Bentham was holding looked exactly like an ink brush from Abel's original world. Master Bentham explained as he handed the rune brush over to Abel. Ink brush. I like that name, but it's called the rune brush, boy. The body of the brush was made out of a kind of wood that is resistant to magic, which prohibits other external magical force interrupting the rune's writing process. The tip of the brush was made out of the softest handful of fur located in the very back of a wind wolf's head. The wind property of a wind wolf allowed the brush to deliver rune's ink more efficiently. This rune brush is very difficult to master. There are lots of training and learning you need to do until you can draw the lines of the rune correctly. Here, give it a try, said Master Bentham to Abel as he took out a bottle filled with normal ink. He opened the lid and placed it on the table. Then, he took out a piece of lambskin parchment and also placed it on the table. Abel held the rune brush by gripping it between his middle finger and the ring finger, while his thumb pressed against the body of the brush. He then proceeded to dip the brush in the ink bottle and gently whipped off the excess ink. A glance at the runes in the book. In one take, he wrote down the entire first page. Master Bentham was stunned as he watched by the side. The master himself had been practicing to use a rune brush for more than 20 years. Yet, his position and control of the rune brush were not even as good as Abel's first attempt. Even basic things, such as grasping the amount of ink the brush needed to be dipped, had taken Master Bentham countless trial and errors. Although there was still a bit of disparity when it came to Abel's replication of the runes, he was able to recognize when the lines should be smooth, straight, or curled. These runes were no worse than the ones written by Master Bentham. As long as Abel kept on practicing, he could have surpassed his master in no time. Master Bentham could not help but feel the waves of jealousy sprung up from within, as he lamented on the god's bias from the inside. He had never heard of a person of Abel's age becoming a 5th-level novice knight. He had also never heard of a person who was able to forge a sword of 100 skills after only a month of training. Even the power of will he had so deeply desired was possessed by Abel. Now when it came to writing runes, Abel had also excelled. His first attempt was already on par with those who dedicated decades of effort. Master Bentham could not take it anymore. He waved his hand at Abel and said, "Okay, you can go back to practice by yourself now." As that been said, Master Bentham took Abel out of his room. He needed time alone to lament with his injured soul. After Abel sensed that maybe Master Bentham dissatisfied, he packed up all his things and went back to his room in the castle. There was not a quiet place in the blacksmith shop for Abel to practice writing runes in peace anyway. If Abel knew what Master Bentham is thinking, he would have told him, "Oh no, you are overthinking it. I only know how to use an ink brush, and this amusing thing is a rune brush." In Abel's previous world, he had been systematically learning how to use an ink brush since the beginning of elementary school. Even after he got a job, he did not give up on this hobby. From time to time, he would take out an ink brush and wrote down a few characters to enhance his mood. After a week of training, Abel was able to completely master the 4 magical rune characters. The sizes and proportions of the strokes were perfect. However, during the process, he also realized that the fire magic rune character seemed very familiar to him. It looked very similar to the 8 Ral rune in Diablo 2. However, there were a lot of connecting lines in this fire magic rune. Some were responsible for connecting to the hilt of the sword, and some were responsible for connecting the entire body of the sword. Overall, the structure of the rune as a whole still very similar. The purpose of the 8 rune was plus 5, 30, fire damage, which was also similar to this fire magic rune. Could it be that the rune of this world was related to the runes of the Dark World? Legend has it the Dark World's rune system had been long lost. To create a rune system, the only way was to use an ancient runestone to realize the power of each rune. Therefore, since the runes still existed in this world, if one had mastered more runes in the future, maybe they could also turn all the rune of Diablo 2 come into reality. For now, it was still too early to say. Abel had only mastered 4 runes. To establish a rune system, it required the combination of the entire 33 rune characters within Diablo. As for the 4 runes Abel had mastered, after careful analysis and identification, Abel had corresponded them to the runes of Diablo 2. They were individual: the fire magic 8 rune, ice magic 10 rune, electric magic 9 rune, and poison magic 7 rune. However, there was one rune system that Abel could remember from memory. If it wasn't because this rune system was generally ranked at the top out of the many rune systems, Abel wouldn't even remember that it had even existed. The rune ability in this rune system was terrible in Diablo 2. It wasn't even as good as any ordinary low-level dark gold. This rune system was called the Ancient Vow. The Ancient Vow. Material required: 3 Kong Shield. Rune required: 8 + 9 + 7. Ability of the final product: General Defense plus 50%. Ice Defense plus 43%. Virus Defense plus 48%. Fire Defense plus 48%. Electricity Defense plus 48%. 10% of damage could be converted to magical power. Abel, though it might be doable, although its attributes were not that good in the game, would be a powerful shield in reality. So Abel had decided, after he had mastered all the single rune weapons, he would proceed to make this shield. The next day, Abel returned to the blacksmith shop with the rune brush and the ink bottle. He found Master Bentham and said, "Master, I have mastered the 4 runes. I want to start making magic weapons today." By this point, Master Bentham had been shocked by Abel's speed of mastery way too many times. He had become completely immune to it. Even if Abel were to master the rune brush a few more days faster, he wouldn't be any more surprised. Master Bentham took out a sword of 100 skills that had Abel forged a while ago. This was because the Knight of Martial had stipulated long ago that Abel have the right to possess all the weapons he forged himself. Since Abel would one day inherit the castle, he should be able to use the iron as resources as well. Upon completing these swords of 100 skills, Abel would often carelessly leave them in this operation room, which was assigned by Master Bentham as Abel's private room. If an ordinary person had entered this room, they would go insane. The floor was scattered with more sword of 100 skills than all the weapons store combined in Harvest City. There were only 3 masters with the ability as high as Master Bentham, supplying their weapons to the weapons stores in Harvest, and Master Bentham could only forge 1 sword of 100 skills in a month at most. Therefore, the limitations of masters can be clearly seen. To progress from forging 80 skills to a 100 skills weapon, if one did not possess the power of will, the only way was to rely on experience and a large number of mental calculations. Masters would normally start from 80 skills and slowly forge 1 or 2 more skills onto the weapons each day. Only a blacksmith who possessed the power of will, such as Abel, could forge a weapon from 80 to 100 skills in one take. However, these days, Master Bentham no longer needed to send his weapons to another weapon store to sell. This was because, in exchange for Joshua, Lord Joel had given the Knight of Martial a weapon store, located in the most prosperous part of the Harvest City, while as for the 5 captured servants, they had also been generously sent back. That weapon shop, which was worth more than tens of thousands of gold coins, was now bringing more than 500 gold coins per month to Harry Castle. Abel removed the decorations from the sword of 100 skills handle, leaving only the metal part of the handle, hilt, and gauntlet exposed. Therefore, the gauntlet was now the only part where the magical gem could be placed. Abel placed the hilt of the sword of 100 skills into the furnace. After a while, he took the burning red sword out with a clamp. Then, took out a hammer drill and trimmed a suitable hole. When Master Bentham saw the sword, he was very pleased with Abel's proficiency in his forging foundation. One of the main reasons that Abel wanted to learn forging was to master his own power. During his spare time, he would practice different forging skills in the operation room. Each forging skill that he practiced had their very own unique powers. After all the training Abel did, he could control and maintain his skills firmly and steadily. "Master, I want to forge an ice magic sword." Due to issues with materials, Abel had to choose between fire and ice magic weapons. In his understanding of the ice magic weapons, it could slow down his opponent's speed alongside the damage caused by the ice magic. The finished product would be a devastating nightmare for anyone who encountered it. Master Bentham remained silent as he nervously watched. Abel took out his runes brush. After Abel dipped it in ink, he began to write the runes onto the sword. Due to many years of using a normal ink brush, Abel's hand muscles were very well developed. Therefore, he did not find it too hard to use the soft rune brush. However, the ink used to write runes were different from the ones normally used to write on ink paper. The process of writing ice runes on the sword of 100 skills was a lot more difficult. With every stroke Abel wrote on the sword, he could feel waves of resistance. This was the case despite that the brush was made with wind. Wolf fur, which was supposed to limit the resistance force by at least half. Sweat began to flow down from Abel's head. Not only writing the runes required strength, but it also required high energy consumption from his heart. This was because the writing had to be done within one breath, and it could not be paused anytime during the writing. If there was a pause, the thickness of the ink would be different, and the magic being transmitted would have gone out of Abel's control. Despite having taken half an hour, Abel's writing runes on the sword of 100 skill took almost 3 times longer than normal writing would. Ultimately, the deed was done. Abel took out a blue gem and carefully placed it into the hole. He reinforced the hole with different tools so that if the hole began shaking, the gem wouldn't accidentally shake or fall out. "Let me see." Master Bentham asked Abel for his sword of 100 skills. He carefully examined it and said, "You can write runes even faster than me. They are perfectly drawn and the magical stone has no problem with it. I think we can proceed to the next step." Being able to see Master Bentham's affirmation of his capabilities, Abel's face began to express joy. The process of drawing these runes was difficult, and it had taken a lot of willpower out of Abel. So he sat down on the ground and rested for almost an hour before he was fully recovered his energy. Abel carefully used his willpower to draw from the blue gem to the edge of the ice magic stone according to Master Bentham's instruction. An ice-cold force rushed back at Abel as he continued to use his willpower. He then began to guide this ice-cold force carefully into the strokes of each rune. This process could not be too fast, or else the ice-cold force would be left behind, thus returning to the blue gem. However, it could also not be too slow, or else the ice-cold force would freeze his willpower. On the 5th attempt, he finally successfully used his willpower to guide the ice-cold force onto the middle of the rune. Suddenly, the sword of 100 skills shined with a dazzling light. Abel seemed to hear the sound of the sword blade shattering. Without a second thought, he threw his sword of 1,000 practice outside, while Master Bentham was concentrating behind the huge iron-controlling desk. Suddenly, there was a loud bang sound, and all Abel heard was the sound of fragments and splinters shattering everywhere through the air. It was then followed by the sound of objects being hit with a sound of ding-ding. After a while, the sound came to complete silence, and everything was suddenly quiet. Abel slowly poked his head out and glanced at the area where the explosion happened. The operations room was in complete chaos and disorder. The walls inside the room were filled with holes. Fortunately, the operation room was made of boulders, and the tools inside the room were all made from fine quality iron, which meant that most of the equipment inside the rooms wasn't damaged, with the only damage being a large pit on the ground. Master Bentham recovered from the scene with a shocked face. He looked directly at Abel in the eyes, and the two individuals suddenly felt as if they were survivors of a close-call disaster. "What's the matter? Master, are you all right?" All of a sudden, there was a loud noise coming from nowhere. Then the door of the workshop was promptly opened. Everyone in the blacksmith shop rushed and crowded inside. That bang noise that occurred has shocked and frightened everyone that was near. The room was filled with gasps and dreadful looks on people's faces, and for a moment the crowd stared astoundedly at Master Bentham and Abel. They thought to themselves, what they were doing here that could have been so powerful and devastating. "All of you better keep your mouths shut. Nothing happened here, all right? Now get out of here before I make you." Master Bentham roared like a bear. He was kicking everyone out. The crowd, the gardener, even his own apprentices, everyone. Why did this happen? Abel was a little surprised by this failure because he thought he did very well this time. The process was very smooth, so why did it fail in the last moment and also caused a last-minute explosion? Master Bentham picked up the ink carefully and examined it. He carefully sniffed it with his nose and twirled it with his hand. Finally, he said firmly to Abel, "There is nothing wrong with the ink. I have produced this ink for many years now, and it was made in accordance with the same formula. There's no way it would have been like this. Then that means something went wrong in the process. Abel thought back to his own production process, and nothing was missing except that it took 3 times longer than usual to draw the runes. With that in mind, Abel said firmly, maybe the runes were drawn for a little too long. Yes, after a long time, the first and the last ink may be exposed to the outside environment for too long. The ink properties of the 2 periods may have changed, followed by an unstable magic transmission, which may ultimately lead to the explosion. Master Bentham analyzed carefully. He had spent his entire life studying the material when Abel was making assumptions for the reason of the explosion. He had already found out the cause for the explosion. Can you use your power of will to draw the runes? Wouldn't that be faster? Asked Master Bentham, who, as he did not possess such powers, couldn't do anything to help apart from making suggestions. Abel thought for a moment and answered, there shouldn't be a problem. It's just that my power of will was a little bit depleted. It's going to take up a lot more time for me to rest before I can use it again. Once again, they picked up another sword of 100 skills found from the ground and punched a hole into it for the gem. This time was much faster than the first time, since Abel now acquired some experience from his first attempt. It was time to draw the runes again, and Abel closed his eyes while emptying his mind. As he slowly opened his eyes this time, he began to zoom in on the sword with his sight. Every detail on the sword was magnified multiple times larger than its original size. When the runes were drawn on the sword with ink, the two continued to fuse very tightly. It created a special coating, which was why the resistance was so strong when the runes were being drawn. The speed of Abel's willpower corresponded with the speed of his runes brushed perfectly. There was already a night and day difference comparing this to his first attempt. The whole thing was finished in 10 minutes. Abel returned from his power of will state, and by that point he was already fully exhausted. It took Abel 2 hours to recover from his exhaustion. Now he had gained experience of how to guide the ice cold force with his power of will, without any pauses or interruptions. Next time he could lead the cold force into the middle of the runes at a much quicker and steadier pace. The sword of 100 skills flashed with a glaring ray of light. This time, the light was not dazzling, and the sword covered by the runes began to shine. Slowly the lights began to dim, and the rune disappeared from the surface of the sword, and the sword returned and to its original appearance. In addition to the sword handle's whole slot, there were no differences between the newly crafted sword and the original sword of 100 skills. Master Bentham took the sword of 100 skills with his trembling hands and tapped it with his fingers. The sword flashed a cold light, and Master Bentham's fingers were covered with frost. Abel saw the frost on Master Bentham's finger and immediately asked, "Master, are you all right?" "Ha ha," Master Bentham laughed wildly, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He began to mutter words. I never thought that I could live to see the day where one of my disciples could be making magical swords, finally. I can die without any more regrets." Abel used a few normal gems to redecorate the big sword's handguard so that no one could see the internal magical power of the gems held within the long sword. He repolished handguards, along with a curved decoration strip made, as well as adjusting the small and shattered gemstones of the sword. This transformed the sword from a normal sword of 100 skills, an ultra-luxury, deluxe edition of an ice magic sword of 100 skills. The explosion that occurred on the other day had dispelled Abel's plan to create the ancient vow rune. The defense power he possessed was nowhere as strong enough to withhold its power. It would be very dangerous if it exploded again during his second try. Time flew, and in a blink of an eye, 3 months had already passed. Nowadays, Abel was living a very fulfilling lifestyle. He has already forged over 12 swords of 100 skills, one of them being the ultra-luxurious, deluxe edition of the ice magical sword of 100 skills. He even produced 5 shields of 100 skills, made of rough iron. These shields were made as preparations for his future plan to make the ancient vow in the rune system. It was already April, and the weather was becoming warmer and warmer. People who worked in the forgery had already begun forging weapons right from the morning. "Abel, you and I are going to the Blacksmith Union in Harvest City today," said Master Bentham as he looked towards Abel, who was still recovering his energy to make another one of his 100 skilled bases. "Why are we going to the Blacksmith Union at Harvest City, and what are we doing?" Abel questioned Master Bentham with a strange look on his face. Master Bentham replied to Abel's question with an excited tone. "After you made the magic sword, I have requested a swordmaster from the Blacksmith Union to assess your sword. I got the news from the Blacksmith's Union yesterday. They notified me that they will be assessing you tomorrow." "Congratulations, Master." Abel knew Master Bentham was only called the Blacksmith Master Bentham by the locals. Being able to make 100 skilled rough iron was only the fundamentals of becoming a master. In order to truly be approved by the Blacksmith Union as a blacksmith master, one would need a very diverse and profound skill set. Therefore, Master Bentham was only a competent master, but not a blacksmith master. "Why are you congratulating me? I am only the person who helped you apply." Bentham gently patted Abel's head. "For my entire life, I have been trying to forge magical weapons. I will never succeed to make one. Though, and that's why I could never become a real blacksmith master. However, the fact that you can make magic weapons, it shows that you are already worthy to surpass what I'm capable of, at first." Abel doesn't seem to have a lot of interest in becoming a blacksmith master. However, when he realized that he could learn more runes if he becomes a master, as well as on the strong recommendation from Master Bentham, he agreed and said, "I will go and prepare now." Abel loaded 9 normal swords of 100 skills and 1 luxurious, deluxe edition of the fire magic sword of 100 skills onto Master Bentham horse carriage from his private operating room. Abel decided to leave 2 of those normal swords of 100 skills at his own, Harry's weapon shop. The rest of them were being sold in Edmund's boutique shop for money. If all the swords were being sold through Harry's shop, it would hugely impact the prices of those swords in the local market, which would also lead to suspicion from other weapon shops. Ultimately, this could bring a huge disadvantage to his shop in Harvest City, which was just taken recently off the hands of Lord Joel. One of the main advantages of trading it to Edmund's boutique shop was that they have distribution shops all around the country. This meant that they could easily sell off the 7 swords. The luxury sword, on the other hand, could be auctioned off by the boutique shop, which would generate a large amount of profit for Abel. The carriage trip to Harvest City was bumpy as usual. Abel already had plans of crafting a vibration-damping carriage so that the ride won't be as bumpy. At around 10 a.m. in the morning, the horse carriage finally arrived at the Blacksmith's Union, which was located in the center of the town. The Blacksmith Union was a multinational organization in the mainland. The organization was created 3,000 years ago by a couple of humans and dwarfs who were all blacksmith elders 3,000 years ago. After all these years, even the orcs have joined the organization. This ultimately formed the Blacksmith Union that was known. Today, the unions mainly assessed the blacksmith's ability and handed out medals according to their skill level. However, they also provided protection for those blacksmiths who had joined the organization. The moment Bentham and Abel entered the union's hall, a dwarf with a large beard walked towards them. This was the first time that Abel had seen a dwarf in his life. He tried his very best and controlled himself from not staring at the dwarf. "Bentham, my old friend, the union notified me to host as soon as they heard about your application." The dwarf then held his arms wide opened, and Bentham lowered his body to give him a hug. When they finished hugging each other, Bentham laughed and said, "I can't believe the union is telling you to host the assessment. I still remember the days where we were being taught by Mr. Robin. After so many years, you still look so young." Abel was a little speechless as he looked over at the dwarf with his face covered with his large beard. He couldn't imagine what Bentham meant when he said that his dwarf friend was young. "This is my student, Abel and Harry." Bentham pointed at Abel, who was standing on the side, and introduced him to the dwarf. Bentham then turned around and said to Harry, "This is Master Soren Oakshield, a junior who studied with me." Soren Oakshield jumped in and yelled, "I am your senior, mind you. Back when we studied together when I was a young adult, you were still a child, so of course I am your senior." Bentham laughed. "Oh, I am older than you, yet I was still a child," Master Soren yelled as he waved his fists around. Abel finally understood the argument between the two of them as he watched from the side. Dwarfs generally had a longer lifespan, usually about 500 years. But normal humans could only live for around 100 years, So that's why they were having this banter with one another. Master Soren knew that there wouldn't be a point to continue to dwell on this topic, so he quickly turned his head and began talking about Abel. So is this the person that will be assessed to become the new blacksmith master? He is way too young. You only have one chance in your lifetime to apply for an assessment to become a blacksmith master, and you gave it to him. These questions clearly showed that Soren did not trust Abel's ability. Every skill that a blacksmith acquired needed time to perfect and master. I am almost 60 years old, and I am losing my essence. I am afraid that I cannot become a blacksmith master anymore. I would never have the chance to use this application, but Master Bentham looked directly towards Abel and said, ever since Abel became a student of mine, he had created miracles again and again. I believe that he has the ability to become a master blacksmith, and that's why I brought him here for an assessment. Okay, up to you then. Let us begin the assessment. Master Soren led both of them into the workshop. There were 3 mirrors placed on the wall. There was a blacksmith workbench in the middle with all the tools that they need, and there was also a blacksmith furnace on the side that was burning. Soren then took out 6 red gems and placed them on the notch of the wall. All of a sudden, the mirror's surface began to shake. 3 figures, including a dwarf and 2 humans, began to emerge. Master Bentham then proceeded to bow to the 3 figures in the mirror. Hello, masters. Sorry for interrupting your time. Abel seemed to be quite amazed and shocked at the same time. Then, Master Soren began to explain the procedures of the assessment to him. Master Blacksmiths had 5 chances to apply for a Grandmaster assignment. A top-tier blacksmith was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. After the application was passed, there would be a Grandmaster here to be the witness, and the other 3 will be remotely assessing the processes of the procedures through a magical array. This type of magic array was made by the array master of the elves. It could only transfer images, but it cannot transfer sound. Let's start, Master Soren said to Abel after explaining the rules and procedures. Abel remained silent. He first bowed to Master Soren and the 3 masters on the mirrors. The raw materials on the workbench were very high quality. Abel took a piece of the material and threw it into the furnace. After a short period of time, he took out the material and hammered it back and forth. Due to his highly trained proficient skill and speed, it only took a little over 2 hours to forge the material to the 80 skills. Now he only needed to further forge them from 80 skills to 100 skills. Since he was using up his power of will, the speed of him forging the material from 80 to 100 was even faster than before. Master Soren began to look at Abel in a new light. The skillful use of his power of will when it comes to forging was not very common among the masters. Instead, most masters would use their experience to forge the martial from 80 skills to 100 skills. It didn't take long for the materials to be forged to 100 skills. After taking a small break, Abel began to shape the sword. The time flew past quickly, and the sword has taken its shape. Abel did not stop there. He proceeded to use the chisel to open a small indent on the handguard. This move suddenly grabbed Master Soren's attention. He immediately turned to Master Bentham with a look of doubt. But Master Bentham nodded back to Soren confidently, confirming his belief in his student. Master Soren knew that although Bentham had been trying to forge a sword like this for his entire life, Bentham had failed. However, now it seemed that his student was able to complete his cherished desire. The moment Abel took out his rune pen, Master Soren's confirmed his suspicions. Magical weapons was some of the highest tier weapons. It was considered precious even from the master tier weapon perspective. Seeing that Abel was in a state of deep focus as he drew the runes, the 3 masters in the mirror immediately knew what weapon it would be. Therefore, they began to pay even closer attention. The final process of embedding the blue gem and the guidance of the power of will went smoothly. Soon, an ice magical sword was completed. Although it was not decorated, the masters agreed this ice magical sword was fabulous, and it had well surpassed the blacksmith master examination standards. Master Soren turned around and looked at the 3 figures in the mirror. After all, the masters nodded in confirmation. Master Soren took out a medal from his chest directly and spoke to Abel with a serious tone. Congratulations, Abel Harry Master. You are now the 36th blacksmith master in the Blacksmith Union. After these words, Master Soren placed the medal in front of Abel's chest. He then stepped up and gave Abel a hug. Just like Master Bentham, Abel also bent down to return Master Soren's hug. This gesture of kindness shown that Master Soren was now treating Abel as an equal. The three masters from the mirror have also bowed at Abel. As soon as Abel finished returning the bow, the figures vanished from the mirror. Because Master Bentham and the Knight of Marshall had businesses to discuss together, the Knight of Marshall had arranged it so that he would come to the council to pick them up back to the castle after 2 hours. In the meantime, Abel sat on his carriage and went off towards Edmund's boutique shop. When Abel entered Edmund's boutique shop, Yvette was nowhere near in sight, so Abel went towards the counter and asked the male assistant, "I'm looking for Miss Yvette, have you seen her?" Since Master Bentham had just dropped off Abel in Harvest City directly coming from the blacksmith shop, Abel was still wearing gray cotton overalls. It was stained with traces of burnt fabric and sparks from the master blacksmith examination. Alongside with Abel's young age, he looked as if he was just another normal civilian. Surprisingly, the male shop assistant did not discriminate against Abel since he saw that Abel had arrived on a horse carriage. No matter how Abel looked or who he may be, the shop assistant knew that anyone who arrives on a horse carriage was probably someone who he couldn't afford to offend, else he could risk losing his job. Therefore, the shop assistant politely assisted Abel to wait at the chairs in the reception hall. Before the waiter left, he gave Abel a cup of coffee, then promptly went upstairs to find Yvette. Suddenly, a shrill voice came out from somewhere. "Who do you think you are? How could a peasant like you sit down at a boutique shop? Are you here for the free coffee, is that it?" Abel looked around hesitantly for a few moments before finding out that it was himself who was being called a peasant. Abel had already accustomed to his identity in this world. Ever since he came here, no one has ever made such an insult to him. He looked at the man with a frown on his face and spoke to the man directly. The man who called Abel a peasant was a skinny 30-year-old man with a face as dry as the desert. He was wearing a black dress like a stick in his body, with a posture like a bent shrimp. "Are you talking about me?" Abel questioned the man in an unimpressed and dissatisfied tone. "Nice try in pretending to be someone you will never be." The man then glanced over towards Abel. He then laughed at Abel as he saw the blacksmith medal that he, not even once, had seen in his whole life. "If you're going to bring a blacksmith medal, at least bring one that looks real, not some shady fake pieces like these." "Guards, get this guy out of here," the man said with a mocking tone. "Sir, please exit the store," said the two guards as they approached Abel. "If Edmund's boutique shop doesn't give me what I'm looking for, I will forward this matter to the noble tribunal for my rights and authority to be here," said Abel as he took out a white unicorn coat of arms from one of the pockets. He immediately displayed it in front of the guards. When the two guards saw the coat of arms from Abel's hand, they frantically ran away in panic. The man who doubted Abel suddenly became pale and shocked. No one in this world dared to fake the coat of arms. This was because that faking the coat of arms was a sin, and it would often lead to a death penalty. Moreover, the coat of arms represented the status of a noble. Only the noble and his successors would have had the rights and eligibility to use their family coat of arms. The noble arbitration court was built to protect the noble's rights. When the noble's dignity was violated, the noble arbitration court would step in and defend the noble's legitimate rights. This may sound a civilized thing to do, but the noble arbitration court and their course of action were extremely cruel. According to past events, every time a noble arbitral tribunal was dispatched for violating and insulting the dignity of these high-class noble, someone was bound to be burned to death. "What's the matter?" Yvette hurried down the stairs at a brisk pace and saw the situation and what was happening. When two guards saw her, they slowly walked back with their body shrinking backward. Yvette quickly glanced over and saw Abel's clothes. She quickly realized the situation, and she spoke apologetically. "Hello, I apologize on behalf of Edmund's auction house for all the inconvenience caused to you." At the same moment, Yvette's eyes froze as she witnessed the medal on Abel's chest. "Are you a master, Abel?" "The 36th blacksmith to pass the blacksmith master rating," said Yvette with an astonished and shocked tone. "Miss Yvette, you are correct, I am Abel. I didn't realize that the news would go around so fast." Abel lamented on how fast the news has spread. Rumors were just as widespread as it was on Earth. "Master Abel, we have just received word from headquarters that you have passed the assessment at the Harvest City Blacksmith Guild. Headquarters has specifically requested that our division follow closely onto you." Yvette then quickly glanced over to the man who doubted Abe and followed up with an apology to Abel. Our boutique shop will give you an account of your injustice. When the tall and thin man heard what Yvette had said, he suddenly became paralyzed on the ground. These words from Yvette's had sealed his fate, but at the same time, he knew how insignificant his fate is in the eyes of others. Abel had a special intention when he wore his Blacksmith Master medal to Edmund's boutique shop. This was because he wanted to auction his sword of 1,000 skills, also a deluxe version of a fire magical sword of 100 skills at Edmund's boutique shop in this identity. By doing so, not only it was easier to sell the swords, but it could also attract more publicity to this auction, therefore maximizing the value of these weapons. Miss Yvette, I've brought some of the forged weapons that I've made, and I'd like Edmund's boutique shop to help me put it up for auction. When Yvette heard what Abel had said, her eyes lit up and suddenly shined. This was a wonderful opportunity for her to be putting up the newly titled Master Blacksmith's weapons for sale at Edmund's auction house. As Yvette was in charge of this matter, this could well be an immense achievement for her, and it would boost her future career and promotion tremendously. Thank you for your trust in Edmund's boutique shop, and we will sell your work at the highest standards within our auction, said Yvette excitedly. Abel made a proposition. On one condition only, these weapons will not be auctioned at Harvest City. At first, Yvette was confused by Abel's proposition, but then she immediately understood his reasonings. This was because there was a new weapon shop called Harry's weapon shop in the same town, and Abel's last name was Harry as well. Therefore, Abel must not want people to misunderstood that all the weapons in that store were also owned by his family. No problem, Master Abel. To Yvette, it didn't matter where she sold the weapons. As long as she was in charge of the selling, she would have been able to take all the credits regardlessly. As the guards unloaded some of the weapons from Abel's carriage at the front door, Abel pointed to the 7 swords of 1,000 skills and said, "These are just the weapons I made during my training. They are just ordinary weapons of 100 skills." He then pointed towards the deluxe version of Fire Magical Sword and said, "This variant was made with the use of dwarf technology. After some decorations, I named it the deluxe version of Fire Magic Sword of 1,000 skills." Wait, is this a magical weapon? Of course, Yvette had heard of magical weapons before. That being said, though, they were classified as extremely rare and high-end weapons. Even the headquarters of the Edmund boutique store could rarely see one. Curiously, Yvette drew the large sword from its sheath, but the sword was too heavy for a lady, so she held the large sword with both her hands and attempted to place it on the counter for a closer inspection. Suddenly, Abel's heart skipped a beat as he what Yvette was about to do. He quickly shouted, "Be careful." But it was too late. The fire magical sword had slipped from Yvette's hand. The moment that the body of the sword touched the floor, a red light flashed from the body of the sword. Dong, the sword had hit the ground. In that split second, the area where the sword was dropped had become fully blackened, and the atmosphere of the boutique shop was filled with a burnt smell. Abel quickly picked up the sword from the ground and placed it back into the sheath. Yvette was in complete shock and frightened by what had just happened. The sword would have put a huge hole on the counter if it was directly placed there. Let alone thinking of the consequences burning down such an expensive counter, Yvette could not help but pat herself on the chest. At the same time, she had now truly experienced how terrifying the fire magical power of this sword was. She couldn't imagine what would be the consequence if this sword was used to attack people. "Master Abel, I will only charge a commission of 2% of the total value of your weapons." This was the lowest commission that Yvette could have offered to anyone, and she offered it to Abel for thanking him earlier for his warning. "Thank you, Miss Yvette." Abel had understood all the details and procedures of the auction and thankful for Yvette's kind intentions. Then Yvette signed the contract with Abel. Therefore, the 7 swords of 100 skills and the deluxe version of a fire magic sword of 100 skills were left at Edmund's boutique shop for auction. Afterward, Abel went to Harry's weapons shop and handed 2 more swords of 100 skill to the manager. The manager did not ask any questions, as he was an experienced businessman. Seeing that the 2 hours were already up, Abel called the driver and headed back to the blacksmith shop to pick up Master Bentham and go back to the castle. Rho Alpha Petit Alpha and letter 1D0 FNU. SOM. 30 minutes had passed. The two were well on their way now going back to the castle. During the journey, Abel and Master Bentham were exchanging knowledge in their forging experiences with one another. But for most parts, Master Bentham was mainly teaching and mentoring Abel. Although Abel was a quick learner and had already become a blacksmith master, he was nowhere near as experienced as Master Bentham. While they were chatting away, Abel suddenly felt that the carriage had come to a stop. So, he then lifted the curtain of the horse carriage and asked the driver, "What's wrong?" The cart driver was in shock as he spoke with a sense of astonishment. "Something seems odd with the village ahead. Maybe something had happened." Abel then spoke directly to Master Bentham. "Master, you stay in the carriage while I go take a look at what's going on." Master Bentham laughed and said, "I'm a level 5 fighter myself. You don't need to worry about me." For someone who was only a level 5 fighter like Master Bentham, Abel was extremely skeptical about his capacity to fight. Even the Knight of Martial himself had to keep training every single day to maintain his fighting ability. As for Master Bentham, Abel had never seen him practicing his fighting skills a single time, ever since the day they met. But Abel did not insist on Master Bentham staying. As the two got out of the carriage, they immediately saw the distant village rising in clouds of black smoke. "I'll go ahead and take a look." As Abel pulled out the great ice magical sword that had been forged during the Blacksmith Union evaluation from the trunk of the carriage. The sword was not yet decorated, so it looked ugly. But it certainly would not affect its defensive capabilities and functions. "Be careful," Master Bentham warned. Abel waved his hand, signaling that he understood Bentham's goodwill, and promptly walked towards the village. The closer he got to the village, the more Abel sensed that something was wrong. It wasn't just a small fire, it was the entire village and its houses being burnt down. When Abel arrived at the village, he was in shock from what he had just witnessed. The ground of the village was littered with dead bodies of the innocent villagers. Not only that, but some of the dead bodies were mutilated. It seemed as though they had been bitten by an animal of some sort. The most disturbing thing to Abel was the sight of the multiple corpses of children. These bodies were scattered in almost all parts of the village. It was obvious that what happened here was an unjust slaughter. Only a group that had absolute power could have planned a massacre like this. In Abel's knowledge of this world's history, it would be extremely rare to see the slaughtering of innocent civilians, even if it's an invasion of another country. As Abel walked around the village, there was not a single survivor. It seemed that the killers were highly trained and experienced. They might even possess special abilities. The places where the people hid had been completely abolished, and those who had hidden were killed without mercy. Abel had never felt so anxious. It was almost indescribable to him, even though this area was not a part of his family's territory. As a human being, he couldn't help but felt a sense of sympathetic sadness and sorrowfulness for the victims of this massacre. When Abel came to this world, he thought he saw a peaceful image. Even though he had been attacked by people before, he thought that no world could be perfect. There would always be criminals out there. However, what he had witnessed today was the first time something has shocked him to his soul. Maybe this world was not as peaceful as he had imagined. People were being slaughtered in their own home. What would have happened if that was his own family? What if it was the Bennett family? As Abel didn't return for a long period of time, Bentham was starting to get worried. He quickly hurried to the village. When he saw the scene of the massacre and the bodies, he was also in a great deal of shock. "God, what happened?" Master Bentham quickly went over to the bodies of the victims and examined it carefully. "Orcs," he said grimly. "It was the orcs." Master Bentham then pointed towards the wounds of the corpses and said, "These were the bite marks of wolves. No wonder there were recent reports of wolf riders being seen around here." The wolf riders were the dominant unit of the Orc Empire's military, which were mostly trained by the werewolves and wirgins. The wolf rider troops were extremely strong when it came to their speed, agility, flexibility, and their stance of direction. All these characteristics made the wolf cavalry one of the strongest armies here in mainland. Not only were they strong, but they were also extremely adaptable to even the toughest environment. During long battles, they feed off from the slain enemies, allowing them for maximum efficiencies in continuing their battles. "We better go back immediately. The Knight of Martial needs to know about this." Suddenly, something occurred to Master Bentham. He realized that there must be still some werewolves nearby, and with the speed of these werewolves, all the villages and castles nearby around here would be in great danger. Abel and Master Bentham quickly returned to their carriage and hurried back towards Harry's castle, with the driver driving as fast as he can. Simon was a virgin, or rather a wolf rider in the wolf cavalry. His wife was a female wolf named Black Wind. Simon's home was in a barren plain that had experienced a great deal of poverty. His home had around 200 acres of land, and he had 9 brothers and sisters. As Simon was the second child of the family, their 200 acres of land not providing enough source of food for their entire family's need. So, his parents decided to use up the majority of their resources on Simon, as he had the potential of becoming a member of the Wolf Riders. But by doing so, this meant that all his brothers and sisters would starve. In order to gain more land for his family, Simon made up his mind. He would participate in the trial of death. In the past, every participant who could survive the trial of death would be rewarded with a piece of land. Besides that, most of them could often be brought back a large number of gold coins and gems, which were more than enough to buy a whole lot of land. Simon tried his best not thinking about the consequences of the annual trial death. He tried not to remind himself of a large number of people who would not make it back alive. He only wished to be one of the survivors. Simon felt that he was out of luck the other night when he was passing through the Budapest mountains. He allocated his wife, Black Wind, to rest a shed within the barracks. There were a lot of other male wolves in the shed. One of them had sexual interaction with his wife. After riding the flying beast through the Budapest mountains, the small group of cavalry troops, which consisted of 10 members, set off and began their journey. Everything was going smoothly as they progressed forward. They avoided towns and only attacked small villages. Although the rewards from raiding these small villages weren't massive, these successive raids on the small villages allowed Simon to gain a significant amount of confidence throughout his journey. One day, Simon found out that his wife was pregnant. Wolves were extremely loyal creatures. Their loyalty to their master was unprecedented among all animals. When a baby wolf was born, the first creature it sees would ultimately become its master. Normally, the pregnancy of a wolf was a very happy event and deserved to be celebrated. Whether if it was to give his brother the right to claim his title as the master, or to give up the privilege of being a master in exchange for a large number of resources, it was just a beautiful thing within the wolves' culture. But since this was a world where humans lived, Simon would have to fight here with the current situation on hand. A pregnant wolf meant that it would greatly affect Simon's ability to use his power during the trial, even though the villagers in the previous siege did not resist their attack, but the gore and excessive violence of their attacks gave Black Wind a lot of damage during her pregnancy. This meant that she was unable to keep up with the squad, and the other wolf cavalry team members weren't willing to put themselves at risk for Simon's problems. The only reason that the wolves are able to launch multiple attacks in different villages was because of their speed. The speed of the wolf cavalry determined their fate during the trial of death. Simon stayed behind while the others left. He was the only one that stayed with his wife. He didn't dare to enter towards the open. The only thing he could have done was to hide in the forest and wait for Black Wind to give birth. Every day Simon was hunting in the jungle, and every time he went out and hunt, there was just enough food for him and his partner to eat and survive. He often thought to himself, when would he be able to own land like these, to have more food than he could ever eat? The wealth of humans in this world often attracted countless orcs like Simon himself. They all have one common goal: grab it and occupy it. Every day, Simon carved a line on a tree to count off the days. All he wanted now was to spend his remaining 2 months safely in this jungle. Then, he could travel back to Meet-Up Zone to return home to his orc empire. Uncle Marshall, when I was on my way back from Harvest City, I witnessed a village that was attacked by the orcs. It was located between the castle and Harvest City. When Knight Marshall heard about this affair, he immediately notified his steward Lindsay. Lindsay, ring the alarm bell now and get all the villagers from all of our territories to enter the castle for shelter now. When they are inside, make sure you verify their identity as well. Yes, my lord, Lindsay quickly said and promptly hurried out. Uncle Marshall, I've prepared a present for you. I originally intended to give this present to you later, for your birthday. But with the current circumstances we have on our hands, I think you should have it now so that it could increase your strength. Abel then brought out a deluxe version of an ice magic sword of 100 skills directly from his bag. When they returned to the castle, Abel went into the operations room and took out another piece of the deluxe ice magic sword of 100 skills, which was also originally prepared for Marshall's birthday. However, he decided to give the deluxe version of the ice magic sword of 100 skills directly to Knight Marshall right now. This was a crucial move for Abel since increasing their fighting strength was what mattered the most right now. Once again, Abel took out another piece of the deluxe version of the ice magic sword of 100 skills. There wasn't much time left to lose, so Abel also handed it over into the hands of Knight Marshall. A magic sword. The Knight Marshall pulled out the sword as he gently touched the sword with his fingers. He then hastily shook off the frost on his hand and said excitedly, "Wow, this is a magic ice sword. That's the good stuff." He then turned around and looked undeviatingly at Abel and stated, "Bentham had been researching the forging process of magic weapons for a long time. Looks like his hard work has finally paid off. This was my gift to you. How could you say that it was forged from Master Bentham?" Abel felt a sense of speechlessness to see that the gift that he made was being said to be made by someone else's. Knight Marshall couldn't believe it. He was speechless for a while. "Abel, you made this sword?" Knight Marshall questioned him with a sense of disbelief. Abel remained silent. He then pointed directly to his own Master Blacksmith's medal on his chest. It was then that Knight Marshall has finally just realized that Abel had an extra medal carried on him. "You're a Master Blacksmith?" After hearing what Abel said, Knight Marshall was suddenly in doubt of the entire world and his whole existence. Since when could a 13-year-old novice like you can become a Master Blacksmith? "The trip that I took to Harvest City was for evaluating the weapons I've made," Abel said. Was this true? Knight Marshall's facial expression immediately shifted from being astonished to being wildly excited. He then began to laugh frantically in joy. "Ha! Ha ha ha, biwahaka. We have a Master Blacksmith here in our own home. Hey Abel, I want the best magic armor, the strongest magic shield, a magic knight firearm. Oh, I almost forgot, I also want a magical bow too." Abel looked at the already overly enthusiastic Knight Marshall. He headed out of the room without even bothering to look back. According to what Knight Marshall had requested, it would have required all the best blacksmiths in the Blacksmith Union, all for a silly dream such as this. All of a sudden, the bell rang heavily. There were 20 soldiers wearing leather armors and equipped with long guns. They rode their horses as they gathered in front of the castle. The Knight Marshall immediately changed into his imitation blazing sun armor as he jumped onto his personal white warhorse. His horse was way more powerful than any other ordinary warhorses. It was tall and equipped with the deluxe edition of the Sword of 100 Skills, Abel's gift. On his hand, he was carrying a knight's rifle as he stood in front of his squad of cavalry soldiers preparing to give a speech. Those filthy orcs had appeared again. "My soldiers, let's get our weapons ready. Together we will defend our homeland from these orcs." After hearing Knight Marshall's motivating address, the soldiers were all aroused and were all ready to go into battle to fight bravely. If anyone managed to slay an orc himself, it would be considered an outstanding military service. In the past, the only way to achieve an outstanding military service was to serve as a guard in Miracle City. Now this opportunity was everywhere. To Abel, he thought the soldiers at Harry's castle were brave and steadfast. An entire platoon of 20 horses, along with the costs of training for these soldiers. Only the wealthy and powerful people like Bentham's masters could have afforded such a group of well-trained elite soldiers. At the Bennett castle, a sweaty messenger quickly approached the Knight Bennett and handed him a parcel. He quickly told the butler to give a small reward to compensate the messenger as he returned immediately back to his room with the parcel. When the Knight Bennett opened the package, he spotted a large sword and 2 enclosed letters. One of the letters was from Knight Marshall, informing him about the recent attacks that occurred on the villages, as well as to raise their awareness and to scout out for any future orc attacks that may occur. The other letter was from Abel, which read, "Your birthday present came early." When Knight Bennett pulled out a large sword from his package, he immediately recognized that something was different about this sword. The value of the sword he had just pulled out was immeasurable. When he found out that the sword was an ice magical sword, the Knight of Bennett immediate felt a heart full of sentiment. Even though Abel had become the adopted son of someone else, Abel was still willing to spend a large amount to purchase an ice magical sword as a present for the Knight of Bennett to protect himself, after he realized the orcs were now roaming around. These days, the Knight Bennett was already filled with regrets for letting Abel get adopted. If had realized that Abel had forged this sword himself, who knows how much more regretful could he get. When Abel traveled to the blacksmith store earlier today, everyone who saw him, including his apprentices, was all gazing at him differently. They all seemed to obtain a sense of respect for Abel. People were now addressing him as Master Abel. But he seemed to be stressed whenever he heard people calling him by the title of Master. However, Abel was no longer an undistinguished ordinary blacksmith. He was now a blacksmith master, which required him to be less humble and modest about his identity, as he was now representing an entire community, the highest of the blacksmith union. When Abel went back into the store, he went into his dedicated operations room and locked himself inside. Ever since he started forging weapons, he always had a low requirement for his equipment. Although he could forge a sword of 100 skills, he had never truly forged a customized weapon for himself. The only sword that he had with him was the magic ice sword, which was forged during the blacksmith examination. Why didn't Abel forge weapons for himself? Firstly, Abel himself was not in any particular danger back then. He had never thought that it would be in use, and it would be wasteful to leave it there to rust. Secondly, his body was growing speedily due to puberty. This meant that the equipment that he made now would be wasted, as the equipment that he crafted would not be able to fit him as he grew even 1 year older. However, in the current situation, the chances of a battle happening were extremely likely. So Abel finally decided to forge a few pieces of protective gear just in case. By doing so, the new equipment would greatly enhance Abel's chance of remaining alive. The upcoming battle looked as though it would determine the life and death of Abel and everyone he knew. Firstly, Abel had to experiment a little bit with his current concept. He then wore some very thick gloves and placed a ceramic bottle into the furnace. After it was burning for a while, he took out the ceramic bottle with iron clamps, then directly threw a bucket of iced water at it. Almost at the same time, Abel stuffed the ceramic bottle in the horadric cube and pressed start. Although Abel saw that the ceramic bottle had entered inside the horadric cube, there was not a change ever since Abel took it out of the furnace. After remaining silent in deep thought, suddenly Abel realized that the body of the ceramic bottle seemed to have some cracks in them. As soon as Abel moved a single heartbeat, the ceramic bottle appeared on his hands. At the same time, he slammed the ceramic bottle into a pile of debris, and as it fell to the ground, everything was shattered to pieces. It worked! Abel rejoiced and immediately felt a sense of relief and satisfaction in his heart. Now Abel had to forge a piece of a large magic sword. The current pace he had right now was considered very quick already. Normally, it would take around 5 hours on average to forge a magic sword. He was fast enough now to take 5 hours to make a big magic sword. With the magic sword now in the process of being forged, Abel intentionally wanted to write a few runes differently. He added a lot of useless strokes connecting in the most complicated way. During the final step, when he was leading the magical power of the blue gem to the center of the runes, the moment before the white light flashed, he shoved the sword into the horadric cube. With the leftover time, Abel worked extremely hard to create an oversized shield of 100 skills. The shield was as thick as 30 centimeters. If Abel wasn't a level 5 knight, he wouldn't even be able to lift this gigantic shield. Abel then took the failed magic ice sword that he just made from the horadric cube. This time Abel had learned his lesson. The moment he took out the sword, he threw it outside, and he counted slowly 1, 2, 3 in his head. When Abel counted to 3, he heard a loud bang outside the shield, followed by a chaotic noise of ding ding dong dong. It sounded like the shield being struck by 1,000 spears. After the noise had stopped, Abel peeked his head from the back of the shield. The explosion was much larger this time. The large stone wall was pierced with countless scattered pieces. Some even seemed to have made a small hole on the wall. When Abel saw his shield, he was so deeply shocked that his entire body felt like they were drenched in cold sweat. There were holes everywhere on his shield, and the holes looked as if they were hit by bullets. It was even deep enough to put a finger through. If Abel wasn't holding an extra thick shield, he might have been heavily wounded from the blast of the sword. Abel couldn't believe that by adding a few rune circuits, the effect of the explosion would have increased by such a significant amount. What would have happened if a sword like this were thrown in the middle of a crowd? Abel thought to himself. Abel could only imagine the catastrophic accidents it would have caused. No one could have survived a blast that strong. Of course, such a highly dangerous weapon had to be stored in the horadric cube. A weapon like this could only be Abel's secret weapon. The horadric cube was the most important secret of Abel. His success was entirely aided with the assistance. Therefore, Abel would not let anyone who had a glimpse of it remain alive. In the evening, Abel did not return to the castle to rest. He stayed up the entire night to forge 3 pieces of exploding swords to be stored within the horadric cube. In the meantime, Abel had also learned self-defense and how to properly protect himself. Abel suddenly thought about the grenades in the original Old World. The explosion that had just occurred was similar to the explosion of grenades. According to what Abel learned from the era of the explosion, the safest place to survive after a grenade exploded would be on the ground, even though there would be shockwaves. Based on the original world's concept of the tank cannon bounce shells, Abel built a much smaller shield that could be hung around the waist. During the explosion, the person could reduce the number of damage in an explosion by lying on the ground, and then using the small shield to bounce off the pieces of debris at different oblique angles. Abel returned to the castle the next morning. After he had breakfast and rested for 2 hours, he returned to his private operation room in the Blacksmith's Guild. For the trillionth time, Abel was a bodybuilding trainer in his previous life. He was used to going hiking with his friends in the wild, which made him have a lot of experience in hunting. This time, Abel wanted to make a giant bear trap according to his memories. As Master Bentham suggested, the wolf riders were very fast and flexible. They would often implement a hit-and-run strategy during battle. If they didn't have a large number of soldiers to surround them, it would be very difficult to annihilate them. However, things would be completely different if we could make a large bear trap. If a wolf rider stepped on it, it would at the very least injure their leg. This could hugely reduce their speed, therefore they will no longer be a threat. The beasts and humans of this world were both much stronger than the beasts and humans in the previous incarnation of Earth. Thus, Abel thought that he needed something special to stop these wolf riders. The components of the gigantic bear trap consisted of a large compression spring, 2 charm clamps, a clamp trigger, a button, and a chain. After the compression spring was flattened with force, it was gently held secured with the clamp trigger. If someone stepped on it, the 2 sharp clamps would be released instantaneously, catching the prey with a tremendous amount of rebound force. Since the 2 sharp clamps were not fully enclosed yet, the more the prey struggled, the tighter the grip would be. It would be easy to imagine if the mount wolf of a wolf rider was caught by this gigantic bear trap. With the speed of the wolf rider, the mount wolf would be in excruciating amounts of pain. Therefore, the wolf rider would most likely be shaken off by the mount wolf. This world did not have such a large bear trap. Therefore, the placement of the traps should not attract too much attention to the orcs, especially if we add some more camouflage to it. The process of making the trap was simple. The only trouble was the compression spring. According to Abel's memory, the steel used in the spring must require a high carbon content to maintain the steel's elasticity. Abel practiced by forging a rough model with 100 skills. After several attempts of carburizing, a lot of small samples were made according to different carburizing ratios. After testing, he decided on the best sample, and the production process was finally determined. Then Abel began mass production. After he made 10 compression springs, there were still a lot of materials left. He then made several large spiral springs which could be used as shock absorbers when he decided to upgrade the carriage in the future. Abel did not make any other accessories of the gigantic bear trap him, since that would take too much time. The compression springs were the component that mattered the most. The other parts could let other blacksmiths in the blacksmith shop take care of it. Abel called his senior, Gordon, who gave him a drawn blueprint and dimensions of the bear trap's other components, and requested it to be forged in 2 days. Gordon did not have a problem with the request, since he ordered a few of the most capable blacksmiths to work extra hours to complete it as soon as possible. Early next morning, when Abel arrived at the blacksmith shop, Gordon told Abel with a pair of tired red eyes, "Master Abel, all the parts are made according to your requirements, and they are placed in your operation room." Abel was very surprised. He thought that it would have taken at least 2 days, but it was finished in 1 night. Looking at the tired red eyes of Gordon, he could not help but say, "Why didn't you sleep last night? I don't need these parts in a rush." Since the blacksmiths heard that it was your command, they refused to delay it and worked overnight. Gordon did not mention himself. He only gave the credit to the other blacksmiths who was standing in front of Abel. "Next time when I forge a sword of 100 skill, the blacksmiths and you can watch on the side. Now go to rest," Abel said with a smile. "Thank you, Master Abel. I will let them know." Gordon thanked Abel and ran off. When Abel walked into the operation room, he saw a pile of accessories placed on the ground. It has been divided into 10 parts. From these details alone, it was enough to show that Gordon was a very attentive person. It took some effort to assemble such large bear traps, but Abel had always been a tough person. In half an hour, 10 large traps were fully assembled. 2 horses were brought in, and each of them was strapped with 5 large traps. After it was secured, Abel waved a hand, signaling that they were ready to go. Behind Harry Castle was a forest. Since Abel has been busy ever since he settled here, he never had the chance to explore this forest. He has heard that there were large beasts roaming around in there, therefore Abel decided this would be the place to test out his giant bear trap. Although the castle has now begun to be on guard, when Abel left the castle with the 2 horses, no guard dared to ask anything. Abel's current status was completely different from that when he first arrived. Everyone knew that Abel has now become a blacksmith's master. In this world, the title of master could be attained by the elites of that particular profession. Therefore, they would be respected no matter where they go in the Holy Continent. It was the sunniest part of the afternoon. The sun was shining through the gaps of the trees, scattering patches of lights over the fallen leaves on the ground. It made a dull crunching sound as Abel continued to walk. The horses were not very fond of the forest environment either, as their nose began to make snorting sounds. After he walked for about half an hour, Abel felt that he had arrived at the center of the forest. Although he did not see a single large beast along the way, he found a large pile of beast dung, which suggested there must be large beasts around here. The place was deserted. The last sign of civilization had already disappeared 10 minutes ago. Abel immediately knew this was the perfect place to put the bear trap since the trap was so powerful, it could not be placed anywhere close to humans. Abel squatted down to look for a beast's route on the ground. Beasts would always like to travel on the same route, and they would often leave some footprints behind. Therefore, experienced hunters would always know where the best place to set their traps. Although Abel didn't have as much experience, he was still trained in this aspect. So after careful observation, he found a beast's route. He immediately took out 2 gigantic bear traps from the horses. Then, he opened the clamps by force and secured the trigger. There were many techniques when it came to the placements of bear traps. You had to inspect the beast's route properly in order to speculate the steps they would take. Even if the beast could dodge the first bear trap, it would not be able to escape the second one. After the installation, Abel made an arrow marking on a tree. This mark was a reminder of where Abel had placed the trap and would make sure he wouldn't step in it himself. However, since there were arrows on the marking pointing towards different directions, it also allowed Abel to less likely get lost in the forest. Abel continued to move forward. Every 10 minutes, he would find a place to put the bear trap. Slowly, he walked for more than an hour and all the large traps were placed. The sky began to get dark. Abel was packing up his things, preparing to go back to the castle. There were still 2 hours before the sky was completely darkened. Until then, he could still see his way back. At that moment, suddenly he heard a painful, yet angry scream from the distance. A beast must have fallen for his gigantic bear trap. Only a beast could have made a noise in this forest. Abel strapped his horse next to a tree and rushed in the direction of the sound. As Abel was running, he was constantly observing the surrounding environment and the marking he made. It would be hilarious if he had fell for his own trap. After running for 10 minutes, Abel found the marking that he made. He slowed down and walked gently into the trap. Although the sharp clamps had been triggered, there was no prey to be found anywhere. Abel squatted down and touched sharp teeth of the clamp with his hands. There was blood. What triggered the trap might not be a beast after all. Although Abel doesn't know what else could have triggered it, a beast definitely would not have the intelligence to free itself from it, especially without the help of a human hand. If the beast was very powerful at most, it would just destroy the trap, not leaving it enclosed like this. Could it be human? Abel shook his head. The voice he had just heard was clearly not human. That he could be certain of. Not far from where the gigantic bear trap was placed, Abel spotted even more bloodstains on the ground. As he resumed his search, following the directions of the blood trails, he suddenly stumbled across another spot of bloodstains, which wasn't too far from the original directions that he had come from. Abel continued to follow the blood trail. From the looks of it, the prey didn't seem to be injured badly. It was probably just a leg. However, as he continued, he thought that maybe the wound on the prey's leg might be quite serious since it bled continuously. Abel's hunting instinct and experience in his previous life had taught him that when prey was injured, they instinctively sought the most secure and safe place for themselves to recover from the injury. This would probably be the case with this prey as well. After following the blood trail for around 30 minutes, Abel suddenly saw lights from a fire in front of him. Abel felt confused and found it strange. Humans would never have survived or habited in a place like this. As he slowly approached the fire, Abel saw in the distance a creature that he had never seen before treating its own leg wounds. The creature had a head that looked like a wolf, 2 canine teeth protruding from the outside, alongside with a body that resembled a human. However, it had a slightly more curved back with a height of around a little over 2 meters. Next to the creature was a huge mysterious wolf resting on the ground. The belly of the wolf seemed to be so large that it looked as if it was pregnant. Abel was now certain that the creature in front of him was the wolf troopers that attacked the village that he saw earlier, and the wolf that was resting near it must be the legendary Mount Wolf. Once again, Simon was out of luck. He hid in the jungle, away from the humans. Every day he hunted for food to keep himself and the Mount Wolf well fed. One day he went out to hunt just like any other ordinary days. He had already familiarized himself with the environment during these days. Therefore, he had lowered his awareness when moving around the forest. It was an everyday routine for him. During his hunt, he went onto a route that he was extremely familiar with. It was the route that he had took many times, and it was the safest road to him. But suddenly, he stepped on something strange. It looked to be 2 giant elephant's teeth that clamped through his legs. The pain that he suffered when he stepped onto the trap made him furious. It was so painful that he screamed repeatedly. He didn't know what it was, but he was certain that it belonged to the humans. After a while, he realized that even though the trap looked scary, it wasn't particularly painful, and it only injured him a tiny bit. It didn't even break the bones of his leg. It was just a sharp serrated tooth that tore his skins with the muscle of his lower legs. Most importantly, the trap was easy to break too. All he did was to gather up all his strength and pry it open with his hands. However, his injured legs still needed to be treated. All the precious medical supplies were left back in his camp. Therefore, all he could now was to limp back slowly to his camp so that he could treat his wound. As Simon treated his wound, he thought to himself, there have been sightings of humans around this area, and it was no longer safe to stay here. It looked like they may have to move to another area. With Simon's Mount Wolf Black Wind having to give birth. In these upcoming few days, the best time to move away would be tomorrow. To Simon, the quicker they moved, the better. With the birth of a small Mount Wolf, they will lose all their mobility. All of a sudden, Simon's nose picked up a different scent in the air. It was the scent of humans. Simon then ferociously stood up with a worried facial expression on his face and looked around carefully to scan for any danger. Abel observed with extreme caution as the worgen got up and peeked around. Suddenly, Abel realized the worgen must have sensed his presence from a distance. As a worgen, Simon had an extremely strong and terrifying sense of smell. The moment he picked up the scent of Abel, Simon knew that this human was the one who injured him. These inferior humans would need to use such despicable methods to injure him. He was ready to do anything he could to find the bastard who did this and wipe him out the surface of the earth. When Abel realized that he was spotted by the worgen was already dashing directly towards his direction from afar. At that moment, Abel knew he was in big trouble. From the vigorous look of this worgen, it at least possessed the fighting ability of a novice knight, which to say this wolf rider was at least level 6. Abel was only a rank 5 novice knight. He was only 1 rank away from being in rank 6. However, the probation between knights that were level 1 to 5 only had 1 combat Kai force. The power of the force was determined through level based, level 1 being the weakest, while level 5 being the strongest. However, their combat kai was only available to fire once at a time, since novice knights did not have a core to generation more combat kai. Therefore, once they used up all their kai in their meridian, it would require at least a few days for them to recover before using it again. The combat kai was like an amplifier for power. If a professional could produce around 500 pounds of force, his combat kai would be capable of doubling that power to 1,000 pounds. For level 6 professional, they can use the combat kai multiple times, thus multiplying their attacking strength. However, level 5 or below only has one shot to double their strength. Therefore, their difference in strength could not be matched no matter how good the weapons and accessories are. If Abel used his large sword against Simon the Worgen, the only outcome would be that Abel being excluded by the force of the sword, while Simon only slowed down a bit by the ice magic of the sword. When Abel thought about it, he suddenly had an idea. He wasn't going to fight the Worgen. Since he saw the injury on the Worgen's legs, maybe he could have a chance to escape. When Simon saw that the man, not only was he unwilling to engage in combat, but was turning around and running away, he thought to himself, what a coward that human was. With little regard to his injury, Simon began to make a chase after Abel. Originally, Abel thought that since the Worgen's leg was injured, he surely would have run faster than the Worgen. However, the wagon was still the fastest predator in the Holy Continent. Ever since Simon began to chase after Abel, he had been catching up closer and closer to his speed at every second. Abel estimated his current distance to the Worgen. If he used the exploding sword with a 3-second wait time, he could cause severe damage or even kill the Worgen. However, with all these forests nearby with the speed of the wagon, it could use these trees as cover and dodge the majority blast. The exploding sword only had one attack. The best chance for Abel would have been when the Worgen was unprepared for his attack. However, if the first attempt was unsuccessful, the second attempt would be even less likely to succeed, as the Worgen would have raised his awareness. Abel took out a crossbow, which was already loaded with an arrow. He immediately looked back and aimed at the head of the Worgen and fired. The Worgen had extremely precise reaction time. He instantly dodged the arrow. The Worgen was now even closer. Abel realized he didn't have any time left to reload his crossbow, so he made a quick decision. Abel threw his crossbow directly at the Worgen, who was rapidly catching up to him. The Worgen's paws caught the crossbow in the air, and within seconds, the crossbow became a pile of trash on the ground. With not much time left, Abel lastly took out the crossbow made by the dwarf. However, he only got the chance to fire it once before it became useless again. With no more ranged weapons equipped with Abel, the only option now was to use the trees to distance himself from the Worgen. Abel kept changing directions. By doing so, he could slowly keep his current distance against the Worgen. As Abel sprinted, Abel quickly caught a glimpse of a familiar sign with the corner of his eyes. He realized that it was the trap he had set earlier. Simon became more and more frantic. The blood of the orc seemed to boil within him. He gave a great shout, and his muscles were immediately all ferociously tensed. It even transformed him from 2 meters large into 2.5 meters. Simon's speed seemed to change significantly too. Abel suddenly felt the Worgens breathing behind him. When he looked at the sign again, he was already at his trap that he set earlier. He lunged forward as he held his ground between the 2 traps that were placed on the ground. The front hand of the trap flipped, which turned over the second trap. This allowed Abel to escape the attack from the Worgen claw from behind. The Worgen screamed with a cry of "Oh!" Simon's legs were caught again. As he ran, the chain of the gigantic trap was tied to the tree pole at one end, and the strong pulling force caused Simon to fall onto the ground. Abel saw the Worgen lying down on the ground, and before the Worgen's hand could pull open the clamp, Abel had pulled out an exploding sword from the horadric cube. Before the white light flashing in the explosion of the sword, Abel was already on the ground taking cover, and the light shield at the waist was tilted in front of him to protect him from the explosion. Simon saw a bright, shining white sword flying towards him. It was not moving very fast, which surprised him. But at the same time, an instinctive sense of fear arose from the depths of his body. Then immediately the sword exploded. There was a loud bang, and Abel's shield jingled in front of him. When everything became quiet, he stood up, and the trapped Worgen was covered in blood, particularly in the middle of its fear-filled eyes. Hole was gushing out blood. A piece of debris had directly struck the wagon on its head. Abel approached the worgen. The worgen, who was 2.5 meters in shape, had transformed back to 2 meters upon its death. Due to the transformation of the worgen earlier, the clothes made from the fur on its body have broken open and something was protruding outside. As Abel took out that something from the blood-smeared worgen, it was a sheepskin paper. On the paper was some kind of orc's text with a map and some strange piece of branding. On the brand was carved with a long curved horn and a lion's face. The lion looked to have more developed muscles of the body than a normal human, along with sharp claws on its hand, followed by a pair of toe shoes. The lion was the god of the orcs. As Abel investigated further, he found that at the bottom of the brand there was a star. If there were orcs here, they would have known the importance of this sign. These were special orc ability skill cards. Each sign was sealed with a powerful ability. Because most of the orcs had no written language, the orc gods used this method to preserve these skills, and the orcs learned their skills through these signs. The sign that Abel found had another star. This meant there's still another opportunity, the special, to learn the special orc ability. Even though it was not known where Simon had gotten the special orc sign. But the rarity of this orc sign was beyond doubt, even for ordinary orcs. Abel knew what an orc skill card was. He knew what it was. But the card had a power that was so strange that he had to take a closer look at it. For reasons he wasn't sure of, he was somehow attracted by it in ways that he couldn't describe. Abel decided to use his power of the will on the card. He closed his eyes for a bit and decided to focus all his senses on the mysterious force that was lingering by. As his conscience began to enter the card, he felt an energy that was similar to the one that his body produced. It was the power of one's spirit. It was probably not a human spirit, though. Without asking for Abel's permission, this energy began to draw itself closer towards him. It was trying to synchronize with him. Abel didn't want to, but it was too late before he could switch off his power of the will state. Whilst trying to open his eyes, Abel realized that he had become a young virgin himself. It kind of felt like a movie for him, except it was much more realistic than a movie. He had no control over his body, but everything he saw was very much in detail. The virgin, Abel, walked to the front of a mounted wolf. It placed its hand on top of the beast's head, then uttered some very strange words from his mouth. It was not a language that Abel had learned about before, but bizarrely enough, he could understand every word of it. As devoted followers of the beastly gods, the virgins would often include words of praise in their vocabulary. They would also use weird consonants to match the words that they were saying, which allowed them to communicate their thoughts with the Mount Wolves, kind of like what Abel was seeing here. The virgin could understand what the Mount Wolf was thinking, and so could the Mount Wolf to the virgin. The virgin would have sent a command to the Mount Wolf without having said anything, and the Mount Wolf would follow it after receiving it telepathically. After riding on the Mount Wolf for a while, the virgin used its combat kai and gave it a full body massage. Things were looking very tranquil here, but the scene got cut off for some reason. Without being able to watch what happened next, Abel's mind was returned to his body. There was a star at the bottom of the skill card. As Abel switched off his power of the will state, it started fading away and eventually disappeared. The card, too, was destroyed after that. Abel was afraid of it, exploding like his heavy sword. So he threw it away into the air before he got injured by it. Luckily, the card didn't explode. Instead, it just kind of fizzled out and ceased to exist. The skill card did a lot for Abel. Because of it, he learned how to speak the language of the orcs, as well as being able to use the mount enhancement technique on any rideable animal. Technically speaking, however, the card itself did not have the function to teach Abel another language. He only learned the orc's tongue because he was reading it with his power of the will state on, which synchronized his psyche to the young virgin that he saw. Despite regional differences, the orcs spoke a common language, which was also the one that was used to make the skill card's content. Through the acts of worshipping beastly gods, they would transfer whatever skills they possess into the cards, with the mount enhancement technique being one of them. By now, Abel's pretty much had a full understanding of what the skill card was. It was something that was used by the Orc Empire. Unlike the orcs who used their blood to activate it, Abel used his power of the will. While there were upsides with using this method, it was also risky in its own ways. If the priest who made this card were in a higher rank, there was no telling of what would happen to Abel's mind. Having learned the language of the orcs, Abel picked up the parchment map and started reading it. It was a map marked with times and locations of where the invasion troop would be rallied. Abel was very excited to recognize it, because by doing so, he could, very easily, stop the invaders from entering into the realms of humanity. Honestly, though, such important intel should have never been brought by a regular orc. The humans got lucky this time. If Simon didn't leave his team to wait for the Mount Wolf to give its birth, he would have never had to draw a copy of the map while in hiding. It was getting late now. After realizing so, Abel finally remembered that his horses were still in the Wirgin's camp. He then walked back slowly to where he came from. While the two horses were still there was also a Mount Wolf that was sitting next to them. As the Wirgin had killed off any wild beasts nearby, the horses remained calm as they chewed on the grass that was below them. The Mount Wolf stood up at the sight of Abel. Realizing how long its master had gone, it raised its head in a worrisome manner. What a shame! An adult Mount Wolf could only recognize one master for the entirety of its own life. With the Wirgin being killed, there was no longer a cause for it to be alive. Abel slowly walked towards the Mount Wolf. He revealed his ice magic sword from his back and slowly approached the beast. The Mount Wolf wasn't looking to fight back, though. If anything, there was a very strong sadness that was displayed in its eyes. Master didn't come back, but it was an enemy that had come to end its life. The Mount Wolf began to wail, almost as if it was trying to beg for mercy. Abel felt kind of confused to see this. While the night was near, he could still see a small shadow struggling its way out of its dying mother. Whilst going against what Abel has learned before, the Mount Wolf was giving off birthright here, out in a battlefield that was extremely close to the enemy's territory. The Orc Empire was supposed to be very strict in controlling their livestock. They were not supposed to let any pregnant Mount Wolf be in any sort of danger, let alone letting it inside the human world. What Abel was witnessing now was an outlier. A phenomenon that was, by all means, not supposed to be. Since the Orc Empire was the one that controlled the Mount Wolf population, most humans would have never seen one in their whole life. That being said, humans knew very little about how they behaved. It wasn't like they were completely clueless, though. For starters, it was rumored that Mount Wolves recognized the first living thing they see as their masters. They were also known to be extremely loyal, and would go to extreme lengths to protect the ones they thought to be important. Because of their intelligence and extraordinary speed, Mount Wolves were regarded as one of the most valuable animals to be owned in this world. For people in this world, a good animal to ride on was the same as a racing car. The fanaticism behind was pretty much the same, even more so when the opportunity to see one was so rare. As Abel stood where he was, the Mount Wolf began to focus back on giving off birth. Despite being in a lot of agony, it didn't make any sound as it was afraid of being a hindrance to its stillborn offspring. Eventually, the little thing came out and rested beside its mother. The Mount Wolf, as it had fulfilled in its role, was too tired to even keep its eyes open. It laid right where it was at and tried to have some rest. However, such things were a luxury in the presence of a foe. The Mount Wolf raised its head to look at Abel. It then looked down its head and began licking the furs of its own child. Through this very fact, there was a very strong love and a sense of satisfaction that was being conveyed. Suddenly, the Mount Wolf stood up from the ground and ran towards an old tree, which was about 50 centimeters in its width. Abel thought that it was trying to attack him and quickly readied himself for defense. However, there was no longer a reason for conflict. The Mount Wolf had crashed its skull against the tree. Without bothering Abel, it had ended its own life in the quickest way possible. What boldness and loyalty! The Mount Wolf loved its child, but nothing stood in the way for it to devote everything to its master, not even its own child and not even its own life. Abel raised his ice magic sword and started digging on the ground. Within no time at all, he's dug up a hole that was big enough to bury the Mount Wolf in. It was just an animal, yes, but it was a dignified spirit that was deserving of respect. He didn't want the other beasts to ravage on its remains. After the burial was done, the baby pup began to cry, as if mourning for the being that gave it its own life. Upon hearing this, Abel picked it up from the ground and wrapped his arms around it. It was a very light puppy, covered in black furs that were drenched from being licked. It was soft, so soft that Abel had to try very hard not to hurt it. It was an innocent life which, for reasons Abel wasn't sure of, made him felt like he was its own father. As though having found its mother, The Mount Wolf pup kept on rubbing its head against Abel while it was in his arms. For Abel, it felt kind of itchy for him, in a good way sort of. He started patting the pup on its head, which had responded by rubbing its head against Abel even more. Abel carried the pup towards his horses. Now that he's found himself a new partner, he was even less keen on spending the night in the forest. There was nothing he could feed it here. For that reason, he had to go back to Harry Castle now. Just when Abel was about to approach his horses, they started panicking at the scent of the baby Mount Wolf. Understandably enough, wolves were a natural predator for beasts such as them. While this particular wolf was just a puppy, their instincts were telling them very much otherwise. After patting the horses on their backs, Abel was able to calm them down enough to proceed his way back home. He held the reins in one of his hands and used another to hold onto the baby Mount Wolf. He wasn't riding the horses, though. It wasn't safe to ride horses in the middle of a forest. Besides, the sky was starting to turn dark, so the only way he could go home was on foot. As he held onto the baby Mount Wolf, it started raising its head to lick his face. Its crystal eyes were looking straight at him, as though it had already decided to follow him for the rest of its life. And it did, indeed. Mount Wolves were loyal beasts. While such a tendency was uncommon for other animals, they decide their masters from the moment they were born. With one of his hands holding onto the Mount Wolf, Abel placed another on top of its head. His rank wasn't high enough for him to transfuse his combat kai into it, but he did remember the spells for mount enhancement. By uttering the same enchantments as the orcs would praise their beastly gods, he could forge a spiritual pact with it. It's good that no one else was around. If they heard Abel speaking the language of the orcs, he would have been sent to a temple to be executed. Well, that's if they understood it in the first place. Actually, who cares? Abel was in a forest. No one was going to see him breaking any taboos. On a side note, most of the abilities that the orcs possessed had something to do with their faith. They had great admiration and respect for the gods that they worshipped, and would often include words of praise in the spells that they used. As Abel enchanted the magical words, green light began to flash on the hand that was placed on top of the Mount Wolf's head. It started flashing bigger, and eventually surrounded everything that was around them. While the light was too bright for Abel to see, he could hear a weak cry that was calling out to him. It was a cry of happiness, of a love that was so pure that even the strongest forces couldn't break it apart. Abel felt it. He felt it from the bottom of his heart and was moved to allow it into his soul. Eventually, the green light became so thin that it vanished in the air, but the bond that was built only grew stronger by the minutes. Just by being around the Mount Wolf, Abel could know what it was feeling. Come to think of it, Abel hadn't named the Mount Wolf yet. Since it was covered in black furs, the first thing he's thought of was Black Wind. When the pup reached its adulthood, he wanted it to run as fast as the wind. Your name is now Black Wind. Is that okay with you, Black Wind? Abel wanted to explain his thoughts behind this name, but the pup was too young to understand something so complex as symbolism. Anyways, Black Wind, it shall be. You're not against it, are you? I don't sense that you have anything against it. All right, I'll call you Black Wind from now on then. Having named the Mount Wolf, Abel walked back the battleground and saw the dead Wirgin lying on the ground. If he was just going to leave it right there, no one was going to believe that he had killed Wirgin by himself. Not wanting to let his achievements go to waste, Abel carried the dead Wirgin and put it on top of his horse. He then continued his way back to Harry Castle. It was getting kind of dark in the forest. After stopping for a bit, Abel made a torch from a branch he picked up from the ground. Luckily for him, apart from a few snakes that he encountered, there weren't a lot of large beasts on his path back. Things were kind of going well for him. After walking for a few more hours, Abel came out of the forest and went back to Harry Castle. Oddly enough, the front gate was looking different from what it used to be. There were torches hung on the wall and a lot more guards who were patrolling around. "Who's that?" one of the guards called out as Abel approached the front gate. In just a few seconds, more guards came and had their arrows pointed towards him. "It's Abel." Abel raised his torch so that it was closer to his face. "Open the door so I can go in." "The young master's back." "Master Abel." As the guards began cheering for Abel, they lifted the castle gate and allowed him to enter. To Abel's surprise, he saw a lot of tents when he had just come in. Every time he was about to pass by one of them, people would come out and say hello to him. "Good night to you, sir." Sir Abel, Master Abel. From what Abel could see, these were all farmers who lived in the Harry Knight's domain. They came inside Harry Castle because of the orcs' invasion. The Knight of Marshall must have sent them in during the daytime. Speaking of the Knight of Marshall, he didn't have any sleep at all. He was getting so worried that Abel hadn't come back, so he just stayed in his office whilst having his armor on. He did hear that Abel was out to test his new weapons, but because of how late it was, he's already sent a few men to search in the forest. For the Knight of Marshall, it was a difficult thing for him to not know where Abel was. Besides helping out his good friend, the Knight of Bennett, he took Abel in because he wanted an heir to take on his family name. In that sense, Abel didn't need to do anything to be helpful to him. However, what this child did over the past few months was simply far beyond all expectations. Because of Abel's achievements during the invasion outside Harvest City, the Knight of Marshall was rewarded with his weapon store. Because of Abel's ability to make magic weapons, Harry Castle was now one of the most fortified castles around Harvest City. Because of Abel's status as a master blacksmith, the Knight of Marshall was a celebrity figure whenever he went. Abel was a phenomenon kid, and he was bound to be so much more than that. Whilst thinking about everything that Abel had done for him, the Knight of Marshall became even more worried about his disappearance. If the butler Lindsay didn't come in on time, he would have gone to the forest himself to look for Abel. "Master, Sir Abel is back," the butler Lindsay said with a rushed tone. It was rare for him to be this intrusive, but understandably so. "He came back," the Knight of Marshall exclaimed, and ran to the Harry Castle's front gate. As happy as he was to see that Abel was alive, he found it strange that there was a corpse on one of the horses. The Knight of Marshall widened his eyes. "Why did you bring a dead virgin back?" Just after he said that, the Knight of Marshall began to notice something even stranger. Abel was holding a Mount Wolf pup in his arms. It wasn't supposed to be here, but somehow it was right here and it was looking straight at him. The Knight of Marshall said with a shaky voice, Is that a Mount Wolf you're holding, Abel?" Wait a second. "Oh my, it is a Mount Wolf. Where did you found it, Abel? Has it found a master yet?" As a knight who survived the war against the orcs, the Knight of Marshall was very much in awareness of how precious a Mount Wolf was. That being said, it was a miracle for Abel to bring back one that was just yet born. An even greater myth for it to be collected with a dead virgin. The virgin must have been at least rank 6 for it to appear next to a pup, but who could have had killed it? There was no way that Abel could have killed anything that was at rank 6, but who or what else could have done it? Whilst facing the mountain of questions that were thrown at him, Abel was at a loss for words. He didn't expect such a strong reaction from the Knight of Marshall, so it was hard for him to start explaining the things that he saw. For now, though, Black Wind was hungry. So the first thing he did was to ask for some sheep milk from the butler Lindsay. Once returned to the Harry Castle's main hall, Abel told everything that he saw to the Knight of Marshall. At the same time, he's also brought the map that was drawn on the parchment paper. Thankfully enough, the Knight of Marshall was able to read some of the characters that were used by the orcs. He had recognized some of the locations marked on the map and was able to point out some of the more crucial routes for those invaders. The Knight of Marshall walked around the room whilst having an extremely intense expression on his face. "This map is way too important for us, Abel. With this in our hands, we can effectively stop these orcs from ever entering into the realm of mankind. I don't think the orcs are going to be too easy to fight off this time," Abel said with concern. "I'm not sure about the exact numbers, but the wolf riders I've faced are all at least above rank 6. We won't have enough archers for them if they keep coming at this pace." The Knight of Marshall wasn't too worried. If anything, he was very optimistic about this whole situation. "Why, of course, we're not going to take on them all. Here's the deal. I give this map to the Lord of Harvest City. We do fend off the invasion this time and have enough dead orcs on our hands. Abel, you are going to be anointed as a lord." The Knight of Marshall then said with a more serious tone, "For now, Abel, you are not allowed to be out without a company. Whenever you leave the castle, you must let someone know first and bring some guards with you. As for that Mount Wolf you've picked up, well, don't tell the others about it. I'll tell the others to keep their mouths shut as well. Once they've reached a certain rank, Mount Wolves tend to stay loyal to their owners." The Knight of Marshall sighed, "Same with that one. That being said, there's always going to be someone who would try to take it back." "Whatever you say, uncle," Abel said without complaint. For all intents and purposes, the Knight of Marshall knew a lot more than he did about how the nobles were like. Besides, Black Wind was still a puppy. Once it had reached full size, Abel would have grown so strong already that no one could take anything away from him. To be honest, however, this kind of thought process just showed how little the Knight of Marshall and Abel knew about the Blacksmith Guild. If Master Bentham was here, he would have warned these scoundrels about the severe consequences of crossing a human with the title of a Master Blacksmith. "Do you still have those large beast traps with you?" the Knight of Marshall asked. While he was well aware of how terrifying the wolf riders were, he was very interested in finding ways to slow them down. "I don't have them with me now," Abel replied without expecting to be asked about his traps. "I've set up all 10 of them in the forest behind the castle. I did mark them, though. If you want to, I can retrieve them by tomorrow." "Can you have the other blacksmiths make it for you?" the Knight of Marshall asked urgently. Abel shook his head. "Probably not, I think. There's a special technique that I've used to make one of the parts." Having become a master blacksmith himself, Abel knew how far technology had progressed in this world. That being said, not many people could make a metal spring the same way as he did. To produce the special metal that was needed to make a spring, one would have to use a large amount of carbon to reduce the steel's durability, meanwhile ensuring that its elasticity was maintained. Forget the humans. Only masters dwarves could handle work as delicate as this. "Can you make a lot of these traps for me, Abel? I know they are meant for hunting, but they could also be great defense tools if we lay them around the castle." "Yes," Abel affirmed. "All I need to do is to make the more complex parts. You can have the other blacksmiths make the simpler parts." Sure, make as many of those crucial parts. Do it whenever you have free time. I want those traps in place as early as possible," the Knight of Marshall said impatiently. "Go tell the patrol squad where you've set up the trap, and they will get them for you. And don't go out for the next few days. I've already moved the blacksmith shop into the castle. Things are going very dangerous outside the castle." At night, after returning to his bedroom, Abel got some warm sheep milk from Lindsay and fed it to Black Wind. In order to not spill it, he's also asked for a sheet of gerbil skin. Gerbil was kind of like a rat. Because of how thin and soft its skin was, it was often used to make all sorts of small textile objects. With that in mind, Abel asked the maid to make a pacifier for him. While the resulting product was not very aesthetically appealing, he did get himself a very useful feeding bottle in the end. With the pacifier next to its mouth, Black Wind started suckling for some sheep milk. Its premature teeth bit hard onto the bottle, and its tiny face looked very satisfied when it was doing so. Abel never had a pet when he was living on Earth. He didn't know the feeling of having a pet, and he's never understood the people who would treat pets like they were their own children. For a while, though, he's really thought of Black Wind as his own baby. Meanwhile, the Knight of Marshall had sent the parchment map to Lord Dickens. To fully earn Lord Dickens's trust, he even had his men sending a whole dead body of a virgin. To be honest, if it wasn't because of how urgent things were, he would have paid the visit himself in person. The next morning, after waking up from his bed, Abel came to the de facto blacksmith shop that was set up in the castle storage. With the help of Master Bentham and the other men, he gathered up all the blacksmiths and began instructing them on the parts that were to be made. By now, Abel had become quite familiar with creating his beast trap. For the large, thick springs that were essential to this piece, he would spend a whole day making 15 replicas of them. He did this for 3 days. The other blacksmiths were quite fast too. Under Abel's instructions, they too managed to make all the other parts after 3 days. Having assembled all the parts together, Master Bentham started filing the edges of all the teeth on the traps. This was so that the blades would dig deeper when the prey had fallen for it. Thanks to how experienced the patrol squad was, the other 10 traps were also retrieved back from the forest. There were now 25 beast traps ready for defending Harry Castle. To test the effectiveness of his new trap, Abel threw a branch on top of the pressure pad, which, in a blink of an eye, was penetrated by its razor-sharp teeth. If the branch was the leg of a mount, then the virgin riding on top of it would have immediately lost the ability to move. All in all, it was a result that the Knight of Marshall was very satisfied with. That should have just about ended the invasion right there. To begin with, orcs would have never attacked a castle with just a few squads on their side. The walls were too high for their steads to have any use, and a forced push would only result in unnecessary casualties. They were not technologically advanced enough to develop any sort of siege engine. With all that out of the way, the only asset that they had were their wolves. But even a rank 7 wolf rider couldn't jump over a castle gate. As powerless as the orcs were against a fort, the Knight of Marshall had everyone consented to the center of the hairy castle. He reinforced some of the castle's weak spot with the large beast wraps, especially in the forest, somewhere 30 meters behind the fort. If the orcs were looking for an invasion, he would need to stop them from having any access to a large amount of timber. If the traps were activated, the scouts would know the direction of the attack right away. After finishing the traps requested from him, Abel was finally spared with some free time of his own. Instead of taking a break, though, he decided to reminisce about his last encounter with the Virgin. Looking back, that fight with the Virgin had really made he understood his difference to someone with an official occupation. Yes, a rank 5 novice knight was only a rank away from an official occupation holder, but a rank 5 novice knight could not multiply his powers with combat kai. Despite its injury, that Virgin had completely outpaced Abel in every conceivable way. Honestly, he was being completely dominated at the time. If it wasn't for his luck, he wasn't even sure if he would stand where he was right now. Once having reached the rank of a beginner occupation holder, one could utilize his combat kai to increase his physical strength. On the other hand, an intermediate occupation holder could channel his combat kai to his weapon. It was the same technique as the one that the Knight of Marshall had used outside of Harvest City. By loading his energy onto his heavy sword, both the power and the sharpness of his weapon were increased by double. That just showed how insane this technically was. Things didn't stop there, though. After becoming an advanced occupation holder, one could essentially launch mid-range attacks with his combat kai. On the battlefield, he could even overpower an army of about 100 men. With the free time that he had, Abel decided to use it for some power-up first. By power-up, he would like to start with his weapons. Thinking back to his encounter with the Virgin, he did remember himself wanting some sort of long-range weapon in his hands. Even if he couldn't make the right aim, he could have at least slowed it down. Abel had spent a great deal of his time thinking about making projectile weapons. He did do his research on the kind of bows that were produced in this world, but his main interest lied in something a little different. He wanted to craft a 70-pound compound bow, the same one he had used during his time on Earth. The greatest thing about compound bows was how energy efficient they were. To put it mathematically, if you were to save up 80% of your total strength, you would only need about 14 pounds of force to hold the string while it was being pulled. Conveniently enough, all that remaining strength would be used for improving accuracy and adjusting the wielder's postures. If you were to save up 60% of your total strength, you would need about 28 pounds of force to keep the bow in its fully pulled state. When you do, the shot would be a lot faster and much stronger. With the blessing of the power of the will on his side, Abel could recall memories with an extraordinary level of detail. That being, he had a very clear memory of what a compound bow should be like. He knew what parts were essential to make one, and he knew all the sizes of these parts. Let's see: idler wheel, cam, upper and lower limb, grip, arrow rest, string slider, string stabilizer, handle, bus cable, cable, limb pocket, string silencer, and cam. Apart from the main parts, there were also parts such as an attachable arrow rest, sight, release aid, a stick for reducing vibration, a peeping hole, and a wrist rope. That's pretty much all the parts of a complete set of a modern compound bow. While this world was not blessed with technology, the people living in it were much stronger than the people on Earth. It wasn't hard to figure that out. As far as Abel knew, he's never heard of someone slicing a human and a horse in half with just one swing of a word. And remember, the Knight of Marshall was an intermediate knight. As insane as his achievement, there was no telling what people stronger than he could do. If anything, Abel was already stronger than most people on Earth. At a ridiculously young age of 13, he was able to release a total of 400 pounds of force with just his raw strength. During his time on Earth as a bodybuilding trainer, the tightest bow he could pull was only about 70 pounds in total. While it was impossible to find the same raw ingredients here as one would on Earth, Abel was free to craft the bow in however ways he desired. That being said, he could use some very sturdy materials with little to no regard for the resulting weight of the bow. He was a strong kid, and everyone was pretty strong in this world. Having made a list of the things he needed to make, Abel started drawing sketches on multiple pieces of paper. When he was done, he would label the size of these parts and think about the sort of materials he would need for them. For the idler wheel and the power wheel, Abel thought that he would use one bearing to support both of their rotating motion. There were a couple of reasons to do this: reducing friction, improving the accuracy of the spin. While it was a crucial part of the bow, he would have to make the two wheels by treating them for 100 times. Because of how much time the upper and the lower limbs would take, Abel decided that he wasn't going to make them himself. How was he going to get them? Simple. He would go to the storage room and take them out of two heavy bows. There were a few 200-pound bows in the storage room. While they were the finest bows in Harry Castle, almost nobody in the castle could use them properly. For starters, one would at least have to be above being a rank 4 novice to pull the bow's string. Even if one could manage to do that, he would have to use the same amount of force to aim at his target. In this sense, you would, technically, need about 300 pounds of force if you want to use the bow properly. If Abel could get his hands on these heavy bows, he would have himself a bow limb and 2 extra strings. He was going to make a massive limb for his new bow, which would use up to 2 whole limbs of a heavy bow for its upper and lower limb. For the stabilizers, Abel would use the same timber as the ones he could take apart from these heavy bows. For the handle and the arrow rest, he would make from bases of 100 skills. Abel commenced his work after he did all of his blueprints. Having taken 2 heavy bows out of the storage room, he found himself a bowmaker to help him make the compound bow. While he was not very confident in his bow limb, he decided to have a professional checking it for him. The bowmaker, being a professional in his area, had a sad, "What a waste this is" look on his face when he took apart the 2 heavy bows. He cut the wood into the sizes that Abel had drawn on paper and glued the limbs together with some fish gel. Abel was very pleased with the resulting product. For the stabilizers, Abel found himself a carpenter who followed his instructions and made the parts as requested. After every other part was done, it was now Abel's turn to make his bearing. While it was not known to many people, the bearing was the most important part of every machinery on Earth. A bearing would consist of 3 parts: the inner race, the outer race, and about several balls that would roll around the space between the inner and the outer race. As difficult as it was to make bearings, they were mostly made in factories by mechanical beds. Abel didn't have access to a mechanical bed, of course. He would have to rely on himself only, which, even for a master blacksmith like him, was not an easy job to do. Abel started with the balls. He made himself a vernier scale, and after hitting small pieces of iron into little spheres, he would use it to make sure that he's got the exact measurement that he wanted. It was a very, very exhausting process. For a single small ball, it would take him about several hours to make. After making his first ball, Abel used some clays and water to build himself a molding model. It was kind of like the wet sand casting process, which was used to replicate pieces of metal from liquid form. By making one ball with his hands, Abel was able to make 30 copies of it with just his clay mold. While only 12 balls were needed for one bearing, Abel decided to make some spares in case he needed them. With that in mind, he got himself some iron so he could melt them for casting. He had expected this to be the most annoying process, mainly because he would have to use charcoals to slowly liquefy the metal pieces. Luckily, Master Bentham gave him this ointment for raising a fire's heat. With just a few drops into the flame, the metal pieces started melting in a very short time. Abel poured the liquid iron into 30 of his clay mold. Once they had all cooled down, Abel took them and filed the edges for a bit. Once he was done, he's got himself 30 perfect small iron balls. Next up, Abel had to combine the inner and outer race with the iron balls. Whilst looking back to the many physics lectures and documentaries he had watched in the past, he got out some pieces of ice and stuffed them into the inner race. He took the outer race and put it inside the stove. That's right, he was using the thermal expansion and thermal contraction to combine the 3 parts in order. After he was done making his bearing, Abel made his idler wheel and power wheel and attached them all. Soon, he's got himself the first compound bow of the history of this world. Realizing how late it was, Abel hid away the compound bow and went back home. The next morning, after playing with Black Wind for a while, Abel went for some testing in the shooting. He got himself 50 arrows with the intention of shooting them all in one practice. Abel took out his first arrow, placed it on the arrow rest, and pulled on his release aid. Unlike what he had imagined, the tightness of the string was unlike anything he saw before. With the combined power of two heavy bows, the compound bow would take more than 400 pounds of force to be pulled. As hard as it was for Abel to pull on the string, it was a lot easier for him to hold it after he did. That's the beautiful thing about a compound bow. Once having pulled it apart, you wouldn't even 100 pounds of force to keep the arrow in release mode. Abel aimed towards his target, which was about 50 meters away from where he was standing. With a light press of the trigger on his release aid, the arrow was fired away at a pace that was not visible. It shot right through the center of the target and continued to fly for 30 meters more into the back wall before it finally stopped. Damn. This shooting range was already the longest one in the entire Harry Castle. Abel did confirm that there was no problem in the bow's release and aim, but he didn't have a chance to test its maximum range of fire. Still, just look at that clean hole in front of him. For all his experience with archery, Abel has never heard of an arrow that could still fly straight after 50 meters. Anyways, one thing was for sure, though. No matter how bizarre his compound bow was, it was the most technologically advanced in this world. Upon hearing the urgent noises of the bell, Abel readied himself whilst picking up his compound bow and quiver. Then he ran his way to the castle's front gate. When he was just about to pass through the town square, everyone seemed panicked to see him. None one knew what was going on. Having climbed a ladder on the side of the retaining wall, the first thing that Abel saw was the sight of the Knight of Marshall in his full set of armor. He was standing right on the edge of the castle, with about 20 of his own guards standing beside him. All of them were holding a long spear in their hands. The Knight of Marshall got worried when he noticed that Abel was here. "What are you up here, Abel? Go back inside the castle. It's dangerous around here." Without listening to the words of his adoptive father, Abel probed his head out of the retaining wall. He wasn't able to get a good view, though. An arrow was just shot at him the moment he drew his head out. Luckily for him, he was quick enough to dodge with his head and managed to shot the thing down with his own bow. As fast as that was, Abel did see about 20 orcs outside the wall. Some of them were riding on top of wolves, while others were using Inferno Bovine as their stead. "Why are the orcs here?" Abel asked in surprise. "There are 2 or 3 squads of them here. That's how many of them they need to take down a fort," the Knight of Marshall replied, then said with a sneer, "Not this one, though, not with that." "Where are our own archers?" Abel asked in frustration. He was just being fired a few seconds ago. "Are we just going to let them stay there?" "There are only 5 archers in the castle." The Knight of Marshall pointed towards a bunch of injured soldiers over the distance. 2 of them were already injured. The rest, they are no match for their wolf-riding opponents. I have ordered them not to fight back." As undesirable as that sounded, the Knight of Marshall continued to mock the invaders. "These imbeciles have picked the wrong place to attack. They are no match for the walls that hold us here. Wait, is that a bow in your hand?" Realizing that there was a bow in Abel's hand, the Knight of Marshall began to have a puzzled look on his face. "Yeah," Abel said smugly, "this thing has pretty nice firepower to it." To be honest, Abel wanted to talk so much more about his compound bow. He wanted to show off about how he had invented a quick, easy-to-use, and long-range weapon in this backward timeline. However, since he couldn't explain it within anyone, he decided to stop after one sentence. With a quick skim of his eyes, the Knight of Marshall quickly understood the mechanism behind this compound bow. He took an arrow out of Abel's quiver, placed it on the nock of his bow, and started laughing when he saw the shape of the release aid that Abel had just made. "It's a good design that you've made," the Knight of Marshall commented. "Instead of using just your fingers, you use this so you can use your entire arm's strength." He then said, after seeing the small lever on the release aid, "No wonder they call you a master blacksmith. With this little thing here, you can shoot an arrow very easily without hurting your fingers." Archers were one of the most difficult soldiers to train because they had to rest after they've practiced for about 30 to 40 shots. Besides, the fingers were the most delicate parts of a human's body. If a bowman injured his fingers, he could no longer use a bow and arrows for the remainder of his life. Even without these said reasons, it was already pretty hard to find someone with the right talent. This was why, despite the fact that there were so many guards within Harry Castle, only a handful got to learn how to shoot arrows. The Knight of Marshall began to use the release aid on the bow. Once he pulled on the string, a white aura flashed out of his body before the arrow was released. To his surprise, he couldn't pull the bow's string completely, but was only able to hold it for a while after stretching it a little. This was a very tight bow. After using about 80% of his strength, the Knight of Martial had almost immediately failed to hold the bow in its place. If he didn't release his combat kai on time, he would have lost so much face in front of Abel. The Knight of Bennett would have laughed so hard if he learned how hard it was for an intermediate knight to even pull a bow. Strangely enough, once you've pulled the string and hold it there for a while, it was not very hard to keep it in place. The Knight of Martial widened his eyes when he took notice of this. "What is up with this bow, Abel?" he asked without even having an idea of what the question should be. As far as he could tell, this piece that Abel made was nothing like any bow he had seen before. Actually, screw it. With so many living targets outside the fort, he might as well just test the bow's effectiveness right away. The Knight of Martial quickly stood up. Having locked his arrow to a wolf rider, he quickly released it from his hands. It didn't hit, however. Instead, it very quickly flew over the wolf rider's head. The orcs saw the shot too. Just when they were about to dodge it, the arrow had already went past them and flew further beyond. Harg harg, the orcs laughed as they pointed their fingers at the Knight of Martial. Then, one of the Taurens threw an axe at him. Unbothered by ridiculing noises of his enemy, the Knight of Martial caught it with his bare hand. The martial knight asked as he threw the axe to the ground, "What can I shoot with this bow, Abel?" Abel pointed towards the marking on the bow. "That's because I've just made it, uncle. The only testing that I've done with it was at a 50-meter shooting range. If you are firing from here, you'd have to shoot the arrow in a straight line." That was all that the Knight of Martial had to hear. During his past experience with archery, he'd always have to point directly above the target that he aimed to shoot. In other words, he had to shoot in curved lines. Now, he had to use a different technique because of the firepower he was given. The Knight of Martial pulled the bow again. This time, it was aimed at the Tauren that was laughing the most. On click of the bow, and its skull was crushed the moment the Knight of Martial had released his finger. It didn't stop there, though. After punching a hole with the size of a fist, the arrow went through the Tauren's head and was plunged into the heart of a wolf rider. The orcs got pretty panicked after that. They would never expect an archer to hit a double kill. No, not right after a complete miss. Arrow, martial knight reached his hand out to Abel, to which Abel responded as he quickly took an arrow out of the quiver. Having reloaded himself up, the Knight of Martial began to look for a new target. The distance between the orcs and the wall was about 50 to 60 meters. With that in mind, a shot was guaranteed, as long as the bow was directly aligned to its target. The Knight of Martial pressed the trigger again. This time, it was an orc that had fallen to the ground. Without doing much talking, Abel passed another arrow into the Knight of Martial's hand. 3 shots were fired after that, and 6 of the orcs were down on the ground. The surviving ones saw this and retreated as fast as they could. The Knight of Martial wasn't sparing them, though. Unlike the orcs, the Taurens remained on the battlefront. It wasn't because they were braver. If anything, it was because their steeds were much slower than that of the wolf riders. Having readied his arrow, the Knight of Martial aimed the bow towards the Tauren who was the last one in line. As relatively slow as its steed was, it still ran a 10-meter distance within a short amount of time. With that in mind, there were about 70 meters between it and the Knight of Martial. Without thinking too long on it, the Knight of Martial aimed his bow horizontally to his target. If he held the bow slightly lower than it should be, he could still hit the steed even if he missed. Without something to ride, there was no way a Tauren could have ran out of his range. It was headshot from 70 meters away. It was clean shot towards the Tauren, and the poor thing fell to the ground on the spot. Another one from 80 meters away. It was another Tauren. It got down too after the trigger was pulled. 90 meters away. Another one down, 100 meters. No problem, another down. The last Tauren was about 110 meters away from the Knight of Martial. Once again, he released the arrow and succeeded to hit his target. It was in the neck, though, which was a tad off from being the perfect shot. It was now the time to use the sight on the bow. All the Taurens were pretty much gotten rid of. Even the slowest wolf rider was about 150 meters away from the Knight of Martial. Unfortunately for that one, though, the Knight of Martial could still hit a headshot whilst using the sight on the bow. In fact, the hit was so impactful that the wolf rider was thrown off after that hit. Realizing how frightening the archer that was the Knight of Martial was, the wolf riders quickly covered their heads with their bare hands. The wolves they were riding on the hand, covered their master with their whole body. As the threat of death was imminent upon them, the beasts decided to shield their masters as a means of displaying their loyalty. The Knight of Martial decided to stop after that. For a knight such as him, eliminating the enemy's stead was not something that should be done when the victory was already taken. For now, he was more than satisfied with the result of this battle. Looking at the bow and arrow in his hands, the Knight of Martial would never imagined in a million years that the castle's crisis could be solved by only shooting some arrows. He wondered, could this be the true power of a blacksmith master? As Abel looked at the martial knight, deeply drawn by the composite bow, his facial expression became very familiar to Abel's. It was the same expression when the knight was looking at his beloved armor. Abel hoped that the Knight of Martial would return the composite bow to him. After a while, Abel reached out his hand. He wanted to take the bow back from the martial knight. However, the composite bow remained glued to the Knight of Martial's hand. Even when Abel had pulled on it a few times, it did not budge a single bit. "Abel, your uncle's been good to you this whole time, hasn't he?" The smile on the Knight of Martial's face reminded Abel of the wolf's expression in Little Red Riding Hood. It sent shivers to Abel down to his spine. Abel lowered his head and said, "Uncle Martial is very good to me." "Your Uncle Martial has never had a good bow. You know, as an intermediate knight, I was always embarrassed to take my ugly bows out on the streets." "Until now," the Knight of Martial said pitifully. Abel rolled his eyes. Every time the Knight of Martial went outside, he would wear the most expensive clothes, carry a magical sword, and put on the shiniest armor. Even the horses were stronger than the average war horses. Therefore, why would he carry ordinary bows and arrows around? In the Abel understanding of the Knight of Martial, equipment were the most important things to him. Unless it was necessary for combat, he would not carry any ordinary equipment with him. The Knight of Martial knew that this bow might be very difficult to make. However, how could he return something he had already revived? That was not his style. Day's military service had been overachieved. 12 orcs were killed outside the castle, but these were not just ordinary orcs. If they were just ordinary orcs, the Knight of Martial would not have hidden inside his own castle and not dared to fight. These orcs were at least level 6, and every single one of them knew how to fight with combat kai. The Knight of Martial was only an intermediate knight. He could defeat these orcs if they were having a one-to-one battle. However, the orcs were often more powerful than the human of the same level. This was because of their stronger build and years of battle experience. It made them machines for war. The Knight of Martial did not remember when was the last time he had felt this thrilled. He stood on the defense wall, shooting an arrow for each orc. This bow was like a messenger of death, killing anything that got in the way. Seeing the 40-year-old martial knight trying to act cute in front of him, Abel felt defeated. He hopelessly glanced in sorrow at the composite bow in the hands of the Knight of Martial. He felt this 400-pound super composite bow drifting further and further away from him. At last, Abel waved his hand and said, "Uncle Martial, since you like it so much, you can take it." Martial Knight let out a huge laugh. He pulled on the bow and made an archery stand. He then proudly looked at Abel and said, "Only the most powerful knight can use a godly bow like this. Uncle Martial, if you pull on the bow too hard without an arrow, it can badly damage the bow, and I don't have any spare parts to repair it for you." Abel ignored the martial knights pretending to be cool and ruthlessly pointed out the main weakness of the bow. The Knight of Martial stopped laughing. He carefully retracted his force and slowly began to restore the bowstring to its original position. However, there were also some obvious differences between this bow and any ordinary bows. When a person pulls on the bow, it requires their full force. However, once the bowstring retracts, the more force it requires. A white light of combat kai appeared from the Knight of Martial's body as he was restoring the bow. Finally, the bowstring flattened. The Knight of Martial wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and anxiously observed the bow. He had only just received this godly bow, so pretending to be cool was definitely not worth the risk of damaging it. Abel sighed. He depressingly left the guarding wall. He would now need to go back to the Blacksmith Guild to make a second composite bow. He need to make 2 new ones in total, one for himself and one for his father, the Knight of Bennett. Abel understood very well that, since he gave the composite bow to the Knight of Martial, it would not take long until he showed it off in front of the Knight of Bennett. Therefore, if he didn't also make one for the Knight of Bennett, he would have felt very sorry. Although his father, the Knight of Bennett, would not say anything to him, Abel knew deep down. His father would feel very sad. Open the gate of the castle, drag the dead bodies back, and also don't forget the mounts. The Knight of Marshall shouted at the cavalries waiting inside the castle gates. After the gate of the castle was opened, 10 of the cavalry rushed out. There were 2 grieving mount wolves remaining in the battlefield. When they saw the human appearing, they immediately rushed forward and prepared for their last fight. However, the 2 mount wolves only got the chance to take a few steps before arrows pierced their skull from the guarding wall. The cavalries looked at their leader, the Knight of Marshall in shiny armor, with adoration. Their leader signified the safety of the estate and their families. Other than the 2 mount wolves that were shot, there were also 4 inferno bovine outside the castle. All the other surviving mounts had ran along with the orcs. However, the inferno bovines were often not very smart and not that loyal either. Therefore, since inferno bovines were often worth quite a lot of money, they could be sold in the market after domestication. After the cavalries dragged the dead bodies and the 4 inferno bovine back to the castle, the Knight of Marshall had already decided the fate of these bovines. He would convert his horse carriages into bovine carriages. He would keep 2 for himself and the other 2 for Abel. This way, the Knight of Marshall could feel less guilty for taking his adopted son's weapon. However, the Knight of Marshall actually didn't felt that guilty for taking Abel's bow. He knew if Abel could make a bow of this kind, he could make a second one. Also, the Knight of Marshall thought that, if didn't take the bow from Abel, maybe Abel would not have the motivation to make another bow again. The crisis had been resolved. There shouldn't be any more orcs who would dare to seek death at Harry Castle. Therefore, the Knight of Marshall ordered the guards to patrol while he could have some rest. These days, the Knight of Marshall had been very stressed, and he had never taken off his armor. He had to be the leader of the castle. If the orcs had appeared near a castle, the nobles of that castle could no longer leave their castles. This was a rule of war established for all mankind. If a common enemy of human had appeared in a noble's estate and the noble left his estate, it would signify that he had given up his estate. This rule did not include the conflicts between humans. If 2 humans were battling against each other, and if one party knew that they couldn't win, surrender was always approved. Furthermore, because of the noble prisoner of war rule, no one would really want to take such a risk and pick a fight with a noble unless they really possessed a deep hatred towards them. After returning to the Blacksmith Guild, Abel began his repetitive work again. He was making another 2 composite bows. He gathered the last 4 heavy bows in the warehouse, but since the Knight of Marshall knew what Abel was doing, he did not become dissatisfied. This time, Abel had made a lot more than last time. He made 4 bearings, and even made a few extra large springs in preparation for upgrading his carriage. Abel was traumatized every time he rode on a carriage. He was too accustomed to the smoothness cars in his previous life, while the carriage of this world felt like it was dancing on rocks every time it moved. In the next 2 days, Abel spent all his energy on making the composite bows. Since he had gained the experience from his last attempt, the 2 composite bows he made this time had been further refined. Because the orcs were now all driven away, Abel decided to go outside to test out the range of his new bows. Abel perfected the scale of the sighting device. It was divided into 100 meters, 100 to 200 meters, 200 meters to 400 meters. Abel realized when shooting beyond 400 meters, the power of the arrow would be greatly reduced. So Abel estimated that the maximum range of these composite bow was within 400 meters. Any range beyond that would be impossible to kill. Anything, at most, could only badly injure the enemy. Furthermore, the speed of the arrow would also be greatly reduced after 400 meters. Therefore, the enemy could easily avoid it. Upon completing the 2 composite bows, Abel was eager to send the bow to his father. Therefore, he had proposed to the Knight of Marshall to visit Bennett Castle. Are you heading towards Bennett's castle now? I really don't suggest going, because it's extremely dangerous out there right now. The Knight of Marshall was hesitant to let Abel venture off during the current situation, since he would be vulnerable to the attacking orcs outside. Even if Abel had brought a few guards with him, it still probably wasn't going to end well if they were forced into a fight. The orcs that had appeared were all above level 6. The guards were no match against these orcs, and if they were to fight, they probably couldn't even fend off a single orc. "Uncle Marshall, I have to get to the Bennett Castle. You saw the power of my bow. I need to deliver the newly forged bows to the Bennett Castle. Otherwise, my family wouldn't stand a chance against those orcs," Abel explained, trying to persuade Knight of Marshall to let him venture off to the Bennett Castle. "Why are you willing to risk your life to give them the bow when they didn't even ask for it? You know, I had to ask you before you would even give it to me," the Knight of Marshall said with a hint of bitterness and jealousy on his face. After hearing what the Knight Marshall said, Abel immediately spoke in an extremely serious manner. "Well, this attack made me doubt the safety of the Bennett Castle. Just look at the power of these orcs. I must go and deliver the bow to them before it's too late." "All right, if you insist to head towards the Bennett Castle, I'll go with you." The Knight of Marshall felt that he had no choice. He grudgingly decided that he would head out to the Bennett Castle with Abel. For him, however, he was more concerned about Abel's safety than the safety of the castle. Since the castle had already killed off at least half of the attacking orcs, he was certain that the orcs wouldn't dare to come back and attack the castle unless if they wanted to commit suicide. "Uncle Marshall, are you sure you can come with me?" Abel knew that it would have been extremely difficult for his uncle to leave the castle with the current situation, even though Bennett's castle wasn't too far away from them. If the Knight of Marshall was found wandering out with Abel, he would have lost all his estate because he went AWOL, absent without official leave. Besides that matter, the castle also needed the leadership and commands from Knight of Marshall to effectively defend against any attacking orcs. "Don't worry about it, Abel. It's fine. I will go to Bennett's castle with you. Just let me change into some different clothes so that people can't recognize me that easily. If we take the horses and ride as fast as we can, we should be able to return within half a day." The Knight of Marshall knew exactly what Abel was worried about, but to him, if he had lost his estate to someone else, he could always get it back in the future. If he lost Abel, however, he would have never been able to get someone's life back. The Knight of Marshall knew that, as long as he stayed with Abel and educate him well, their potential together would be limitless. They might even gain a bigger territory and a higher title than what they have now. It was already afternoon by the time they finished arguing. Shortly after, Abel equipped a leather armor suit and got onto a warhorse. For Knight Marshall, he wrapped his silky gold hair and swapped his eye-catching helmet into a less flashy one. Moreover, he also wore a hat that was capable of covering his face and took an ordinary warhorse, so that no one would have noticed him during their trip to the Bennett Castle. Before the two began their journey, both warhorses were fed with oats, which helped maintain them within their peak performance as well as maximize their powers. Without notifying anyone, Abel and Knight Marshall quietly sneaked out of the castle, when everyone inside the castle was celebrating in their successful attempt in defending against the orcs. Without taking any detours, the two horses galloped towards Bennett Castle in a straight line. By this time, there were no visible signs of life anywhere in the Lord's land between the Bennett Castle and Harry's castle. This was because, during a battle, all civilians that were resided in these lands would have evacuated and gathered inside the castle for safety measures. This would have explained why Abel and Knight Marshall had not stumbled across anyone during their trip to the Bennett Castle. After 2 hours of traveling, Bennett's castle was finally visible within their eyesight. Abel could not help but feel a sense of relief as he took in a deep breath. In the distance, Bennett's castle stood firmly and quietly in the setting sun. The castle's entrance was shut tightly, and the guards of the castle were vaguely visible on the outskirt of the castle walls. Everything looked to be perfectly fine, and the Bennett castle seemed to be unharmed. It didn't seem to be attacked by orcs. As Abel and Marshall approached closer and closer towards the castle, their arrival caused the emergency bell of the castle to ring rapidly. As they got closer to the entrance of the castle, they were met immediately with soldiers equipped with bows aiming down at them from the castle walls. "It's me, Abel, open the door," Abel shouted. "Holster your weapon, guards, it's Master Abel," someone yelled loudly. "Open the door." Suddenly, there were deep voices of Knight of Bennett coming from somewhere. Shortly after, the door of the Bennett castle was slowly opened. When Abel and the Knight of Marshall entered the castle, the door was quickly closed for security to prevent any potential of attacks. "Abel, how dare you come to the castle during these dangerous times?" the Knight of Bennett said reproachfully towards Abel in a rather serious tone. "Father, I need to talk to you privately. Can we find a quiet place to talk?" It's an urgent matter, Abel said quietly, as he glanced over towards the Knight of Martial, who took cover closely with Abel as he tried to prevent anyone from spotting him. Or able to travel across to the Bennett castle during these dangerous times, the Knight of Bennett certainly knew that there must have been something important. Else, Abel wouldn't have taken such a big risk to get here. The Knight of Bennett pitched a suspicious look at the mysterious knight, Knight Martial, that was next to Abel. But without hesitation, he led the Abel and the mysterious knight into the guest room. He then told the guards to not disturb them as he closed the door once Abel and Martial went inside. Father, this is. Abel was about to reveal the identity of the mysterious knight. The Knight of Bennett recognized the Knight of Martial at first glance. He then immediately spoke up and said, Martial, have you gone out of your mind? You're leaving your territory during these dangerous times. You better have a valid reason for coming along with Abel. Hey, do you think I want to come here? Your silly boy said he had to come here. I couldn't just let him come here by himself. I had to follow him. Otherwise, he would have for sure ended up dead. Knight Martial took off his hat, wobbled off his suppressed golden hair that was wrapped throughout the entire trip as he replied back to the Knight of Bennett in a rather angry attitude. God damn it, Martial, you always cried when things went wrong. The Knight of Bennett helplessly shook his head while looking at Martial. He then turned around and asked Abel, what's the matter? Why do you have to act so mysteriously all the time? Did you think about the consequences if Martial was caught leaving his territory? If he was caught, it would have been extremely inconvenient and troublesome for all parties involved. Father, I knew the consequences, but I've come all the way here from Harry's castle was to give you this. Abel took out a composite bow and passed it over to his father. Knight Bennett took the composite bow with his hands and started to fiddle with the bow. Promptly after, he asked Abel with a surprised tone, you came all the way here just to give me this. What do you mean, this, Bennett? This is the Harry's bow, a name that I've made for this special bow, Knight Martial said with a sense of dissatisfaction since he was very upset with Bennett's attitude and his lack of appreciation for the special bow. Abel could not help but remain silent and covered his head. He knew that Martial declared the name of the bow without consulting or even bothering to tell him. What's worse was that he even took his own name to classify the bow. Even though Abel had the same surname as the Knight of Martial, he was certain that his uncle's intention of naming the bow Harry's bow was because he wanted it after his own name. Bennett, it's not just an ordinary bow like you think it is. Here, try shooting an arrow and see for yourself. The Knight of Martial then enthusiastically took out an arrow and handed it to the Knight of Bennett, as he enthusiastically instructed Knight Bennett on how to aim and how to operate the spreader. Okay, Bennett, let's shoot at the wall over there, as Knight Martial pointed towards the wall. The guest room was massive. It was nearly a 40-square-meter room. The wall that Martial told Bennett to shoot towards was more than 20 meters in distance, and without saying anything, Bennett released his hand, and the arrow immediately disappeared on the bow. Within a split second, there was a harsh, shrill sound, and when they looked towards at the wall, the arrow had already pierced through the wall that was made from boulders. Knight Bennett looked at the arrows on the wall, shocked and astonished of the power of the bow. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. He quickly walked over to the wall and knocked the wall a few times with his bare hands, confirming the bow's legitimacy. He was stunned so that he didn't even realize that the wall that he had just broken was his own guest room. He then pulled out the arrow from the wall, using a substantial amount of force. As he glanced at the wall, the arrow had made a hole that was 2./meters deep. When he looked over to the arrowhead's shape had already deformed due to the incredible strength of the impact when the arrow strikes through the wall. This bow. Knight Bennett looked at Abel as he said in complete astonishment and curiosity and how his son has acquired such a powerful weapon. As Abel was about to speak, the Knight of Martial interrupted the conversation between the two and said, Abel became a master blacksmith recently, did you know that? Then he was silent. When Knight of Bennett heard that his son had become a master blacksmith, he regretted giving Abel to Martial as an adopted son. When Martial repeated once again that his adopted son had become a master blacksmith, the facial expression on Bennett's face immediately filled with sorrow. Martial was not able to understand Bennett's expression, so he continued speaking. Abel designed Harry's bow for me so that I could withstand the orcs. Just today, I used the Harry bow to swiftly take down 12 orcs. All of them were level 6 and above too. Knight Bennett felt a sense of uncontrollable shock and amazement as he gazed at Harry's bow that was on his hand. He now began to understand the reason why Abel had taken such a big risk to bring Harry's bow all the way from Harry's castle. In terms of what Marshall had said to him, knowing him for so long already, if half the things that he said were true, it was already good enough. However, what his old friend Marshall had done for Abel was beyond anyone's capability. Marshall risked his territory just for the sake of Abel's safety. Bennett knew that it would have been extremely difficult for him to make such a decision and to risk it all. The Knight of Bennett drew the bow once again. This time he had discovered the advantages of the bow. The bow was hard to pull, but it was easy to aim at. And also it had a terrifying amount of power and destruction. Knight Marshall then looked directly at Bennett with a sense of mockery and said with a smile, "I forgot to tell you, smarty pants, Harry's bow cannot be used without any ammunition." By the time that the Knight of Bennett had restored his bow, using a large amount of his combat kai, Knight Marshall was already laughing so hard, as if he had already forgotten that he had also made the same mistake before. Abel and the Knight Marshall did not stay long in Bennett's castle, and after instructing Knight Bennett on how to operate Harry's bow, the two quickly set off to go back to Harry's castle before anyone realized that they were missing. When they departed Bennett's castle, it was already dark. However, the two individuals were so familiar with the road, especially with Marshall, who had journeyed on this route countless times, alongside with guidance of the moonlight in the night sky. The warhorses were also quite fast as they traveled back to their castle. As Abel and the Knight of Marshall were traveling back towards Harry's castle, Abel suddenly noticed a fire from a distance. Abel immediately informed the Knight of Marshall, "Look, Uncle Marshall, there is a fire there." The Knight Marshall glimpsed over towards the direction of where the fire was and said, "That's the direction of Lord Matthew's castle." Lord Matthew's fiefdom was sat within the middle of the Knight estate between Knight Marshall and Knight Bennett. The relationship between Knight Marshall and Lord Matthew wasn't too great. This was because Lord Matthew did not acknowledge knights as a noble position. Although in most parts of the world where humans lived, the knights were considered as nobles. However, in some rare parts of the world, some people did not consider them as nobles. Lord Matthew was one of them. Although Lord Matthew and Knight Marshall were neighbors, the relationship between them was pretty much limited to ceremonial meeting and saluting. Now that the Knight Marshall acknowledged the fire was originating from Lord Matthew's castle, he began to hesitate whether he should try to help them or not. There were a lot of reasons that caused Marshall to hesitate in assisting Lord Matthew's castle. Firstly, he could not expose his own identity. If he was caught and found to have left his territory, he would have been in big trouble. Secondly, he had to protect Abel. This meant that he was not assured that he could save Matthew's castle, as he had to stay alongside with Abel to guarantee his safety. Abel remained silent. He gazed directly at Knight Marshall and thought to himself, he was going to let the Knight of Marshall decide this himself. Abel had never met Lord Matthew before. He had never heard his name being mentioned by someone else. Frankly, he didn't know what kind of person he was. And he didn't even know what he looked like. To Abel, he wasn't going to risk his life to assist a castle that he had never heard about before. Unless he was guaranteed that he was completely safe, then he would have gone and helped them. However, Knight Marshall decided to assist Lord Matthew's castle. "We will go and help them, but you must stay with me at all times. I cannot expose my identity in there. That's why you must step in and use your status as a master blacksmith." As Knight Marshall carefully instructed Abel with a serious tone. Abel quickly obeyed Knight Marshall's order and said, "Okay, Uncle Marshall, I will do as you say." Abel then took Harry's bow out of his horse saddle. Although he struggled with using Harry's bow due to its tough, laborious efforts, shooting only around 3 to 4 shots should have been fine for him. At the same time, Knight Marshall was holding his very own Harry's bow. As he placed an arrow onto his bow and was about to draw the bowstring, he quickly discovered another superior advantage of Harry's bow. The bow was especially suitable and advantageous when riding on a horse. When using a regular bow, one must use both legs, each on one side of the body, to properly control the horse. Then the majority of energy and strength was needed to continuously pull the bow, while all at the same time trying to aim and shoot. However, Harry's bow was capable of holding the arrow with very little effort. By doing so, it allowed the operator to allocate more power to control their horse, as well as being able to have sufficient time to aim and shoot at their target without ease. The two warhorses that Abel and Marshall rode were very agile. As the two approached closer and closer towards the castle, Abel was the first to notice that the castle was in complete chaos. He saw that 4 wolf troopers were attacking the people who are trying to escape. When the 4 wolf rider heard the sound of hooves from the horses, they immediately shouted very loudly, and 2 of the wolf rider equipped with long knives instantly began charging directly towards Abel and Knight of Marshall. "Watch out, there's one right in front of you and there's also one behind me," Knight of Marshall said. Abel aimed with care and precision at one of the wolf troopers that were charging directly towards him and immediately pulled the trigger. The bow was so powerful that it instantly shot through the wolf trooper's brain and created a hole. Shortly after, the second wolf trooper was promptly shot down by Knight of Marshall. The 2 wolf troopers who were still chasing the people down realized that their allied troops were shot down by Abel and Marshall. They then started to howl extremely loudly. Abel knew exactly what they were doing as he understood the orc language. The wolf troopers were summoning their allies inside the castle to come out and prepare for battle against Abel and Knight Marshall. Abel and the Knight of Marshall continued with their killing spree, as the 2 quickly killed the other 2 wolf troopers that were hunting down the people who were trying to escape. The wolf troopers did not stop charging towards Abel and Knight Marshall when they saw their allies being shot down. Instead, they charged furiously and madly towards them. The Knight of Marshall calmly shot down another 4 worgens. He then turned around to look back at Abel and said, "See, that's the nature and personalities of these worgens. They are very loyal." Abel nodded his head and promptly replied, "All right, Uncle Marshall. Thanks for letting me know," as he glanced over towards the 4 worgens that had been shot by Knight Marshall. For Abel, he wasn't shooting at the wolf troopers and the worgens since he felt a sense of resentment, but also couldn't bear the cruelty of killing these orcs. However, he held his trust in Uncle Marshall and believed that he would take care of them. Suddenly, 6 wolf riders were rushing out of the Matthew castle, who were all hanging large packages on them. When Knight Marshall saw the 6 wolf riders coming out from the castle, a light flashed in his eyes and he hummed, "You're all dead." These wolf riders who were charging towards Abel and Marshall were still carrying the valuables from the castle, and their greed ultimately led to a much quicker death since they were much slower. Abel's and Marshall's knights had both shot their arrows towards their enemies, and the last arrows that had been shot were around 30 meters away from them. The 6 wolf troopers were all killed while they were charging towards them, including their worgens. As Knight Marshall watched the wolf riders, who have died on the way from charging towards them, he sighed and said, "This was a party of 10. These orcs are very strong, but they lack the protection of armor." He then glanced back at Abel and explained, the Blacksmith Union had strictly forbidden anyone from the Blacksmith Union to forge armor for these orcs. Moreover, the orcs themselves had no skills or experiences in forging armor, so the only option they had was to use their bodies to block our arrows. The frightened crowd from Matthew's castle slowly discovered that all wolf troopers who were attacking them had been killed. As the crowd slowly gathered together, a middle-aged man who wore a suit approached Abel and Knight Marshall. Knight Marshall acted as if he was only assisting Abel as he stood behind him, so that Abel would have looked like the person who had killed most of the orcs, and he would have just been an assistant for him. "Hello, Sir Knight, thank you for saving our lives. My name is Ken, Matthew's butler." Although he looked frightened while he spoke, the deep etiquette that Ken possessed made him appear extremely polite and full of courtesy. He then gave Abel a grateful salute. "I'm Abel Harry and I accept your gratitude. May I ask where your master is?" Abel was very displeased and disappointed that Lord Matthew did not appear to thank them for their effort after their rescue. He and the Knight of Marshall risked their lives to assist Lord Matthew, but Lord Matthew did not even appear. Such a response seemed rude and puzzling to them. "Master Abel, my master has." When the butler heard Abel's question, he was already too shocked and tearful to even speak. The manner and courtesy Ken had displayed was suddenly gone, which was extremely peculiar for a noble-classed butler. Abel's name was spread so quickly throughout Harvest City that even the nobles knew that there was a young master blacksmith who lived in the area around Harvest City. When Abel heard the butler answering his question with tears, he already knew that something has happened to Lord Matthew. Abel then got off his horse and supported the butler. with his hand to prevent him from falling. Currently, Abel's appearance was far beyond his age. He was 13 years old with a height that was nearly 1.7 meters tall. As Abel had just saved the nobility of Matthew's castle, he was able to temporarily act as the director to issue orders and various commands. This was one of the noble regulations. It applied when there was no noble to command a castle, and if the castle was rescued by other noble. "All right, I'll need you to arrange men for law and order to be kept within the castle. Lord Matthew's message will be sent to the Lord of Harvest City. The Lord there will decide what happens after that," Abel said directly to Ken. "As you will." The butler Ken held back his tears while Abel decided to keep Matthew's castle safe and stable from the evil and theft. Abel's command also meant that there wouldn't be anyone robbing, murdering, and stealing from the castle during these terrible times. Abel did not stay for too long. Within an hour or so, Matthew's castle was all quiet and peaceful again. The orcs' bodies were all piled up in the public square in the middle of the castle. The bodies of family members of the Matthew family were placed in the hall, and the other civilians that had deceased were placed in the side chambers. Everything within the storeroom was added with an additional iron lock to ensure that it was well protected and safe. Abel appointed the butler and 5 intact bodyguards to securely protect Matthew's family valuables and belongings until the owner of the property come forward and deal with the situation here. All the members within the Matthew family were killed during the orcs' attack. As the orcs rushed into the castle, they always looked for the most valuable and gorgeous room to rob and kill. The Matthew family was the owner of the castle, so it meant that they were the first noble victims of the attack. All of them were massacred. Since everything has been arranged by Abel, he had asked Ken to depart from the castle. Although Ken wanted Abel to stay until a new ruler was sent by the capital city, he didn't dare to oppose or criticize Abel's decision to leave, since Abel was a master as well as a noble too. As Abel departed Matthew's castle, Abel and Knight Marshal looked directly at each other in the eyes. The event that occurred here today made both of them very emotional. A long-continued generation of the Matthew family was all gone in one attack. If something like this happened to the Knight of Bennett or Knight of Marshall, Abel didn't even want to think about or imagine the consequences of that. From this event, he was now more acutely aware of the true cruelty of this world. The figure of Abel and Marshall Knight gradually was slowly disappearing into the night as they rode back towards the Harry Castle. Ken, the butler, watched Abel's back from a distance, and his heart was filled with gratitude for Abel and Marshall's assistance and rescue during these current circumstances and conditions. Abel thought to himself, these were the true and real knights that the world needs. Due to the recent attack of the orcs, the city owner, Viscount Dickens, had been feeling stressed. As a great knight, Viscount Dickens would much rather take his sword out and slash the team of orcs that had entered Harvest City. He would like it much more than sitting in the city palace, hearing news about his citizens or other castle owners being attacked by the orcs. Yesterday, Viscount Dickens had received a dead body of a wirgin and a map sent from Harry Castle. After a bit of investigation, he found that the maps depicted the gathering location of the orc squad. The orc squad would gather up in a few days and get ready to leave the human world with their flying beasts. This meant that the attack was almost over. If Viscount Dickens did not take action now to seek revenge, as a Viscount of the Duke, he would be badly embarrassed. It would affect his status. This morning, Viscount Dickens had already ordered a troop of 1,000 to ambush at the location marked on the map. This time, Viscount Dickens had dispatched 3 elite knights and 30 knights. This small troop of 1,000 was an elite troop. They possessed enough fighting power to withstand a small-scale battle. According to the Knight of Marshall's letter, this information was obtained by his adopted son, Master Blacksmith Abel. After killing a wolf rider with a bear trap, Viscount Dickens was very intrigued by this new Master Blacksmith of Harvest City. As far as he knew, this Master Blacksmith was awarded the title of Master through forging magic weapons. Viscount Dickens has been considering whether he should ask this new master to forge a magic weapon for him. "My lord, someone from Matthew Castle wants to come in and report a funeral," said the butler. When Viscount Dickens heard these words, he knew that another castle had been attacked. He then said to the butler, "Let him in." After a while, a lost and frightened servant entered. He cried as he came in, "My lord, Lord Matthew and every single member of his family had lost their lives in the orcs' attacks." The abolishment of a noble family was not a trivial matter. Viscount Dickens knew about the Matthew family. Although they were very small, with only inherited around 100 square miles of land, they still had around 100 years of history. "Quickly tell me what happened," said Viscount Dickens. Perhaps it was because of trauma or the lack of experience, but the servant had not explained the matter clearly. He continued to speak with a stutter. It was no use. Under normal circumstances, if Lord Matthew wanted to report something to Viscount Dickens, he would send his butler Ken, or he would even direct go to the city palace himself. As a result of this attack, the butler could no longer leave Matthew Castle. Therefore, they could only send a more well-spoken servant, one who was capable of reporting the current situation. The servant understood the intent of Viscount Dickens. At this time, he also remembered what butler Ken had told him. It was said that, upon arriving at the city palace, get to the point as soon as possible. The city lord would not have time to slowly listen to you. The servant proceeded to explain, in the evening a group of wolf riders attacked the castle. The gates of Matthew Castle was opened, and the wolf riders entered. When they began their massacre, Master Abel was passing by, and he helped us defended them together. After Master Abel made sure the castle was organized again, butler Ken ordered me to report to the lord of the city. Finally, after all that mumbling, the servant was able to explain the situation clearly. Master Abel again. Viscount Dickens did not expect that at all. These kinds of actions, such as rescuing a noble family in danger, were appreciated and respected by all nobles. Although Abel failed to save the life of Lord Matthew, the castle was still completely preserved. If an orc attack was successful, they would kill all the people they could find and burn the castle down. Master Abel must be rewarded for this deed, as well as for providing the orcs' gathering map. If the ambush was successful, these two deeds combined would be enough for extra rewards from the king of the duchy. These military service rewards were very difficult to be called off by anyone, because even if the king was daring enough to reject it, he would have to risk having his citizens give up on fighting for him in the future. All the nobles and the king understood this by heart. Although throughout these years, the king had tried to suppress the influence of the nobles, if they were qualified for an outstanding military service reward, they would always be rewarded in a way that was equitable to their service. "I will send people to Matthew Castle. You can go back now," Viscount Dickens said calmly. After the servant left, Viscount Dickens thought of Master Abel again. He must repay Master Abel well. A young master of his age must have extraordinary achievements in the future. If Abel needed any help, Viscount Dickens would definitely do his best to help him. By doing so, it would definitely yield a good return in the future. In fact, normally a native person who had attained the title of Master Blacksmith, such as Abel, would at least be given a lord position to persuade him to serve the duchy. However, Duchy of Carmel was a bit different when it came to that regard. Its king had always hated the nobles. The king could not care less about gaining or losing. Lord or two. When Abel returned to Harry Castle, the first thing he did was play with Black Wind for a while. The small Mount Wolf, Black Wind, had recently gained a lot of weight. It has been eating very well, and every day it would enthusiastically run around in Abel's room. Abel did not want to bring it out to the public square due to the recent attack of the orcs. Since the public square was full of people, many of whom would despise being near a mounted wolf. Due to the recent events, Abel never had the chance to have dinner with the Knight of Marshall until tonight, since the orcs had now been driven away. The Knight of Marshall could finally relax and sit down to have dinner. After the two had finished their meal, the Knight of Marshall called Abel to his study room. The maid poured and delivered 2 cups of coffee into the room. She added some spices to the Knight of Marshall's coffee. However, when she was about to also add it to Abel's cup, she was stopped by Abel. "Abel, sometimes you have to tell yourself, it's your decision," said the Marshal Knight as he began to smell the aroma of the coffee and took a sip. He closed his eyes blissfully, enjoying the taste of coffee mixed with the spices in his mouth. Abel couldn't bear the sight of the Knight of Marshall enjoying his spiced coffee. Just how were spices so trendy amongst the nobles? Luckily for Abel, the chefs in Harry Castle didn't add too much of it to his plates. If the taste got too extreme, he might even consider cooking his own meals from now on. Actually, no. Just to teach them a lesson, he might even start his own restaurant business. "Whatever you say, Uncle Marshall." "Abel, you are a master blacksmith now. Your forging ability has greatly exceeded my expectations. As you know, I am one of the oldest sons of the Harry family in Bakong City. Even I left my family since I got rewarded with a knight's estate. I was still allowed to learn about my family's inherent secret techniques of knights. You are my successor. I can bring you back to Bakong City to learn those techniques. But, of course, there are some techniques you can learn directly from me, said the Knight of Martial seriously. Abel had already learned some secret techniques of knights inherited by the Bennett family. However, since he was not an official knight, he could not apply most of those secret techniques. Moreover, if Abel was not already a level 5 novice knight, the Knight of Martial would not have told him any of this. The only secret technique that Abel had learned to apply from the Bennett family was the knight's breathing technique, which allowed the Kai to be generated faster from to core and form a meridian. The other 3 pearls of wisdom he learned, but he couldn't apply included. The knight's acceleration technique, which was using combat Kai to lift the speed of one's body. The knight's outbreak technique, which was enhanced one's outbreak power by 3 times, but the core would be weaker the following 1 hour. The solid defense, which could only be applied with a shield. Uses combat Kai to connect the shield with the ground, creating an ultra-strong defense in one direction. Uncle Marshall, what secret techniques can you teach me now? Abel was not afraid of overloading himself with secret techniques. Since he processed the power of will, he could learn almost anything much faster than anyone. So far, I've only known 2 secret techniques. One was the knight charging technique, and the other was the knight's mount acceleration technique. The Knight of Martial explained, these 2 secrets can only be used on a mount, and that's why I am so different from the Knight of Bennett. The Knight of Bennett believes that the most important characteristics of a knight are balance and diversity. That's why he spent his time mastering all kinds of common knight weapons such as big swords, shields, bows, long spears, and axes. On the other hand, I am an expert in horsemanship, big swords, and long spears. I believe that horsemanship is the only essential characteristic of a knight. For the weapons that I use, all I need is a big sword for close-distance battles. Medium-distance battle, I'll use long spears, and for long distances, I'll use a bow. With the mastery of these 3 weapons, I managed to attain enough outstanding military service to receive my own knight's estate. The Knight of Martial did not deny that the Knight of Bennett's military service was not outstanding. This was because back then, the requirement for gaining the title of a lord was too high. As beginner knights, both the Knight of Martial and the Knight of Bennett were way too insufficient to obtain such title. Uncle Martial, I will try to learn these secret techniques. I have Black Wind, so these 2 secrets techniques should be very easy to master. Of course, Abel understood the importance of horsemanship. Since he already owned an elite-level mount, all he needed now was the adequate skill set to match it. The Knight of Martial did not avoid Abel's curiosity. He pressed the back of a knight biography novel on his bookcase. The knight biography novel fell inward, followed by a noise of mechanical gears triggering. The bookcase split into 2, revealing a secret room. Come on, you have to know about this place. These are all the collections of Harry Castle. The Knight of Martial said with a touch of pride. I've collected everything here through decades of hard work. Usually, I wouldn't even let anyone know this secret room, let alone showing it off. To a person who loved to show off, hiding things away was very difficult for the Knight of Martial. But finally, today there was someone he would share it with. This secret room was huge. Countless weapons were hanging on the walls, which included those from both the orcs and humans. There even seemed to be a traditional elf's bow. As the Knight of Martial saw that Abel was intrigued by the weapons on the wall, he began to sigh in awe. These are all from the enemies that I've slain throughout the years. After defeating an enemy, it didn't matter if you decided to kill them or not. Keeping their weapons was a common practice among nobles, especially knights. They were trophies. Besides, every knight would most likely adore their collection as well. In the middle of the secret room, there was a huge long table. On the table, there were a few thick books with bold titles, including geography, agriculture, and some non-combat related secret techniques. For example, Abel was drawn by a book about how to use cleansing water. Abel had heard of cleansing water before. It was a potion often used by women to maintain their skin, but for a grown man in his 40s to use it, Abel frowned just by thinking about it. After the Knight of Martial saw Abel's distaste towards the clearing water secret technique, he thought that he had to make an explanation. This is not just an ordinary formula for clearing water, it is the noble elves' cleansing water formula. Can't you see how good the elves' skin is? I spend good money on this book back in the days. Abel wanted to challenge the Knight of Martial by saying that the elves' good skin was because of their genetic, not because of a beauty formula. Abel was very disappointed by this collection of the Knight of Martial. Finally, Abel saw the two Harry's Heritage Secret Techniques of Knight's Guide placed at the very corner of the table. From the placement of these books, the cleansing water formula seemed much more important to the Knight of Martial than his Heritage Secret Techniques. Upon picking up the two Secret Technique Guide, Abel was getting ready to leave the secret room. Suddenly, a square sign attracted Abel's gaze. The sign was engraved with some patterns that seemed very familiar with Abel. He was 110% sure this was a rune, but did not know exactly which order was this rune. Abel walked towards the square sign and picked it up. He looked towards the Knight of Martial and asked, "Uncle Martial, where did you get this from?" "This was sent to me by a wizard friend. He said if I crush this sign when I am in danger, it can help me shake off the enemy," the Knight of Martial said after recalling for a while. "Wow, you have a wizard friend." Abel widened his eyes. Abel had always only heard about wizards, but no one ever described them to him in detail. "Yeah, when I was still in Bakong City, I rescued a wizard in a mission. At that time, his magical power was exhausted, and there were a few wolves nearby. When the Knight of Martial thought of a wizard in such an embarrassing situation, he gave a small chuckle. He then proceeded to say the wizard and I later had become friends. He was still a novice wizard at the time, and since he knew I would be going to the battlefield, he paid a big cost in exchange for this rune sign. To save my life when the time comes." "What is the difference between a wizard and a knight?" Abel asked. "The difference? The wizards can only use magic, so their power doesn't have many practical uses, but the best thing about being a wizard was longevity." Martial Knight's eyes flashed a hint of envy, and then went on to say the lifespan of a lesser official wizard can reach up to 300 years, and each time they level up, it will further increase the life expectancy. "But knights like us, even if we became an elite knight, we can only increase our lifespan for 50 years. 300 years old. Abel's eyes were burning with intense yearning. He immediately asked, "How can I become a wizard?" "It is not easy to become a wizard. First of all, there must be a middleman. The wizards are disconnected from the people of this world. They are not your down-to-earth average citizens. Things like family, country, and ethnicity don't seem to concern them a single bit. Ordinary people have no way of approaching them, let alone being a part of them. To become a wizard, you have to process the right aptitude. It's the most important thing. Therefore, every person who wants to be a wizard must pass an examination." The Knight of Martial saw the yearning in Abel's eyes. He couldn't help but smile. "When I first discovered that the lifespan of an official wizard was 300 years, I also asked my wizard friend to help me become a wizard. But I didn't pass the examination." The Knight of Martial was a bit stunned, but soon he began smiling again and said, "If you want to participate in the wizard examination, you have to wait until you are 15 years old. By that time, I will bring you to my wizard friend to ask for advice. If you can pass the examination, your achievements will surpass all knight." This was the most gratifying thing Abel had heard these days. If he became a wizard, he could not only live longer. He could also be able to use the Tome of Town portal from the horadric box, which required magic, and the only way to use magic was becoming a wizard. "Why must I be 15 years old before I can take the examination?" Abel asked eagerly. "I heard that it is because no one below the age of 15 can understand the mystery of magic. Also, your body isn't developed enough to absorb magical power." The Knight of Martial knew what was on Abel's mind. He then went on to say, "I will take you to the examination as soon as you turn 15. It should take some time before we can get to Bakong City, and by the time you finished learning some of my heritage secret techniques, you should be around 15 years old." Through these words of the Knight of Martial, Abel understood how much the knights concern and cherish him. Even little times like this was taken into account. Abel was preparing to put the rune sign back on the wall. The Knight of Martial waved his hand at him and said, "Since you seem very interested in this rune sign, you can keep it. All these years it had just been sitting here, I never have the chance to use it, so let's not let it goes to waste. Thank you so much, Uncle Marshall. Abel happily put away the rune sign, which would also be very helpful when it comes to studying runes. No worries. The Knight of Marshall patted Abel's head intimately, and the two left the secret room. When Abel got back to his room, he realized the Knight of Marshall's birthday would be in 10 days. The present he prepared initially had already been received early by the Knight of Marshall. However, Abel would still feel very sorry if he didn't show any appreciation during the knight's actual birthday. He had to start preparing another present now. Abel practiced a bit of the knight's breathing technique for a while in his room and analyzed the battle he had today. The orcs had to be mobile and kept a fast pace in the human world. They could not wear any heavy armor, let alone carrying a shield. Therefore, that's where the composite bow, or the so-called Harry's bow, could shine. To forge a bow according to the methods of this world, other than using some extraordinary material, it was impossible to forge a 400-pound bow. This was because no material with the length and thinness of a normal bow arm could withstand 400 pounds of tension. The composite bow, on the other hand, had a shorter bow arm, and all the other parts were made with steel. It was an extraterrestrial technology, a device that was meant for mass murder in a world in its cold weapon era. Unless if a wolf rider possessed extreme power, if they didn't have armor or shields, they would most likely be killed by the Harry bow. The only downside was that the force required to pull on the Harry's bow was very demanding. Even a level 5 novice knight such as Abel could barely do it. That aside, the most important thing was that Abel had finally gotten the information he wanted about wizards, and he would soon be able to participate in the wizard's examination. Although he still needed to wait another 2 years, he decided to dedicate these 2 years to double down his effort on becoming a knight. It didn't matter if he was going to become a wizard or a blacksmith in the end. Whatever his future might be like, a strong body would always be appreciated. Abel took out the rune sign from his bosom. According to the Knight of Marshall, the rune sign was designed to repel away enemies. Only the 4 rune Nef fit the description to cast such a special ability. The 4 Nef was meant for chasing enemies away. Once cast, it would deal plus 30 defense against ranged attacks. This was the first time that Abel had seen a rune in this kind of form. Both runes had a very different method of usage. It was very similar to the runes in Diablo 2. However, the runes from Diablo 2 were required to be equipped onto the equipment before it was able to function. On the other hand, the runes in front of Abel needed to be crushed before using them. Abel picked up the rune sign and studied it carefully. He didn't know what material it was made from. The rune sign looked like it was made from stone or wood, but as Abel inspected closer, they weren't. So Abel couldn't even uncover what it was made from, and there wasn't anyone to ask. The runes above were written in pretty much the same way as the dwarf spell forging book, except that it was missing some kind of runic circuits. Furthermore, it wasn't powered by any gem, so Abel couldn't even figure out how the rune was gaining its power from. At first, Abel had looked down on the technological advancements of this world. However, now that he had once again witnessed the purpose of these runes, as well as discovering the legendary 300 years lifespan of the wizards, Abel began to realize this world's civilization was developing in a direction completely different from his old world. Abel realized something here. In this world, technology was not meant to be convenient nor helpful for the average people. Even the smartest researcher was more focused on theories alone, let alone focus on things that could raise the standard of living of the society as a whole. Just think about it. Almost everyone on Earth had ways to make fire. But in this world, the wizard could stretch their hands make fire with a spell. And since that was the case, no one bothered to find better ways to do things. Even if the elites managed to innovate, all the benefits would just go to themselves and not anyone else. From what Abel had heard from the Knight of Marshall, the wizards didn't question what ordinary people could do, and ordinary people often had a very hard time communicating with wizards. What Abel didn't realize was that the runic sign he despised was a very valuable item to that novice wizards. These wizards were known for using such expensive items. As Abel slowly traced the runes from the rune board onto the sheepskin with his rune pen, he carefully contrasted every detail to perfection and precision. The next morning, Abel completed his basic knight training and handed Black Wind to his butler Lindsay. After he had his breakfast and headed out directly to the temporary blacksmith guild, the Knight of Marshall decided to wait until the orcs gathering time on the map to finally announce the end of the orc attack. As Marshall hasn't made the announcement yet, the castle was full of leaders. During these times, the servants of the castle were very busy as they had to prepare 2 meals for so many people. In this world, most people other than the wealthy and nobles usually only had 2 meals a day. After paying a large amount of tax on the exports of the land, there wasn't much left for themselves. With Harvest City being the fiefdom's primary source of the granary, as well as Knight of Marshall being the lord of the castle, he had to distribute a large number of provisions for the general public around the area. As Abel passed through the public square, people bowed to him from the side of their makeshift tents. He always nodded back to them with a smile. These kind gestures and actions from Abel ignited rumors that Master Abel, the successor of the Lord, was a kind, peaceful, and loving man. As a result of these rumors, it filled the leaders with hope for the future. After Abel entered his operations room, he took out a forged sword of 100 skills that already had a groove on the sword handle. According to the Magical Weapons Forging Guide, the fundamental material required to make the 4 main magical runes ink was similar. The only difference was that fire magic runes ink were mixed with fire-type plants. Ice magic runes ink were mixed with ice-type plants. Electric runes ink were injected with electric eel's blood. And toxic runes ink were injected with venomous snake venom. As for making the runes ink that was capable of repelling attacks, Abel wanted to keep the same fundamental materials in all 4 of these runes ink, but removed all the other materials that had special properties. There were all sorts of materials within the operations room since Master Bentham has collected various materials for many years, and after Abel had successfully forged the magic weapon, Master Bentham was able to post material requests from the Mercenary Union, which allowed him to gather even more fresh materials. This wasn't the first time Abel was making the rune ink, but this time there was no detailed configuration description. He was only able to create this ink according to the previous configuration experience while exploring new variants, by subtracting several materials, as would have changed the balance of the configuration process. To precisely and correctly configure the new ink, Abel needed to find out the new balance point of these materials. 1 portion of lost spirit grass, 1 portion of breadfruit, 20 drops of bitter almond oil, 12 drops of holly oil, 10 drops of jungle frog blood, 8 drops of rosemary, 12 drops of eucalyptus, 5 drops of lemon essence, and finally pure water. As all the materials were taken out, Abel had to think twice about each of the material that he put in the fusion time of the front material, the release time of the back material, and the intensity of the fire. It was easy to determine the success of the ink. This world had a wizard characteristic formula. Abel's magic ink was one of them. If the configuration was successful, there would be a faint white light during the split second of the moment of success. As long as you saw the white flash, it meant that the ink had been successfully configured. After continuous tries of experimentation in attaining the successful configuration, Abel conducted a method commonly used by previous generations of scientists, which was to record his every move of the steps he made, and timed himself with an hourglass and recorded down any useful or related information. Abel was very patient with his research. Every attempt after the previous, a small change was made according to the previous record. In one day, although the configuration of ink was not successful, Abel's configuration level had made great progress. He had improved tremendously throughout the day. When Abel realized that he only had enough materials for tomorrow's experiment, he went forward to his steward, Lindsay, and asked him to arrange some mercenaries from the Mercenaries Guild to collect some materials back for him. The second day of the configuration with the runes went comparatively smoothly. At the 86th attempt of Abel's experiment record, there was a flashing white light on the rune pen. Abel could not help but admire those who have studied and researched the 4 runes. This was because Abel didn't invent a new formula. Instead, he removed some of the materials from the original formula and compared it with the previous formula, all while conducting scientific experiment methods. It took him 86 times to finally succeed, and he took more materials to attain the correct configuration, as well as he didn't compare them. But he could hardly imagine how much time they took to research to get these results. Looking at the ink on his hand, Abel was filled with a sense of accomplishment. If the experiment is successful, the value of the rune ink in his hand would worth even more than the 4 main types of rune ink. This was because the ink in his hand had no special properties and could be used more widely. Abel took out his rune brush and began to draw the runes. It was like a walk in the park to him at this point. He expended his power of the will. The sword of 100 skills had been magnified multiple times in his eyes. The rune brush moved smoothly on the back of the blade. This time, he even added a few extra rune energy routes to the old rune formula to maximize the energy delivered. Throughout these months of forging the sword of 100 skills and writing magical runes, Abel realized his power of will had increased a little. Normally, Abel's power of the will would be completely drained after completing a magical rune. But this time he still had a little bit left. However, the difference was so insignificant, ordinary people can't notice it. Abel was very excited by this discovery. He always relied on this mysterious power of the will, yet he never knew that he could increase it. If it kept on increasing in the future, it would be very beneficial to his study of runes. Abel knew that these runes in front of him could be combined into the rune language Ancient Vow. However, one challenge he faced was that all 3 runes in the rune language Ancient Vow always had to be drawn in one sitting. Abel always thought he won't have enough power of the will to do it, but now he finally had a glimpse of hope. Abel knew deep down in his heart that he was only 13 years old. The power of the will would gradually increase as he gets older. Especially now that he had discovered a way to exercise his power of the will, he would be able to draw the rune language Ancient Vow. For the choices of gem to be put onto the sword handle, Abel picked a diamond that was made from 3 steel gems. Diamonds were known to be one of the most beloved stones in this world for women. To them, it was a symbol of love and fidelity. However, for Abel, he chose the diamond because it had no attributes, and it was the purest gem out of the bunch. The crucial part would come when Abel placed the gem into the gap. Yes, once he did so, he would have to guide his own power of the will through the energy path. There were only 2 exploding big swords and a scroll of town portal in Abel's horadric cube. During his battle with Simon the Virgin, he used 1 exploding big sword, and he hadn't made a new replica ever since. Luckily for him, if he failed this time, he could just throw the product into the horadric and fuse the 3 swords into 1 big sword. By this point, Abel gained a lot of experience when it came to guiding the force of the gem to the center of the rune. After about half an hour, however, this rune he drew didn't seem strong enough to do the job. The outer strokes of the rune began to turn red, and soon it melted and vanished. After it had melted off, the power of the gem began to disappear as well. It wasn't like it was the first time that Abel had failed. Oddly enough, though, the problem seemed to be with the rune ink this time. But it shouldn't have been. When Abel was mixing the rune ink, it was shining in white sparkles, which meant that the ink formula was right. Was it because the rank of the rune ink was not high enough? Was the gem simply too powerful? Abel evaluated for a bit. He was already using the best ingredients for the rune ink. It didn't seem possible to find any better ingredients. Abel kept on thinking. In the dwarf's magical weapon forging guide, there was rune drawing instruction and rune ink formula for weapons of every attribute. Actually, not for the attribute-less runes. Abel could not figure out why. After all, they should be the easiest ones to make. But actually, even the dwarfs could not help it. The ingredients required to make attribute-less rune ink were too hard to obtain for ordinary people. Hardly anyone apart from the wizards could supply them, which was why the dwarves wouldn't even bother putting it in their magical weapon forging guide. Ordinary runes ink only drew its energy from 1 attribute source. However, these so-called attribute-less runes ink had multiple sources. In other words, it was a mixture of all the existing attributes. It was also much more potent than other types of runes. Therefore, normal ingredients for rune ink could not withstand it, and that's why things like the rune strokes melting off had happened to Abel. Abel took out the rune sign from his chest pocket. It was said that this sign could evoke the attacking power of it. Attribute-less rune, which meant that these attribute-less runes could be used. However, the only problem was that Abel didn't know what kind of ink was used to write this rune. Furthermore, this rune seemed to be its source of energy. Since the rune was still visible in the sign, it had to be supported by some unknown energy that Abel was unaware of. Abel had an idea. If the normal potion could be combined to make a potion of higher ranking, could he do the same with rune ink? At that moment, Abel felt a passion burning within him. If it was about the two exploding sword within his horadric cube, he wanted nothing more than to throw them somewhere far away. They were useless to Abel since all they did was waste space for him to make new things with the horadric cube. After he had confirmed on his idea, he dug a deep hole outside the castle and carelessly threw the two exploding sword inside. Bang, it was like a walk in the park. Abel thought that he should have just done this earlier. After Abel had returned to his workshop, he took out the scroll of town portal from the horadric cube and carefully placed it in a metal box. These are the most important possessions of Abel. If he wasn't in need of combining something, Abel would often keep the scroll of town portal in the horadric cube. That way both of these treasures could stay in the same spot and be safe. Abel took out some more ingredients. He made 3 attribute-less ink according to the formula and threw them into the horadric cube straight away. In a flash of white light, these 3 rune ink disappeared without a trace. In the top left corner of the horadric cube, a new bottle of the rune ink began to appear. It was a success. This opened up a large potential for things Abel could do with the horadric cube in the future. But little did he know, the value of this rune ink was so much higher than most things available for purchase in this world. The dwarves would be willing to trade countless exotic gems for something like this. Abel picked up this new bottle of rune ink and dumped it into a darkness-style crystal bottle. The bottle was shimmering in blue sparkles. From past experience of combining potions, Abel knew that this was an intermediate rune ink, and all the ones he had used before were all basic levels. Abel took out an almost finished model of a sword of 100 skills and began to draw the rune on it straight away. He had gained experience in drawing this rune from the last attempt, so this time it was a lot faster. However, using intermediate rune ink required a lot more power of the will. After he had completed, he once again felt that knees weakening lethargic feeling. It reminded him of the time where he drew his first rune. Abel rested for a while. As soon as his power of the will was recovered, he immediately placed a gem into the sword handle. He then used his power of the will again and guided the energy from the gem to the rune. This time, Abel was actively guiding the energy throughout the rune. It wasn't like he had full control of it, however. He did not expect the speed of the energy to travel so fast. A large amount of it shot out from the gem towards Abel's power of the will, like a car speeding on a highway. Luckily, Abel reacted on time. He also sped up his reflex in using the power of the will, and almost finished the guiding process with a little less than 10 minutes. Abel's eyes were fully fixed on the magic sword in front of him. It was shimmering in blue sparkles, but it was not the type of blue from those ice magic swords. If you looked at it carefully, you would notice it was actually the same blue sparkles as the bottle of intermediate rune ink. The blue sparkles swam around in the strokes of the rune for a while and slowly faded away. Abel stared at this magic sword in his hand. These blue sparkles, does it mean that this magic sword had a higher rank than all the other ones? Abel thought to himself. No one could give him a straight answer for that. Up to this point, Abel had been the only one who was doing the investigating and experimenting. Abel waved this attribute-less magic sword around. It felt just like the normal ones, and its uses should be the same as well. He then chopped up some firewood with the sword. Again, it felt just like all his other swords. Nothing special really happened. Abel put the scroll of town portal back into his horadric cube and left the operation room caring for his new magic sword. Have you seen the Knight of Marshall? Abel stopped and asked Steward Lindsay, who was busy with his own tasks. Young master, the headmaster was in the training room, Lindsay replied, to which Abel thanked him and headed for the training room. The butler Lindsay smiled as he watched Abel walked away. He was very proud of this young master. With only 13 years of age, Abel was unlike other noble youngsters who only cared about living a lavish lifestyle. Everyone knew that Abel was a genius, but who knew just how much effort and dedication this young master had put into his work. Steward Lindsay had seen many noble youngsters throughout the years, and none of them had the dedication of young Master Abel. After the young master became a master blacksmith, all he did throughout the days were making things in his workshop. Not many people, other than Steward Lindsay, knew about this. Also, not a lot of people knew that the Knight of Marshall's favorite ice magic sword, the castle savior Harry's bow, and the 2 gigantic bear trap that captured a few giant beasts trying to enter the castle were all handiworks made directly from the young master himself. Maybe when Abel had become an adult, Harry's Knight estate would already become Harry's Lord estate. With Abel in the house, there was no limit in the potential he could bring to those around him. Abel, on the other hand, didn't seem too concerned about what Lindsay was thinking. Now, all that he could think about was to test the new magic sword with the Knight of Martial. The moment when Abel had entered the training room, he could already hear the sound of a big sword slicing through the air. It seemed like the Knight of Martial was practicing his basics. Abel did not interrupt the man. Instead, he simply watched from the side and waited for the Knight of Martial to finish. The Knight of Martial was practicing the basics. Yes, the basics, but Abel could feel the impact of the swings from several meters away. The Knight of Martial was putting his entire strength into his swings, which was contradictory to the never-go-all-out rule he had often heard on Earth. While he continued to watch the Knight of Martial practicing his moves, Abel started imagining inside his head. He began to imagine what would happen if he was standing in front of the Knight of Martial. When the Knight of Martial's strikes reached peak performance, his imposing manner had fully captured Abel's attention. Abel just couldn't take his eyes away from the Knight of Martial. As he watched the Knight of Martial drawing a perfectly straight line in the air with his sword, he knew that he had only 2 options to react to his attacks. He could try a counterattack, or he could take a step back to make a retreat. Abel was reimagining the fight for about 100 times with his power of the will. It didn't matter how many times he had tried. Whatever he thought his moves were, he would always be smashed into pieces within one move. After surrendering for countless times, Abel gave up and focused himself back to reality. As it turned out, there was a major difference in the ways that fights were waged between planet Earth and the world he was in. Due to long years of cold weapon uses and physical battle, they had become very acclimated to using these simple weapons and making simple moves. Yet every one of these moves they made was applied with full force. The orcs were the biggest enemy to the humans in this world. It should be very clear by now. If humans didn't apply full strength to their attacks, it would be very hard for them to penetrate the thick skin of their rivaling species. Since the orcs were much faster and more flexible than the humans had to make their attacks as direct and simple as possible. When Abel realized that he had become a rank 5 novice knight, he was still not quite familiar with the ways that different sword striking techniques were performed. After seeing the Knight of Martial practice today, Abel gained a new perspective on how he should go about his training. "Abel, were you looking for me?" The Knight of Martial called out and stopped waving his sword. "Oh," said Abel, coming back to reality through the Knight of Martial's voice. "I am here to test out my new sword." The Knight of Martial suddenly became excited as he stared at the sword Abel was holding. He asked, "Is this the sword? What's its ability?" The Knight of Martial was well aware that Abel could forge 2 kinds of magic swords, but his favorite was still the ice magic sword, although the striking power was a little stronger on the fire magic sword. When fighting against a stronger opponent, slowing down their moves were much more helpful. Since Abel was coming to test out a new magic sword, it shouldn't be either a fire or ice, it should be a completely new type of magic sword. The Knight of Martial was thrilled. The ice magic sword and Harry's bow that Abel gave him had already raised his fighting ability. Abel thought for a while. The ability of the rune was to rumble away from his enemies. Since chopping wood didn't make any difference, maybe what he needed was a physical opponent. So that's why he found the Knight of Martial. "Uncle Martial, I'll strike with my sword and you try to defend it with your sword. Let's see what happens." "No problem." The Knight of Martial was very confident in his ability, and Abel's power should be too strong anyway. "Ready?" Abel lifted the big sword above his head. Since he had just witnessed the Knight of Martial's strikes, the scenario that he had imagined with his power of the will had become prevalent again during that split second. His power of the will spun widely, as though the sword had become one with him. The expression of the Knight of Martial immediately changed. He felt a gigantic sword pressing above him. Was this the sword impose? Only experts who spent years of training could have the sword impose. The first time that the Knight of Martial had attained a sword impose was about 5 years ago. Abel had only practiced his sword skill for a short while. When he adopted Abel from the Knight of Bennett, Bennett already told him everything he needed to know about Abel's ability. Abel had entered a state similar to the first time he used a 100 skills model. Combat Kai began to fill his entire body, and soon it began to flash with glory. Abel felt like he had become a sharp, gigantic blade. When the energy reached their peak, Abel felt all his combat Kai rush towards the big sword. However, since his rank was still too low, the combat Kai could not travel into the big sword. Yet, it still sped up the big sword as he strikes down. It chopped through the air like a piece of sheepskin, making a cracking sound. The Knight of Martial was speechless. As an intermediate knight, he could counteract this strike, but it also required him to use his own combat Kai. He knew that once he used his combat Kai, he would go all out, and it would be very hard to not hurt Abel. The Knight of Martial jumped back and dodged the strike. After making this empty strike, Abel had used up all his energy. He couldn't even hold his sword, and it fell straight towards the floor. Abel immediately sat down, relentlessly inhaling huge breaths. Novice knights could only use combat Kai once at a time. When they used it, it wouldn't damage their core, but they still need a few days of recovery until they could use it again. Abel had just tried to imitate an advanced sword striking stand. It had ignited all the combat Kai in his body to explode at once. What happened? Abel asked. He sat on the floor, still feeling dizzy upon waking up from his flash of realization. The Knight of Martial felt so stupid. It was like he was a pig or something. He spent decades, only until he was in his 30s, he learned to do the sword in pose. However, this 13-year-old teenager in front of him learned how to do it just by going through a flash of realization. As a grown man, the Knight of Martial had never experienced a flash of realization before. But this kid, Abel, had already experienced it twice. How come the disparity between people was so big? The Knight of Martial suddenly had a change of mind. He was reminded that this kid was actually his successor. Suddenly, he's felt kind of happy about that. After all, the Harry family hadn't had a real heir. Did you had another flash of realization? The Knight of Martial said, clutching his teeth. No wonder why I feel so weak. Does it have to be like this every time? Abel said. He felt a bit helpless, as though the flash of realization was troubling him. The Knight of Martial stared coldly at Abel. He cracked his knuckles. He wondered if he should go to Abel to teach him a lesson. It seemed like he didn't even appreciate how gifted he was. Why did you step back, or did you get knocked back? Abel said surprisingly. He realized the Knight of Martial had changed position. Are you crazy? I stepped back myself. The Knight of Martial replied directly to Abel. He couldn't understand where the surprising tone in Abel's voice could have stemmed from. Abel stood up disappointingly after he regained a bit of energy. His combat Kai has been completely drained, only an empty shell left in his meridian. But he was not planning to use his combat Kai again anyway. Again, this time I'll just use the force in my body. So just try to defend with your sword, said Abel as he lifted the big sword above his head again. Since his energy had not fully recovered his energy, the movement seemed to be a bit slow. The Knight of Martial got into his defensive position, placing his sword horizontally across his chest. He gave Abel an affirming look, suggesting he was ready. The big sword strikes down. As expected, it traveled slowly through the air. The Knight of Martial felt like he doesn't even need to try to counteract it, he could just remain still. The moment when their swords made contact with each other. It didn't make a loud sound, since there wasn't much force in the first place. When the Knight of Martial was about to laugh at Abel for this atrociously weak strike of his, suddenly an unstoppable force expelled from Abel's big sword. This force did not hurt him, but it seemed to hold the weight of a mountain. The Knight of Martial couldn't help but get knocked backward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The Knight of Martial got knocked back 10 steps until he came to a halt. The cocky expression in the Knight of Martial's face completely vanished, and it was replaced with a shocked expression. He was 100% certain that this force could not have come from Abel, since Abel was so weak. This force made the Knight of Martial felt very insignificant. The last time he felt like this way was when he met a commander a long time ago. But still, it was nothing compared to the force he felt this time. Actually, this unknown force was coming from the rune that was marked on the sword. That rune has the ability of rumble off enemy, which states that it could knock your opponent backward. Once rune was ignited, the reality would be set in stone. No matter how powerful your opponent was, they had to step back. It was a powerful force that both the Knight of Martial and Abel could not comprehend. What's the ability of this sword?" asked the Knight of Martial, his eyes completely locked onto the blade. He was clearly thinking about snatching sword away from Abel's hand. "Rumble off the enemy. Seems like you had just been rumbled off," Abel said as he happily stared at the sword in his hand. He succeeded again. The Knight of Martial grunted loudly. He filled his entire body with combat chi. However, since he didn't want to hurt Abel with the rumble, he didn't let the combat chi affect the big sword in his hand. Again, the Knight of Martial was a bit unsatisfied that he got knocked backward by Abel's strike last time. He had underestimated the power of Abel's sword, but the Knight of Martial didn't lose any motivation. An intermediate knight had to have faith in his own combat chi. Abel watched the Knight of Martial flashing with a body full of combat chi. He wondered if he could produce another rumble with this strike again. Even though Abel's body was feeling very weak, as he stared into the affirming eyes of the Knight of Martial, he took a deep breath and lifted the sword above his head once again. This time Abel felt so weak that he did not apply any force in his strike. He felt a little intimidated by the Knight of Martial's combat chi. Abel knew by heart the fighters of this world were different from the ones on Earth. They went all out and move, so getting injured was unavoidable. Abel's big sword traveled downward with the force of gravity towards the Knight of Martial's sword. By that time, even the Knight of Martial had felt that Abel was getting weaker. Their swords made contact with each other once again. Since Abel did not apply any force, his sword barely bounced off. It only lightly landed on the Knight of Martial's sword. The Knight of Martial wanted to shout at Abel, asking him what's the matter, but suddenly that unstoppable force of energy had rushed towards him from Abel's sword again. The Knight of Martial wanted to withstand the force with his combat chi, but no matter how hard he tried, he was still human. No human could withstand the force of a mountain. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps. This time, the Knight of Martial had been knocked back another 10 steps by the rumble. It was like his combat chi had made no difference. How could this be possible? Abel didn't even apply any force to his strike. It's like the Knight of Martial was destined to be knocked back. "Abel, you know, I am actually very good at using double swords," said the red-eyed Knight of Martial in a creepy tone, like he was alluring children. The Knight of Martial thought this sword must be very helpful to him in battle. If he knew that the enemy would be knocked backward regardlessly, he could plan in advance to execute his final strike, thus increasing his chance of taking the life of his enemy. In another scenario, if the Knight of Martial had encountered a very powerful opponent, if he could just knock them back 10 steps, he would be much more likely to escape. This magical sword could be the lifesaver of a knight. Even if he didn't use it normally, he would carry it around just in case if he needed to escape or kill someone. The weight of a big sword was nothing to an intermediate knight anyway. "Uncle Martial, you." Before Abel had even finished his sentence, he decided to just throw the sword directly towards the Knight of Martial. The rune on this sword was provided by the Knight of Martial anyway. Since the knight has helped Abel so much, a magic sword wasn't really a big deal. Abel then proceeded to speak. "The rune on this magic sword was made according to the one on the rune sign you gave me a few days ago. I know how to apply it now. The result wasn't too bad." The Knight of Martial was filled with confusion. He had kept the rune sign in his secret chamber for over 10 years. He had only given it to Abel a few days ago, and already he had created a magic sword with the same power. Unbelievable. But was the rune on this sword exactly the same as the one on the rune sign? The rune sign must be smashed in order for its power to be effective, so it could only be used once. However, the power in this magic sword could be effective every time it strikes. On top of that, this magic sword held immense power. Although the Knight of Martial knew that magic weapons could have all kinds of effects, most of them still revolve around the attributes of ice, fire, electricity, and poison. The Knight of Martial had never heard of one that could knock people backward with rumble throughout his decades-long journey as a knight. The Knight of Martial stared at Abel. He was shocked that this kid could create such powerful weapons by only copying the rune from a rune sign. Calling Abel a genius could no longer justify his abilities. The Knight of Martial was lost for words. All he could do now was to keep reminding himself, "I have to send Abel to the wizards. An out-of-the-world genius like this doesn't belong in the human world." "Uncle Martial, have fun with the sword. I'll get going now." As Abel saw that the Knight of Martial was deep in thoughts, he didn't want to bother him, so he turned and left. "Abel, make sure you rest well." No matter what, don't use your combat kai for the next few days. Okay, the Knight of Martial warned Abel as he slowly came back into reality. When a novice knight used his combat kai for the first time, they would expel all the kai from their meridian. Afterward, only the empty shell would be left. Therefore, they need to rest for a few days in order for the meridian to recover. However, if they decided to use their combat kai during these days of recovery, they would be drawing energy directly from the meridian. Then even that empty shell would be used up. If the empty shell was gone, recovery would no longer be an option. The knight had to train from beginning all over again. Of course, Abel knew about this. He was not even planning to leave his room for the next few days. He just wanted to make good use of this time, quietly practice writing runes by himself to increase his power of the will. After Abel had left, the Knight of Martial continued to stare at the attribute-less magic sword in his hand. He felt overwhelmingly powerful, as though he could battle an entire army. This gave him an urge to rush to Harvest City and have a sword-fighting competition with Viscount Dickens. But of course, this could only be a fantasy of the Knight of Martial. The rank of Viscount Dickens was still miles above him. As a commander, Viscount Dickens could also easily best the Knight of Martials to death. Therefore, no matter how powerful was your weapon, it still won't make much difference if you were fighting against someone who was much more powerful than you. As a commander, one could use combat kai to form armor around your body. Therefore, it could weaken the power of every powerful attack. Normal attacks would not even budge this combat kai armor in the slightest bit. For example, Harry's bow might be a nightmare for lesser-ranking soldiers, but to higher-ranking ones, it might not even pose a threat. The Knight of Martial started to wave around the attribute-less magic sword in his training room again. He began to gain a grasp of the ability of this sword. The rumble would only come out when striking an enemy. The Knight of Martial really liked this mysterious ability about his new sword. He then placed both of the magic swords he had onto his back, one on each side, forming a cross. The Knight of Martial couldn't wait until the orc attack was over. He was desperate to go to the Knight of Bennett and have a sword-fighting competition with him. Meanwhile, Abel had returned to his room. As he sat on his chair, he wondered if he should forge a super magic weapon. Since he had now been able to increase the ranking of his rune ink to the greatest rank, he should be able to forge a super ice magic sword with that last perfect blue gem he had. After Abel had this idea, he had an urge to go back to the Blacksmith Guild immediately. However, he knew his body was still too weak. He needed a good rest before experimenting again. Abel took out his rune brush, dipped it into some rune ink, and proceeded to draw runes onto a long block of wood. This was the only way he could think of to increase his power of the will, and only real rune ink could perfectly provoke his power of the will. Normal ink could not achieve this effect at all. It's a waste, but whatever. Stuart Lindsay had already gotten some new ingredients from the Mercenary Union, and he had 5 figures worth of gold coins in his horadric queue. Abel couldn't help but curl his lips. I'm too rich anyway. Abel's brush strokes were sometimes vicious like a snake, yet sometimes smooth like a river. He drew his familiar fire rune onto the wood. The rune ink continued to drain his power of the will. When Abel felt like he had completed the rune, suddenly, the rune on the wood began to turn black. It was like the rune was attracting some unknown substances from the atmosphere. Soon, the wood began to burn and turned into charcoal. Runes could absorb energy from the atmosphere. It was the first time Abel had drawn a rune on something non-metal. He did not expect things like this would occur. Runes were actually very unbalanced magic symbols. If a sense of balance wasn't achieved by applying the suitable rune ink on to a corresponding surface, the energy it attracted from the atmosphere would continue to build up until it damaged the surface of whatever material it was on. Sometimes it would even end in an explosion. All the rune inks Abel had were only suitable for metal surface. He didn't even know rune ink for other types of surface existed. But at the same time, he couldn't care less. He was only using it to increase his power of the will anyway. He was not expecting to create anything. Abel felt something biting his leg. As he looked down on the ground, he saw Black Wind playfully gnawing its teeth on his pants. He picked up the puppy, held his arms around it, and began to caress it on its soft, furry back. Black Wind looked like a miniature dog now. While it was still small enough to be picked up, the money that was spent on its feed was already the same as that of an adult horse. After being disturbed by the Black Wind, Abel no longer had the motivation to practice with his power of the will. Pretty soon, he picked it up and went straight to bed. While Black Wind wanted to play, it just kept on struggling while it was in Abel's arms the entire time. It didn't get to escape until Abel was completely asleep. In the afternoon the next day, Abel felt an itch near his face and opened his eyes. It was Black Wind, and it was licking Abel's face with its little tongue. As Abel opened his eyes, it greeted him by barking at him twice. As the two were bound by soul, Abel could tell that Black Wind was looking for some feed. Usually the servant would come to feed Black Wind in the morning, but Abel had slept in today, so no one bothered to knock on his door. Maid came in after Abel pulled on the bell near his bed. Usually Abel wouldn't have any servants to accompany him because of how busy he was. Besides, he was just a child, and all the other maids got their own tasks to do. If he was living in another family, he would have his own personal maid, and it's usually someone who was young and pretty. After ordering the maid to look after Black Wind, Abel washed for a bit and called for the butler Lindsay. "How can I be of service, sir?" The butler Lindsay greeted Abel with a bow. "I want you to do something for me," Abel said, and handed over his bag of 2,000 coins. "I want you to buy me the best carriage you can find me." Lindsay looked kind of perplexed for a second. The castle was not in a shortage of carriages. One of the two carriages was reserved for the Knight of Marshall, and the other one was a spare. "If you need a carriage, we do have one available right now," he said. Abel explained, "Oh no, this is for a project I'm working on. I need to get my hands on a luxury carriage as soon as possible. I need to get it done in 10 days if you know what I mean." 10 days. "Oh okay, yes sir, I'll have someone prepared." Lindsay smiled as he had understood what Abel meant. "Yes. I will arrange for someone to buy it, and it will be quietly delivered to your workshop." "Thank you, Lindsay." Abel thanked Lindsay as he left to prepare for the Knight of Marshall's birthday present. After the housekeeper had left, Abel stretched his waist and punched the air a few times. He was pretty much recovered by this point. As long as he didn't use any combat kai, his body would mostly be in good shape. With the amount of stamina he had, he decided that he was going to test an idea he had before. He was thinking about forging a super ice magic sword. Abel came to the blacksmith shop inside the hairy castle. After greeting everyone, Master Bentham included, he went inside his personal workshop and started drawing his blueprint. The door to the workshop was closed. Ever since Abel came a master blacksmith, no one was to enter this place without his consent. Yes, not even Master Bentham. Abel was a figure of respect now. While everyone would distance themselves from interfering with his work, they wanted to receive his guidance in their craftsmanship. Master Bentham actually wanted to have a talk with Abel today. When he saw the Knight of Marshall carrying 2 new swords on his back this morning, he knew Abel had just made some more masterpieces. Knowing the Knight of Marshall, if he was willing to carry 2 large swords on his back, the quality of the swords themselves must be high enough for him to use them to make fun of others. Master Bentham had a lot of questions, but when he saw how stressed Abel was when he greeted him, he decided to let his former student focus on his work. From what it looked like, Abel was at the peak of his craftsmanship. As the rumors had it, whenever someone becomes a master blacksmith, there would be an outbreak of high-quality weapons for a period of time. This phenomenon was commonly known as the outburst after accumulation phase, with better and newer technologies coming out at once simultaneously. The outburst after accumulation phase was probably what Abel was having. That's what Master Bentham thought, at least. As it was a one-time glory thing, he didn't want to ruin the young blacksmith in the midst of his prime, despite the fact that Abel was only 13 years old. Right now, Abel was making a lot less of the purer swords of 100 skills. The magic bases he used to make them were rough and were mostly half-finished products with grooves inside of them. He didn't bother to draw any runes for them either. Abel took out 3 ice rune inks and placed them inside the horadric cube. The resulting product was 1 intermediate ice rune ink, one which was glowing with a blue arc of light. After making his magic sword base, Abel dipped his rune pen in the ice rune ink. Luckily for him, he finished drawing the rune right before he ran out of his power of the will. Things were pretty easy after that. After resting himself for a bit, he was pretty much recovered. Abel examined his power of the will for a bit. Apparently, there was a very subtle increase in his total capacity of the power of the will. If it wasn't for how much he had exercised his abilities Abel wouldn't have been so sensitive to such a change. After making sure that no one was around, Abel took out his perfect blue gem and inserted it into his card slot. He then stabilized it with some tools that he had. While doing this, he was very careful not to put too much force into the gem. With his power of the will completely recovered, Abel read into the rune so that blue gem's energy path was identical to that of a perfect piece. As he had his fair share of gem forging, he knew that he had to be very careful when he was doing this. The more energy there was inside, the faster the energy would travel inside the gem. One bad move and everything would fall apart. As the gem was close to becoming a complete piece, a blue ray of light began to flash out of its inside. A chilling power rushed towards Abel's conscience. While there was a bit of distance between Abel and it, he could already feel his life being threatened. Forget about making direct contact. Abel wasn't going to let his power of the will touch the thing. Instead, he was just going to let it chase after him as the rune was being activated. Abel was sweating like a cow right now because of how anxious he was getting. The speed of his power of the will was traveling at 2 times of its normal speed. The chilling energy behind him, too, wasn't slowing down anytime soon. Abel guided his conscience into the rune's center. As the energy, too, followed him to the exact same location, it was suddenly trapped by the rune itself and became less volatile by the second. Eventually, after waves of direct shock, it was stabilized and held still on the spot. Another blue light flashed by. Just when Abel had thought that it was a success, the sword of 100 skills started crackling up from multiple spots. It was almost like the chilling energy was too much for it to contain. As he heard the sound of the sword crackling up, Abel threw the ice magic sword into his horadric cube right away. While he wasn't trying to fuse it with something else, everything that was thrown inside a cube would lose its flow of time. Abel touched the cold sweat on his forehead. He was betting his life on the line here. If a normal gem would knock him unconscious when he was making the explosion sword, imagine the amount of damage a perfect blue gem, made from 9 of its original copy, was capable of. What kind of shield could block dynamite? What about a wall? The more that Abel had thought about it, the less he thought his chance of survival was if he just let the sword break apart. For crying out loud, it a sword of 100 skills. It was made by the most resistant materials Abel knew of, but it was not strong enough to without the impact of a perfect blue gem. Speaking of which, should Abel just let the sword stay inside the cube? If he decided to take it out, he would have 3 seconds to guard his body with something. 3 seconds wasn't short, but it wasn't that long either. Abel had thought about digging a giant hole before, but he didn't think it was going to work this time. If the explosion was too strong, even the flying soil and rocks could break his face within seconds. Abel acted as if he was drifting off as he came out from the Blacksmith Guild. As soon as he got out, he sprinted directly towards the Knight of Martial's study room. This was because he wanted to take a look at the map, to check to see where he could safely dispose of that super exploding big sword that was inside the horadric cube. For normal exploding swords, even steel of 100 skills couldn't resist its power. Who could have imagined the power of this super exploding big sword? If he wanted to have mutual destruction, maybe even a group of elite knights would not able to hold off the power of this toy. Abel was wondering that if he threw this super exploding big sword onto a commander, how long would his combat Kai armor be able to withstand it? Abel's brain was all gobbled up trying to think of a solution. As he continued searching the map for potential disposal locations, suddenly he came across a place called the Ansa Valley. The place was perfect. Its distance was around a day's ride from the castle. There were cliffs marked on the map, which meant it was perfect to destroy this exploding big sword that he had on him. After 2 days of rest, when Abel's meridian had fully recovered, Abel told the Knight of Martial that he would be leaving the castle for an affair. In terms of Abel's safety, the Knight of Martial wasn't particularly worried. Abel was equipped with Harry's bow, so everything should be fine as long as he didn't stumble across any intermediate occupation holder. Besides, Abel was already a master blacksmith. This meant that he had his own rights in spending his spare time as he pleased. Moreover, there wasn't any information related to any orc attacks during these 2 days. The attacks had seemed to come to an end. The Knight of Martial did not stop Abel from going out on his trip. He only specifically demanded him to be more careful. For this trip, Abel prepared 2 horses with him. Abel rode one the war horse, and the other war horse was equipped with all the foods necessary. The horse's food was all high-quality beans and oats. At the same time that Abel rode out of the castle, an ambush was unfolding in the valley of Neuilly, which was in the directions of the Ansa Valley that Abel was heading towards. The Knight of Saroyan was an elite knight and a lord at the same time. For many years, he had been following and serving under Viscount Dickens, owner of Harvest City and the leader of an elite brigade of 1,000. Although he held a royal identity since there were fewer wars these days, it was hard for him to gain any outstanding military service. Therefore, he was only a lord without fief. This was why he has been extremely eager to take part in wars for more military service. With Harvest City being the heart of the human world, it was a very safe place. Except for some small battles, it has always held its reputation of being a peaceful place without fighting. A few days ago, the Knight of Saroyan received an order from Viscount Dickens to lead its troops of 1,000 elite brigades towards the Neuilly Valley to ambush and eliminate any orcs that were nearby. Viscount Dickens organized 2 other elite knights alongside with 30 knights to execute this ambush. This made Saroyan extremely excited when he received his orders, as it was most likely going to be a substantial amount of enemies in this upcoming fight. Elite Knight Bernard and Elite Knights Hopper were both born in different crumbling royal families. By their generation, their family's inheritance was already too relegated to be inherited. While they still had the talents of a knight, with the glory of their ancestors' shield being extremely dim, their only option was to become a squire to serve under Viscount Dickens. These inherent knights were paid very generously, but their wealth cannot be inherited to their next generations. However, these 2 elite knights have both been searching for their opportunity to restore the glory of their ancestors' shields. When the 3 knights saw each other, they knew their chances of gaining an outstanding military service was finally here. Everyone that was a part of the ambush was all anticipated for the upcoming battle. All 30 knights and the 1,000 of elite soldiers who were ready to fight with a fire burning in their hearts. It was now 3 days since the brigade had arrived in the Neuilly Valley. All the scouts had all been sent out to investigate and explore for any potential incoming orcs. Everything had already been set up. Now all they had to do was wait for the orcs to show up. The Knight of Saroyan was sitting on a rock, looking down at the map of Neuilly Valley map. The location was surrounded by mountains on all 3 sides, with 2 of the sides containing an extremely steep hillside. It was very difficult to climb, and also had a large number of thorns as well as the sides being dead ends. Now, all of Saroyan's forces had to do was gathered at the top of the last slope of the valley, which had a very gentle, and to ambush the orcs when they come. Report, one of the scouts jumped off his horse and promptly gave a military salute. The Knight of Saroyan turned his head and looked at the sweaty scout. "What did you discover?" he asked. "There's a small group of orcs from the south, and they're heading directly for the valley. They're expected to arrive in 20 minutes. The Knight of Saroyan waved his hand and replied, "All right then, continue scouting ahead for us." As he then looked back at his lieutenants and ordered, "Get all our men to use the masking powder." The masking powder was a tool that covered the human smell, which was invented during the Great War between the humans and the orcs. As the orcs had a strong sense of smell, the human smell in the air was like the beacon of the sea. After countless years of war, there was a heavy amount of human casualties due to their exposure to the orc sense of smell. After this painful loss, the human developed the masking powder, which became an essential strategic material for the army nowadays. The army then began to move methodically and without saying a single word. They silently dusted themselves and their horses with the masking powder. Report, another scout spotted the situation and reported, "There's a small group of orcs spotted in the east. Ida, estimated time arrival is 25 minutes. Report, orcs spotted from the north side. Ida is 20 minutes. As the scouts kept coming back, reporting more and more orc sightings, the Knight of Saroyan began to smile as he looked back at Elite Knight Bernard and Elite Knight Hopper after 3 days of waiting. He smiled and said towards the 2 elite knights, "It's finally here. The city's Lord Intel was real. Indeed, I can't believe they even found out the location of where these orcs will be gathering," answered Elite Knight Bernal, smiling with a desire for battle burning in his eyes. At the mouth of the valley, there was already a party of orcs which consisted of wolf riders. as they arrived around the mouth of the valley. They scouted around and ensured that their surroundings are clear. When their surroundings were cleared, they commanded their allies through simple hand gestures and proceeded into the valley. At the top of the side of the mountain, the hidden army, soldiers covered with masking powder, held their breath in fear that they might frighten the wolf riders and potentially interfere with their ambush plan. To them, more orcs that entered the valley meant more military service for them. As time passed slowly, the presence of orcs was gradually increasing in the valley. As more and more parties of orcs entered into the valley slowly became a sea of joy. The orcs here all thought they were safe. They had already begun in setting up their bonfire and feasting on their barbecued meats while enjoying their stolen wine. Not only so, but they were also discussing their respective tasks loudly and chatting about their successes with their robberies. When there were roughly 160 orcs gathered within the valley, there were already no sightings of any more incoming orc parties. It looked to be that the gathering number of the orcs was already at its peak. The orcs suddenly paused their chatting. They discovered that the number of orcs that survived was much less than in previous years. There were around 500 orcs that were deployed here for the annual event. Last year there were around 200 plus orcs returning survivors here, but this year there were only 160 orcs. This was the lowest number of survivors in the history of this event. Depressing mood began to spread for these orcs around the valley. Many of them began to realize that their friends and brothers did not come back. A valley that was bustling with noise and excitement a second ago, suddenly transitioned into complete silence. But the orcs were a fighting race, and the feeling of grief and sorrow only lasted for a short period of time. Afterward, the orcs were gathered according to their parties and waited. When the appointed time was about to come, there would be a flying beast to take them home. The Knight of Saroyan kept his eyes on the situation in the valley. According to the intel from the city's lord, this was a gathering point for the orcs. Saroyan then turned his head to his lieutenant and said, "Go and notify the team at the mouth of the valley and instruct them to seal off the valley exit." "Yes, sir." As the lieutenant took out a piece of sheepskin, wrote the order, and finally stamped it with the seal of the battalion. He then sealed the envelope with a block of ciphered wax and arranged for the messenger to deliver the order to the team allocated at the mouth of the valley. After messenger had been gone for around 4 minutes, suddenly there was a flock of more than 20 huge birds came flying down from the sky. When the Knight of Saroyan saw the beasts that were flying in the sky, he couldn't help himself but exclaimed in a low voice, "Sky sparrows. Is that how these orcs return back to their home?" Then the Knight of Saroyan turned to his lieutenant and asked, "Is there still time to retrieve back the order we sent out?" His lieutenant then shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "The operation should have started by now. It would be a tremendous glory for them if they were able to bring down even one of these sky sparrows." The Knight of Saroyan then looked at the sky sparrows in the skies with excitement and desire. He never knew that the strategy of the Orc Empire was to use these flying beasts. Even if all the orcs below had escaped, just capturing one of these sky sparrows would have been an outstanding military service. The sky sparrow was a strategic weapon from the Orc Empire, and it stood out for its impressive load capacity. Its wide shoulders had the capacity of carrying more than 5 heavy orc cavalry at a time. They were considered as the most valuable transportation assets for the Orc Empire. Had it not been for the sky sparrow's cowardice and its tendency to fly around chaotically when frightened, the orcs would have used them as giant flying mounts. Despite that, the sky sparrow played an irreplaceable role in the Orc Empire's army due to its ability to carry a tremendous amount of weight. Besides, its flying range was also superb. These flying mounts were pretty much the same as how war horses were to humans. They were also similar to the wolf riders' mount wolves, which were also important assets to engage in warfare. Unlike regular flying beasts, flying mounts could be used in direct combat, which made it all the more desirable for humans. Unfortunately, however, the only flying mount unit that was available to men was the vulture troop in the Duchy of St. Alice. The reproduction of these bird sparrows was extremely difficult. Nowadays, it was very rare to see such huge birds. Any casualties of these birds would be a great loss to the Orc Empire. Meanwhile, the team had begun to seal off the valley. They rolled giant boulders down from 10 meters above. The sound of these giant boulders immediately startled all of the orcs. The joy of seeing the sky sparrow was suddenly interrupted. Then a small part of the orcs began to rush out to the mouth of the valley. A large amount of wood that was poured with oil were also rolled down, followed by the boulders. When the orcs reached the mouth of the valley, a rocket set all of the wood on the fire, which completely sealed the mouth of the valley. The sparrows immediately paused its downward flight path towards the valley as it saw the situation on the ground. Luckily, the orcs were quite far away from the mouth of the valley. If they were nearer, what would have happened to the sparrows? Would they be frightened, as the driver of these large birds tried to calm them down? Among the confused orcs, there was a party of 10 wolf riders that had a different reaction from the crowd. One of them stood in the middle wearing black Siamese armor, and the other 9 in full leather armor. "Lord, something's not right. I think we've been ambushed by humans," said a wolf rider with a grim look on its face. "Take my token and make everyone listen to my orders," said the Lord calmly. The current situation did not seem to have much effect on him. "I hereby present the wolf family token. Now listen up, everyone, gather up by your dedicated party," as the wolf rider held up the Lord's token and shouted. Suddenly, the restless orcs were all silent. Then, they quickly found their squad and joined up according to their specific race. "I'm Fowler, the 6th son from the wolf family, and all the orcs here are by my command. Now all of you be quiet." Fowler watched in satisfaction as he witnessed all of the orcs obeying by his orders. "We are the most powerful orcs within our kind, and these despicable humans have surrounded us with their dirty tricks. Now, the only option we have is to fight." As Fowler looked up at the birds hovering in the sky and yelled, "These flying beasts that will take us home are right over our heads. They can't land until we've defeated our enemies. Do you want to make it back home alive? Then we must fight. May the beast gods be with us. May the orcs be victorious." "The orcs will be victorious," as the spirits of the orcs became extremely aroused with a desire to fight in their hearts. Although there were only 160 orcs, their voices were so loud that the echoes of "the orcs will be victorious" were heard throughout the valley. The Knight of Saroyan carefully assessed the situation in the valley, said to the 2 elite knights beside him, "I thought we'd let them mess around for a while so that our attack would go more smoothly. But who knew they had calmed down so quickly? I thought they were experienced orcs in the battlefield." Knight Bernal touched the handle of his sword, and his face was brimming with a thirst to fight. "Can we attack them now, my lord?" The Knight of Sarion then nodded to his lieutenant, who stepped forward and began to shout. "Shield Brigade, go forward. Gunmen follow the Shield Brigade, and archers prepare to strike." As Bernal announced the orders, the 800 soldiers that were stationed in the valley quickly began to form a battle formation. 150 shield hands who were all equipped with tall shields firmly pressed their shields onto the ground and held them with their arms. They were positioned in the front and were considered as the front line of defense. Behind the shield hands were 200 rifle brigades. These soldiers were equipped with a 5 meters long rifle. Their rifle contained a sharp, slender gunpoint that was crafted from fine iron that could have easily pierced through any light armor. The rifle brigades carried a gun on one hand and had the tip facing outwards, with the tail of the gun resting on the ground with their feet. When you first see the brigade in the front line, all it looked like was a turtle who had grown spikes. However, the main attack in this formation was the archers, who used a longbow, which was a simple and practical weapon for all purposes. By this time, the orcs had already organized themselves into a charging formation of 160, which were all level 6 and above. At the front line were the thick-skinned bear men who rode on their gigantic bear, starting with the rough-skinned bear men on the bear. Then there was the Tauren who rode on their raging inferno, and there were the wolf riders, who surrounded Fowler to keep him safe. When the orcs' charging formation reached the humans' defensive formation within 150 meters, the deputy had already raised his left hand, and the archers automatically split into 3 lines and kneeled to load arrows into their bow. First row, fire. At the command from the lieutenant, 150 archers in the first row stood up and shot their arrows into the sky. Second row, fire. As soon as the first row of archers had fired their shots, they crouched down to retrieve more arrows for their next shot their quivers. Immediately, the second row of archers stood up and shot their arrows into the sky, then crouched down. Third row, fire. The third row of archers rose to shoot their bows and crouched down. Just like this, the 3 rows of archers were able to fire their arrows simultaneously. There were barely any intervals between these arrows, as the arrows were like rain. As the arrows rained down onto the orcs' charging formation, and their toll began to rise. There were constantly orcs falling off their mounts and ended up being trampled into mush by the mounts that followed. Now the only chance that the orcs would be able to win was if they increased their speed so that they could get closer to their enemies. Within a short distance of 150 meters to 50 meters, the team of orcs had left behind more than 40 members. As the orcs came closer, the rifle brigades in the front row could already begin to see the sharp teeth from the orcs. The collision between the two teams was about to begin. "Combat Kai," said Fowler. As he and the rest of the orcs drank it, they began to glow white. The two sides finally collided. The humans' main focus was to stab the orcs with rifle point into the orc's body. Some rifles were broken into pieces due to excessive force. The first line of shield brigades took the most damage. Since the orcs already possessed good charging power, many shield brigades had been knocked flying away by the rebound of their combat Kai. At that moment, the scene of the battle was a bloodbath. It looked just like hell. There were orc blood and human blood interwoven together, with orcs howling, humans shouting, and also a variety of screams and groans coming from both sides. The orcs rushed directly into the defensive formation. Although they had made significant progress, they lost more than 30 orcs already. In this kind of short-distance battle, the orcs had an immensely more powerful advantage. Their strength and speed, as well as their ranks, were much higher than humans. This made the next part of the battle almost a complete one-sided slaughter. Under the command of Fowler, the orcs rushing out from the siege. They did not stay for long, but instead, they quickly moved forward and kept pushing. The lieutenant stood on the left of the 3 rows of archers. As he watched the battle in front of him, without any emotion on his face. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Change to the knives." The archers then proceeded to drop their defunct bows and arrows and drew their swords from their belts. They had the look of certainty of death in their eyes, as their main task was to use their lives to exhaust the orcs' fighting power. The lieutenant took out his military saber from his waist. At this time, the orcs had already broken through the first line of the defense formation and were charging directly towards the archers. The orcs were stimulated by the blood. Their natural fighting instinct was fully incited. Their eyes highlighted their strong desire for blood. The archers in their eyesight were like lambs for slaughter. Their eyes shone with a strong desire for blood, and the archers before them were like lambs for slaughter. Before the orcs rushed up to them, the archers in the front had already rushed directly towards the orcs. As they held the orcs' legs with their bodies, which would slow down their charging speed, as well as allowing other archers to attack them. The lieutenant had also rushed up. He was followed by the last 2 rows of archers. However, the archers' frantic war rage did not stop the pace of the orcs. At last, the human defense was completely penetrated by the orcs. The orcs cheered with excitement as they penetrated the defense line of the humans. However, as they ran towards the direction of the sunset, the team of 33 Knight brigades had already begun to increase their speed. The team had reached their peak speed. As the arrowhead of the Knight brigade charging formation, the Knight of Soroya was at the very forefront. The elite Knight, Bernard, and elite Knight of Hopper closely followed behind. The Knight of Soroya shouted loyalty. White glow of combat Kai began to rush out from the body of the Knight of Soroya. Soon, all the knights who were following closely behind also began to unleash their combat Kai. The Knight of Soroya then shouted honor. This large amount of combat Kai began to merge. Even the 30 lesser knights at the back were trying their best to unleash their combat Kai. Sacrifice. More and more combat Kai shifted from the back of the charging formation towards the forefront. Courage. Now a large amount of combat Kai was concentrated on the bodies of the 3 elite knights. Humility. Combat Kai armor that was exclusive to head commanders began to appear on their bodies. Spirit. As the Knight brigade continued to accelerate. The white color combat Kai armor on the 3 elites. Body knights had shone even brighter. At last they had merged, forming an arrowhead. Honesty. The 30 lesser knights at the back continued to supply more and more combat Kai towards the forefront. The arrowhead became bigger and bigger. Justice. At last, a gigantic arrowhead had formed at the forefront of the charging formation, shielding the 33 Knight brigades. The Knights charging formation was some of the most powerful force humans could create in this world. It congregated the spirit of knights. In order to achieve a knight charging formation, it required a minimum of 10 official knights. However, if more knights were in the formation, the more powerful it became. The holy contention had a legend. It states that when the words loyalty, honor, sacrifice, bravery, mercy, spirit, honesty, and justice were collectively being said together, the knight brigades would become unstoppable. As described by countless enemies, the only way to defeat a team of knights brigades in a charging formation was to wait for it to stop charging. Actually, it was planned all along. Those warriors who were initially in a defensive formation to withstand the orcs, they were only there to create extra time for the Knight Brigade to complete their charging formation. Although the charging formation was very powerful, it could only be used in an actual battleground, since the formation would often take a long time to complete if they've been spotted during the process. The enemy would gain enough time to plan a response. It's the Knight charging formation. Run, quick! Fowler loudly warned the other orcs. His calmness completely vanished. He was frightened by the most powerful attacking formation of humans. The orcs had already been slowed down by the human defense formation. There was no way they could escape this already formed knight charging formation. The giant arrow of combat Kai rushed towards the frightened orcs, like a sickle about to harvest its crops. Protect the Lord. Since the Wolf Riders were near the back end of their formation, they preserved most of their fighting power. They madly rushed towards the front, using their bare body to protect the escaping Lord Fowler. Fowler had already lost 2 out of 9 personal Wolf Riders in the previous batter. The 7 that remained were closely guarding Fowler by his side. For the glory of the Wolf family, a Wolf Rider roared as he directly rushed towards the Knight Brigades. Although his sacrifice had made no difference, there were still many Wolf Riders shouting, "Attack! Go to hell, humans! One day I will call my lead troops to kill you all," Fowler swore, but it couldn't change the reality. The orcs were different from humans. For human royals, the oldest son would inherit the family's assets, while for the orcs, the most powerful son would be the inheritance. Fowler was the 6th son of the Wolf family. In order to gain a chance to inherit his family's assets, he had to work very hard. That's the reason he had decided to join this new member trial. Every year, the Orc Empire sent a large number of young soldiers to the human world. If they could survive for more than 3 months, they would be awarded. The main reason was that the orcs were too good at reproducing, and the Orc Empire doesn't have enough resources to meet up the demands, especially for these orc soldiers. Therefore, not only could the Orc Empire gain more resources by sending these troops to steal, but they could also minimize their population. That's why the Trial of Death was created. Of course, it had a better sounding name, the New Member Trial. There were 2 elite Wolf Riders beside Fowler. These elite orcs were an important asset of the Orcs Empire, and they would rarely appear in these new member trials. However, since they needed to ensure the safety of their lord, they had also traveled to the human world. Wuo, an elite Wolf Rider, viciously howled towards the sky. Under the influence of combat Kai, his voice was clearly heard by a sky sparrow just flying above them. The driver of the sparrow understood the message. He knew that he needed to pick up an orc that was very high status within the Orc Empire. It was commanded that no matter what happened, this orc had to return safely. The driver then lightly patted the neck of the sky sparrow. The sky sparrow then took a turn in the sky and began to lower itself to around 20 meters above the ground. The 2 elite Wolf Riders tightly held onto Fowler's arms, 1 on each side. In a count of 3, they unleashed all their combat Kai and threw Fowler towards the sky. "I will take good care of your families," said Fowler in midair to the 2 elite Wolf Rider on the ground. Soon the sky sparrow swooped from below, catching Fowler with its giant body. Meanwhile, the Knights charging formation was rushing directly towards the 2 elite Wolf Riders. The 2 Wolf Riders were flashing with intense combat Kai. They felt gratified at last. Their lord had been saved, and the lord said he would take good care of their families. Everything was worth it. Just like sand being swallowed up by a powerful wave, the great charging force of the Knights had soon turned the 2 elites Wolf Rider into smoke of blood. Since the 2 elites Wolf Riders also possessed great power, they had an even more tragic death under the rebound power of the Knight charging formation. The scenery had frightened the sky sparrow which Fowler was on. It soon began to immediately accelerate towards the sky. The Knight of Soroya realized that Sky Sparrow was still in reach, so he once again gathered Knight brigades and unleashed a beam of combat Kai towards the sky. Although the Sky Sparrow could accelerate very fast, it was nothing compared to the speed of the Knight brigade's beam of combat Kai. Soon it had began caught up with the Sky Sparrow. Fowler sensed that he was in danger once again. He took out a rune sign from his chest pocket and smashed it. The rune sign turned into a white shield. However, the beam of combat Kai produced by the 33 knights was still too strong. After a while, it had penetrated Fowler's shield. Although Fowler's shield could not stop the beam of combat Kai completely, it still absorbed most of its energy. The beam only made a small cut on the Sky Sparrow's body and vanished. The injured Sky Sparrow was traumatized. No matter how hard the driver tried to calm it down, it flocked around frantically and did not follow its initial path at all. At the time, most of the Sky Sparrow drivers had realized that the orcs they were supposed to pick up were killed. Since their Sky Sparrows were also getting more and more irritated, they began to retrieve. "Damn, we let him get away," the Knight of Soroya said with an annoyed tone. That orcs must be very high status. All the wolf riders had gone crazy to protect him earlier. Even 2 elite wolf riders had sacrificed themselves. Moreover, it was unusual for a Sky Sparrow to take a risk flying at such a low altitude. All of these things just add up. That orc must be someone extraordinary. "Let's clean up the mess," said the elite knight of Bernard from the side. We had killed 160 wolf riders with rank 6 and above, 2 of which were even elite wolf riders. The military service we achieved today was already very outstanding. The 200 soldiers who were guiding the mouth of the valley had all been called back to clean up and give first aid to other injured soldiers. "No matter dead or alive, let's chop off the heads of all the orcs. They represented our outstanding military service." "Master, the result has been calculated." A lieutenant came out with a bandaged arm and said with a heavy tone, "Out of the 1,000 warriors, other than the 200 who were guarding the valley mouth, we have 302 dead, 54 in critical condition, and 5 lightly injured." Report it anyway. We'll give a part of the spoils of war to their families." The Knight of Soroyan helplessly said. People die in battles. This fact was unavoidable. These were all the bright soldiers that trained under the Knight of Soroya for many years. Fighting against normal orcs should be a challenge. However, all the orcs in this battle were rank 6 and above. Since all they wanted to do was to penetrate our defense line, the result had to be like this. As Abel was riding on his horse, the vacant horse that was carrying the high-quality horse stock was by his side. Both horses were extremely agile. Instead of admiring the scenery along the journey, Abel carefully observed if there were movements around him. He constantly took a map out from his chest pocket and cautiously compared it to the terrain. When looking at the maps of this world, the first thing you would notice was not the details. Yes, because there weren't many details. Instead, there was a general line that was drawn which highlighted the nearby geographical features of the area. The map Abel had on his hand was already a special map made only for nobles. It was already considered the best map available in this world. There was a list of symbols and their explanations at the bottom of the map, which corresponded with symbols that were placed all over on the map. This river that Abel had just crossed was marked on the map with a symbol that read, "Be careful of the deep water when passing through." When Abel looked back at the river in front of him, it was more like a stream than a river. As he was constantly groaning about the map, he thought to himself that maybe the symbol on the map should change to "Beware of getting your shoes wet" instead. He then looked at the map again, this time. The map marked there was a small hill ahead. As Abel looked up, he saw a small hill. Luckily, it hasn't disappeared yet. The map was finally accurate this time around. This was the first time Abel had traveled this far alone, so he carefully examined the surrounding environments since he didn't want to lose his life through a trivial accident. Suddenly, there was a stirring sound coming from the air. Abel immediately looked up into the sky to see what was going on. To his surprise, a gigantic bird was crashing down towards the small hill ahead. Abel's curiosity was quickly aroused. The bird was bigger than anything he could have ever imagined. He had never seen such a gigantic bird in this life or even in his past life. It was almost as big as a passenger plane. The Knight of Saroyan set off towards the direction of that small hill. Meanwhile, about 10 minutes later, Abel had gone down to the foot of the mountain and left the 2 horses there. He then took out his Harry's bow, placed the magic ice sword on his back, and went back up to the mountain. Unlike ordinary horses, these war horses did not need to be tied up in the wide. They were trained to not leave the location where their owners had left them. Furthermore, these carnivorous war horses could also drive out any potential threats, which made it much safer when traveling with them. It took a lot of effort and time for Abel to walk from the foot of the mountain towards the top. Although this small hill didn't look big from afar, it was only until now Abel had realized the definition of a dead horse running up the mountain. Then suddenly Abel heard the sound of goo, goo, as well as people talking in beast language. Abel's heart dropped. He was not expecting the orcs to be nearby at all. As Abel carefully looked around his surroundings, he remembered that he was caught by the wolf rider last time due to his scent, but this time he gained experience. He found a leeward region that should keep his scent from reaching the orcs. "How long do I have to wait before it can fly again?" cried a voice in the orc language. "It may take up to 2 days, my lord," said a humble voice. "TWP days? Are you serious that I have to stay in this human world for 2 more days? I will feel sick even if I have to stay another day. You better hurry it up and cure the thing." As a voice lashed out from somewhere. "Yes, my lord." Abel carefully stuck his head out to peek at the current situation. Even though he was in a leeward region, he also held his breath for extra precautions. Who knew if the orcs could hear better than normal humans? The first thing that Abel saw was the gigantic bird. The bird had a huge wound on the side of its body. If the wound was measured to normal human sizes, it would account for the length of 2 people. However, a wound for these gigantic birds was considered only a small wound. As Abel continued looking, there was a Wirgin wearing leather clothing, who was carefully putting medicines onto the continuously bleeding wound of the bird. On the edge was a worgen that caught Abel's interest immediately. It was not an ordinary wolf rider. This was the first time that Abel had seen an orc wearing armor. The fact that it was wearing a black armor was all the more peculiar. It didn't have a shiny smooth surface, which meant it was no ordinary steel, since only unpainted material would have a texture like this. This material was black in default. Abel had never seen such unique material in his life. This special Wirgin seemed to be extremely irritated, as he constantly urged the other Wirgin to hurry it up to treat the bird's wounds. "Stay here and take care of the wound. I am going to find something to eat," said the Wirgin in black armor. He then headed out towards the other side of the mountain. Abel took a closer look at the Wirgin who was working on the bird's wound. It looked like it was going to take a while before the bird could fly again. Therefore, he abandoned his original idea of investigating the bird and wandered off to follow the wolf rider in the black armor. The Worgen in black armor was Fowler. He had just escaped from the Newley Valley. Since the bird was injured and extremely tired during its long journey here, it should be able to fly again anytime soon. The only option was to find a hidden spot around for the bird to heal up. Fowler's loss was tremendous. All of his year-long guards and mount wolves had been killed. However, as long as he could return home, all of these things were trivial compared to his family's wealth. Fowler suddenly stopped when he reached the bottom of the mountain. He carefully examined his surroundings. At this moment, Abel thought he was caught, and he immediately hid behind a giant boulder. Abel had suffered a lot of hardships with his attempt in tracking Fowler. On many occasions, he wanted to pull out his bow and one-shot the Worgen. However, Abel always had a feeling that it would be very hard to hit its armor. As Abel's power of will increased, he became more confident in himself in taking the shot. Slowly, he poked out his head and saw the wolf rider taking off his armor. When the armor was removed, it was able to be easily folded into a rectangle. Then the rectangle seemed to be fixed after Wolf Rider had pressed the top for a few times. Afterward, the Wolf Rider picked it up and carried it behind him. As Abel placed the arrow back on Harry's bow and pulled backward, saying to himself, "You're just killing yourself. You can't blame me for taking off your own armor." What happened next shocked Abel. The Wolf Rider suddenly took out a necklace from his chest and uttered a spell. Abel had experience with spells. Since he was in a close range with the Worgen, his power of the will was able to remember every single word the Wolf Rider had uttered. These kinds of spells were a typical orc-style spell. These spells usually contained a large number of quotes that praised the orc god, mixed with some strange pronunciation. As soon as the worgen finished saying the spell, a soul-crushing force emerged from the sky, followed by a green beam of light. The light began brighter and brighter, soon surrounding the entire body of the worgen. By the time the light had dissipated, the wolf rider had fully transformed into a human's body when he appeared in front of Abel's eyes. The worgen's unique arched back was gone. Its height had dropped as well as his facial hair and pointed mouth looking completely like a human. Wow, a treasure! Abel was completely struck by this sight. Whatever that necklace was, it was a high-value treasure. On top of that, it was from an orc, so he could justify stealing it without feeling any remorse. Abel pulled his bow to the maximum power and aimed precisely onto the worgen's head. However, this was not a human, it's an orc. Its head could be counted as military service. Therefore, after a bit of consideration, Abel decided that shooting it at the heart was a more viable option. With a bang, the arrow traveled faster than the speed of sound. The wolf rider was hit in the heart with almost no response. The necklace then promptly began to flash a few times. And then suddenly, the worgen's appearance had transformed from human back to its original form. Abel stepped forward and approached the wolf rider carefully. When he confirmed that it was dead, he began to loot the body of the wolf rider. The first thing Abel took was the necklace. He carefully removed it from the wolf rider's neck. The necklace was a circle made of unknown materials. On one side, it was carved with the beast god, and the other side was the human god of war. And the second thing he looted was the set of armor. Abel picked the armor up with his hands. The armor was extremely light. It was only around 5 pounds, which was almost nothing for a knight. Abel lightly poked the armor with his dagger. It did not make a mark at all. He poked it again with more force still. It made no difference. After a few more times, Abel gave up. It's better to leave it to a knight with combat kai to test out the defense power of this armor. A novice knight like him was too weak to do anything. Abel was so glad that he believed in his power of will and didn't attack the wolf rider when it was wearing the armor. Luckily, the wolf rider got himself killed by taking off his own armor. Fowler didn't deserve to be killed. All he wanted to do was to sneak inside a human village to get some food. He wasn't looking to harm anyone. Since he didn't want an entire troop of knights running after him, he used a family treasure to turn himself into a human so he could go steal some food. His armor was made exclusively for worgen to transform into a human. Fowler had to take it off, and Abel took advantage of what he did. In the end, Abel found a pile of things from the wolf rider's arms, including 2 rune signs, which was a surprise for Abel. Other than that, he had also found some jewelry. And finally, a familiar orc technique sign. The runes were different on both rune signs. Although Abel was unable to identify which runes it was, he decided to bring it back to the castle first and test it out on a sword. Abel picked up the orc technique sign from the orc again. The structure of this technique sign looked similar to the one he had before. There was an engraving of a goddess of orcs on the top and a star at the bottom. It seemed like this rune sign was also for one-time use only before its power was completely drained. Of course, Abel wouldn't let this opportunity slide. He injected his power of the will into the orc's rune sign. He gained experience from last time, and he knew how he could search for the special technique within it. Abel's sight became blurred. He felt like he had become a middle worgen on a mount wolf holding a long spear. From the message he was delivered, he knew that this rune sign had documented the long spear techniques of the wolf family, an orc royal family. Their long spear techniques were different from the one of the knights. There was a brief spell attached to every move they had. Maybe it was because these were the techniques from a royal family. Anyways, the spell was written in very simplified terms. It did not include any words of admiration towards the orc gods. The middle-aged worgen struck out his long spear according to the motion of his mount wolf. After a bit of consideration, Abel executed the 11th long spear technique. It corresponded perfectly with the mount wolf. Every time the worgen said the curse, the long spear would make a sharp, piercing noise through the air. From the information Abel gained through the orc's technique sign, he understood that the power unleashed by these long spear techniques did not depend on combat kai. Since everyone has their combat kai limit, a person's physical power still mattered the most. It was only at the time of necessity where they will ignite their combat kai. Moreover, this orc royal long sword technique didn't have a time limit. You could use it as long as you still had energy in your body. Although Abel had learned both the Bennett and Harry Heritage Knight techniques, they all required combat Kai to be executed. This was the first time Abel had seen a non-combat Kai technique. By only saying a spell with a corresponding motion, it could continuously achieve a strike with twice the power. It seemed like Abel was bound with the Wirgens by fate. He had gained 2 technique signs from the orcs, and both times it was a technique from the Wirgens. Abel watched as the orc technique sign vanished into thin air. Although Abel could not grasp the value of this technique, he understood how important they were to the royals in the Orc Empire. Just like all royal families, their techniques were exclusive and should not let other people get a hold of it. There was also a shape-shifting necklace, but Abel did not have time to examine it. There was still another orc he needed to take care of. He put the necklace around his neck and shoved the rest of his things in his pocket. Abel was intrigued by the black armor. Once the buckles were taken off, it could be folded into a rectangle that was easy to be carried around. Such craftsmanship was not something you'd expect from the Orc Empire. Abel raised his big sword as he stared at the Wirgen corpse on the ground. Since he arrived in this world, he had killed many Wirgens and seen many dead bodies. However, it was still a bit hard for him to chop off the head of another individual. Although Abel's perspective had changed a lot during the last 2 years, he was still very much attached to the social values of his past life. In this world, chopping the head off your enemy was a sign of power. However, in his old world, it was considered disrespectful. Well, I'm strong enough to carry some extra weight anyways, Abel thought to himself, and eventually decided to pick up the dead Wirgen on the ground. With its body in his one hand and the black armor in the other, he began to climb his way up to the top of the hill. When Abel reached the top of the hill, he still chose the leeward region. Therefore, he could keep his eyes on the condition of the giant bird from afar. At that time, the sky sparrow was no longer oozing out blood, and its wound has been treated. Due to excessive flying and bleeding, it had already fallen asleep. The Wirgen was setting up his tent, as he was completely unaware of Abel's presence. As Abel placed the dead body of Fowler and the black armor down carefully, he took out his Harry's bow and shot directly at the Wirgen's heart. It did a turn, but not fast enough for it to escape its misfortune. However, the arrow did not hit the Wirgen directly in the heart. It only created a hole through his body. The arrow seemed to hit the lungs of the Wirgen, with its spines being shot directly through. The fallen Wirgen did not die. Instead, he grasped to reach his hand into his chest pocket and took out a sign. When he was about to crush the metal, Abel recognized his move. He immediately shot the Wirgen once again in the brain. Its hand slowly released and the sign dropped onto the ground. After shooting the wolf rider, Abel looked at the bird. The action seemed to not bother the bird's rest. Abel slowly went up to the Wirgen. He used his foot to kick it to ensure that it was dead. The vitality of the Wirgen was beyond the imagination of Abel. It was shot through the lungs and spine, yet it was still able to take things out from its chest pocket. The medal that was dropped by the rider wolf had 3 orc characters on it. Abel recognized the words which meant Sky Sparrow with the number 36 underneath it. There were also some rune lines that Abel could not understand. It was stretched out from the diamond and surrounded the entire back of the sign. While Abel wasn't sure how to cast the spell or how it functioned, he was a very curious boy that was eager to learn. Since there wasn't a spell, he could use his power of the will to connect to the metal directly. Normally, these orcs' technique signs required casting some complex spells that corresponded before using it. However, as Abel was experienced with these things, he could just use his power of will. It was like a walk in the park. Abel directly injected his power of the will into the sign. As soon as he got close to the sign, the diamond began to flash a beam of white light. Abel continued to swim towards the light. In a split second, the sign was surrounded by the lights. Abel's power of the will also became intertwined with the lights. Suddenly, he felt an odd sensation, as though he was having a body scan. Afterward, he felt 2 orc letters appeared from the sign. It said, "Rejected." "What do you mean, rejected?" Abel immediately understood that this sign was extremely important to the orcs, to the point where the last thing that was in that Wirgen's mind before it died was to destroy it. The experiment Abel had just did suggested that he could activate this sign with his power of the will. However, the sign had a safety mechanism. When Abel had that special sensation that he was being scanned, It seemed like the sign could detect that Abel was not an orc, so the metal refused to activate. Was there no other way? At that moment, Abel felt like his heart was being scratched by a cat. What a pity! If the metal could not be activated, Abel might have to give up on the spot. However, since he was able to activate it, he was just one step away from passing the detection. Abel then thought to himself, if I was an orc, maybe I could pass the detection. Suddenly, he was reminded of the necklace on his chest. If Fowler could transform himself into a human, could the opposite be possible? Abel decided to give it a go. As he took the necklace out from his chest and tried to remember the spell, he thought deeply for a second. He was certain the spell was complete. Abel examined the surroundings around him to ensure that it was safe. The two virgins chose this spot for a reason. The hills were not high, and there were a lot of trees, especially those tall trees which could block out the top of the mountain. It was the perfect hiding place for a camp. Abel held the transformation necklace outside his sleeve. He pressed on top of it with his fingers and began to utter out the orc spell. Following Abel's spell, a powerful force appeared again in the sky, as if the spell was connected to the transcendent life, a higher life that Abel could not comprehend. Abel immediately felt a little bit of pressure which made him gain a fear from the bottom of his heart. A flash of green light on the necklace grew stronger and stronger and soon wrapped around Abel's body. He promptly felt that the necklace gave him three choices: orcs, humans, and elves. Abel imagined in his heart the look of the virgin Fowler that he had killed. Within the blink of an eye, he felt a throbbing muscle tear that made him gasp. His bones began to ring as he grew taller and taller. Then, gray-brown hair grew throughout his body. His face began to deform. His teeth grew wildly. With the disappearance of the green light, Abel had fully transformed into a virgin. He could even feel that his organs were different from before. It was magical. Abel couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. After using the necklace, Abel had also learned a bit of information about the necklace. The transformation necklace was a treasure from the Wolf Royal family. Back in the old days, it was a magical item made to facilitate the family's members to travel through the Holy Continent. It was said that the orc god had to sacrifice a large amount to invite great druid from the elves to complete the necklace together. Therefore, it could only be used by the most important members of the wolf family's younger generation. The recovering spell of the transformation necklace was also inherited only by the wolf family. Suddenly, Abel had realized that he didn't know the spell of how to recover back into a human. He only knew the spell of how to transform into a virgin. Luckily, these magic items would often contain information about its using instructions within it. Therefore, Abel could find the recovering spell by injecting his power of the will. He told himself he must be sure to pay closer attention to these spell casts next time. If he really couldn't transform back into a human, the only option he would have left was to go and live in the Orc Empire. Once again, Abel picked up the sign with the symbols saying Sky Sparrow and connected to it with his power of the will. He immediately felt the detective wave that occurred from the last test. He felt like he was having a body scan again. When the sign scanned Abel's power of the will, it passed and questioned Abel whether he was the owner. Abel looked directly at the dead virgin on the floor. He knew that it was the owner of the sign. If it was still alive, no one other than him should be able to use it. "Obey, I am the owner," Abel answered with his power of the will. Then there was a flash of white light. Abel immediately felt a sense of connection between the sign and himself. It felt much like the connection between him and the Mount Wolf Black Wind that he adopted. A bundle of messages was coming to him through his power of the will. The sign was called the Sky Sparrow Control No. 36, and it was under the command of the Orc military of the Heavy Flying Beast Transportation Brigade. Each sign was able to control one unique sky sparrow, and only the owner of the sign was able to command the bird. According to the control information from the sign, these sky sparrows were very easy to feed, and it ate mostly everything edible as its digestive ability was extremely strong. In normal circumstances, it was able to find itself food. The bird also had no enemies in the skies due to its enormous size, and back in the Orc Kingdom, these birds were generally placed in the forest area. Whenever there was a transportation mission, they were directly recalled through this control sign. Abel then carefully inspected the No. 36 bird control signs and found diamonds on it. There was a very faint wave of soul. When Abel had connected with the wave of the soul with the power of the will, suddenly the sky sparrow was awakened. When the sky sparrow was awakened, it ignored its original owner who was lying dead on the ground. Instead, it was looking directly at Abel nervously, along with a sense of curiosity. Abel then used his power of the will again to connect with the soul of the sky sparrow. He felt that it was curiosity yet nervousness. Abel couldn't help but want to pat the sky sparrow on its head, but it was too big and tall. Although Abel wasn't able to reach the bird's head, the bird seemed to be able to read Abel's mind. It slowly lowered its head towards Abel and closed its eyes, waiting for Abel to pat him. Abel gently patted the head of the bird, and at that moment, the bird's heart immediately felt a sense of joy. The bird seemed to have a lot of things that it wanted to share with Abel. Abel then continued to use the control sign No. 36 to communicate with it. The bird expressed how painful its wound was, how hungry he was, as well as its anger of being attacked. Although it wasn't able to express the words clearly, through the power of the will, Abel was able to understand most of the things it was saying. All sky sparrows had a master who was able to control them through a special control sign. However, these birds were still animals, and they had their ways of thinking, emotions, and needed their owners to care for them. Normally, Wirgin could not understand or able to directly communicate with these birds. Only a man like Abel was able to mentally connect to the soul its soul through the control sign. By being able to communicate with each other, the bird seemed to have developed a sense of good impression towards Abel. "You're so gigantic and pale when you're in the sky, you're like a white cloud. From now on I am going to call you White Cloud," said Abel. When the bird heard the name, it seemed to like it very much. A sense of joy and approval was passed to Abel through the control sign. Looking at White Cloud, Abel couldn't imagine the feeling of riding a bird like this in the skies. In his past life, he had flown in an airplane and glided, but flying on a large bird was something that he had never thought of before. "It looks like we'll be staying here for 2 more days. When you've recovered, we'll be on our way home." White Cloud nodded back to Abel. It seemed to be very happy to share his feelings with his owner. It had never been more excited in its life. "Wait for me, I'll go down the mountain and get the horses." The control sign revealed that the bird seemed to be not willing to separate from its owner. When Abel noticed its reaction, he couldn't control himself but smiled to appease the bird for a little longer. He only went down the mountain when the bird was quietly resting. When Abel saw his 2 warhorses as he was arriving at the foot of the mountain, the warhorses were immediately alerted and transitioned into a guarding position. Abel felt a little surprised, then he realized that he was in a Wirgin's body. Luckily, he was only seen by his warhorses, not humans. Abel then quickly took out his necklace and cast the recovering spell. After a flash of green light, he transformed back into his human form. The 2 horses still slowly approached Abel, though, wondering how the strange man had just suddenly transformed into their master. When Abel traveled back to the top of the mountain with the 2 horses, he saw the big head of White Cloud rolling around. When White Cloud saw Abel's return, it was moving its mouth rapidly as it was extremely exciting and was in joy. White Cloud didn't seem to care what Abel had looked like, as it felt Abel's presence through his soul. The horses seemed to have been frightened by the size of the bird. However, they had been trained so well that they had only stopped and did not run away, only kicking their front hooves a little impatiently. Abel then patted the 2 horses and took out some of the fine horse food and fed some to both the horses. When the horses felt Abel's presence, they were calmed again. They were here to stay here for 2 days. Luckily, the Wirgins had already set up their tents earlier. There were 2 tents. One was very ordinary, which probably belonged to the Wirgin with leather armor. The smell inside was horrible. However, the other tent was very luxurious. Its interior was very clean, though not too big. It was enough for 3 people to sleep side by side. Abel was not too clear what material was used, but it was for sure very expensive. While Abel was lying in the tent, he was thinking for an excuse on why he had gone for 2 days. No one could find out about White Cloud. Abel decided to leave his bird in the forest behind the Harry Castle. He could summon it anytime anyways. Abel had gotten way too used to being in the Blacksmith Guild every day. Since he did not bring his rune brush or rune ink on this journey, he was bored out of his mind. Maybe it was time for Abel to be promoted to a beginner knight. He had already been a level 5 novice knight for quite a while. Abel pondered as he stares at the 6 bottles of the Master's Kai condensing option in the horadric cube. When he recalled what the Knight of Bennett and the Knight of Marshall said to be promoted, it required to fill the Kai in the meridian completely. The more Kai you had, the higher the chance you would be promoted. The best way to maximize your chances was to prepare a bottle of greater Kai condensing potions, conditional equipped with a bottle of greatest Kai condensing potion, and drink them together. Being promoted to an official knight was not easy. That's why so many knights were stuck at the novice rank. It was said that the younger the novice knight, the more likely he would be promoted. With the older the novice knights, they were the hardest to get promoted. As Abel touched his beardless chin, was 13 young enough, since all the Kai condensing potion do was to fill up the Kai in the meridian. Normally, novice knights only need 1 greater and 1 greatest one. He got 6 master's ones, so it should be more than enough. Abel thought about all of these conditions. He realized he had met or even exceeded all of them. He then took the level 6 bottle of the Master's Kai condensing potion out from the horadric cube. After thinking for a while, Abel took out the control sign and sent a do not disturb to White Cloud. If anything appears, he could just retract the message. Finally, Abel was prepared to level up. With White Cloud being such huge and terrifying creatures, even the largest of beasts would not dare to approach them. Furthermore, it was also a long way from the nearest road. Abel thought he should not be so unlucky that other humans would be here to disturb his leveling up.